Chapter 1. Time waits for no one. A cold feeling sends shivers down Izuku's spine, unfortunately waking him from his slumber. He groans and tries to turn over, reaching for a blanket, but what turns up in his hands instead are twigs and leaves. Blearily, Izuku blinks the sleep out of his eyes to make sense of the strange sensation. What? His eyes snap awake, and he takes in the forest around him. The sunlight peeks between the foliage of the overhead canopy, and he is blinded by the brightness. He sits up frantically, his head whipping around. He shouldn't be in a forest. He shouldn't be outside at all. He went to bed in his dorm, just last night. He was sure. So why is he here? He stands and brushes off the leaves and dirt that cling to his clothes. He's still wearing his pajamas at least, a t-shirt and gym shorts, and when the wind shakes the trees, it causes him to shiver as well. A closer look at the immediate surroundings reveals a riverbank not too far from where he was presumably sleeping. When he moves towards the water, he observes belatedly that he is also barefoot, which is normally how he falls asleep, but not having any protection over his feet leaves him a bit put off. It seems almost like a dream to him, waking up in a place he shouldn't. It would be easy to assume it's a prank too, if Izuku wasn't used to things having a more sinister meaning. With the League of Villains lying low, and no clear explanation to why he's here, a sense of dread fills him. It's not like he's in any immediate danger either, but his breath quickens nonetheless, visible in the cold morning air. As his toes squish into the mud of the riverbank, Midoriya realizes with a jolt that he does actually know where he is. The Sumida River. It's a river that's not too far from his home where him and his mom live. Why would he be here though? It's a long way from UA and the dorms, that's for sure. Way too far to chalk it up to sleepwalking or a harmless prank. It's definitely puzzling and a bit alarming as well. But there's a relief that comes with the knowledge too, now that he can orient himself. Just to be on the safe side, he checks himself over, looking for signs of an attack, maybe a struggle. There are a few bruises that could be explained away with training, and all his scars are accounted for with no new ones. There really isn't anything that jumps out at him that could explain how he got here. He's a fairly light sleeper too, certainly not heavy. Even if he was exhausted, as he is sometimes after school, he would surely wake up if people moved him to this extent. Definitely puzzling. The wind blows again, and Izuku's body is racked once again with shivers. He may not be in immediate danger, but he isn't inclined to stick around, especially now that he knows where he is, approximately. He has never been to this particular spot on the river, but he's sure he can make his way home and work everything out with his mom. She'll be shocked to see him show up unannounced, but it'll be nice to see her regardless. The wind blows once again, and it becomes the only sound he can hear as it rustles through the surrounding trees. For an apparently peaceful place, it's awfully eerie, and Izuku hastens to leave. A thought occurs to him as he works his way over the forest floor. Maybe he's been asleep for a while. He doesn't actually know that the morning he woke up to is the tomorrow he assumes it is. His circumstances aren't exactly promising. Perhaps there's more to the story? It's definitely a possibility. He might have been worrying everyone, which makes a heavy pit settle into his stomach. He needs to hurry then, just to be sure. He may be overreacting. But then again, the time it takes for him to get to his apartment allows the sun to rise further into the sky. It doesn't abate the wind chill though, and Izuku being barefoot doesn't help either. He jogs up the stairs of the complex and knocks on the door before tucking his hands back under his arms and releasing a hiss between his chattering teeth. He must look ridiculous if anyone were to see him. He's definitely not dressed for this weather. But to be fair, it shouldn't be this cold at this time of year, even if he were wearing warmer clothes. Sure, it's just at the beginning of spring and could still be chilly, but the weather has been beautiful lately. He hopes his neighbors don't look out their windows to see him barefoot in short sleeves hopping up and down outside his own apartment door. His mom really ought to open the door if she doesn't want him to freeze. It takes him longer than he would have liked for him to realize that she's probably at work. His mom does work at the hospital and her shifts have her starting at the earliest hours of the morning. He wants to face palm, but he'd have to untuck his hands for that. So he settles for banging his head on the door. He'll just have to call her, or maybe just go to UA and explain his tardiness to Aizawa-sensei. He untucks his hands reluctantly to fish for his phone, but it dawns on him, once again, that he is in his pajamas. There is no phone in his non-existent pockets. no school ID to get past his school's security system. And he obviously doesn't have his uniform. But with no phone, he can't let anyone know to let him in either. It's a little concerning that Izuku didn't realize the absence of his phone earlier, and he chastises himself for that not being his first reaction to waking up in the middle of nowhere. Not that it would have done him any good. Either way, he needs another option. Izuku checks on top of the doorframe, where they keep a spare key securely taped to the wood. His hand runs over the ledge that he can't see, but he doesn't feel anything, which is really just his luck. He attempts it a couple more times, just in case he missed it, but no, there's really no key up there. He's a little frustrated and decides to search just about anywhere his mom could have put the spare key. She still has it, right? She didn't get rid of it, right? Thankfully, when he pulls up the welcome mat, he finds the key lying there innocently. It's an old hiding place. His mom and him decided to move the key around every half a year or so no one can know consistently how to get into their home. The welcome mat was their most recent hiding place before they moved it to above the door just after he got into UA. It's really no big deal that his mom decided to move it back. After all, he's been at UA for a year now, and thus she would have given it a new spot. Although moving it to a previous hiding spot doesn't seem very secure, not that there are many options. Oh well, he's determined not to think too hard about it since he finally has a way to get out of this wretched cold. He swings the door open and steps into the warm air of his apartment. Izuku switches on the light and is struck by a sense of oddness. It's nothing big really. The apartment is almost exactly as he remembers it, but that's it. It's only almost. There's something wrong about it, but he can't pin it down and it doesn't go away. It's like when he woke in the forest. No impending danger, but an unshakable belief that something was wrong. His eyes flit over every available object, so he can locate just where that wrongness is coming from. With a growing sense of dread, Izuku wanders around the place. Everywhere he goes, he notices how spotless it is, which isn't usually something worrying, but his home has never been a tidy place. It feels a little creepy to walk around and be unable to see the signs of a person living among the walls. Except he knows his mom lives here, he even peeks into her bedroom, which is noticeably more lived in. But if he were a stranger, he might have mistaken the rest of his home for an IKEA display. It's not until he looks into his own bedroom that he knows what's wrong. Before, it's just a creeping anxiety. He can pretend the shivers running along his back are from the lingering cold, but not when he sees that. By all accounts, when he opens the door to his room, he sees his room. To anyone else, it is a normal boy's room. A boy who obviously has a love for heroes and all things All Might if you take in all the memorabilia decorating the shelves and walls. But to Izuku, it's completely and utterly shocking. He had thought maybe that if he didn't wake up immediately, he may be a couple days, maybe a week into an unknown future. It would appear that he had it backwards. Before him stands Izuku's old room. That is, the room he had before he packed up all his things and moved to the dorms of UA. Which doesn't make any sense, because he knows he decorated his dorm with these same All Might posters and that All Might bedspread should be at UA, not here. Izuku's not sure what it means, what any of it means. He enters his room in a daze. It seems to be the only place not immaculately cleaned. It is organized exactly as he remembers it, and therefore tidy, but there's a thick layer of dust on the shelves and the desk, and even the air feels thick with it. It looks like he hasn't lived in it for a long time, which he hasn't, but that didn't explain why all his possessions were still here then. Izuku isn't sure how long he stays in his room. He has upset the dust in many places as he rustles through his drawers and closet and shelves. There are a few things he can't account for, which is a bit worrying. There are no UA uniforms anywhere, which they would be in his dorm, but it's weird that they aren't back here if all the rest of his stuff is. His special red sneakers are nowhere to be found as well. Izuku even checked the entryway again, just to be sure. He's missing his last hero analysis notebook, number 13, as well. There's an empty space on the shelf for it, but that also brings up the location of his new notebooks and school supplies too. He does find his backpack though, which is once again weird. It should be in his dorm. Izuku grabs his backpack and finds his missing notebook 13 inside in all its exploded glory, which is good, but the other contents of the bag are old papers and textbooks from middle school. And if that isn't confusing enough, Izuku finds his All Might wallet and his phone in one of the drawers. At first, he's relieved, but when he looks in the wallet, there is no UAID. Just a normal middle school one with his smiling face plastered on it. Izuku knows that in this particular picture, he's faking the smile. It's like that for all of his old middle school photos. After all, he didn't have much to be happy about, but he also didn't want to not smile. He's starting to panic a bit now, a picture slowly forming in his head, an explanation too impossible for him to accept. He is just being paranoid. There's obviously a logical explanation. After all, time travel doesn't exist. That's just too far-fetched, even for a quirk. So he brushes it off and turns to his phone. It's shut off. And when Izuku tries it, also dead. Trying to take calming breaths, Izuku plugs the phone in and attempts to ignore any more conspiracy theories. It couldn't be time travel. It just couldn't be. He decides to change into warmer clothes finally, and ignores the way his fingers shake as he opens the drawers or the way he fumbles the hoodie over his head since he's shaking way too much. He's comparatively warmer, but he still feels ice cold. After changing, he rushes out of his room, too spooked to stay there any longer and possibly discover something else. What now? He wonders. The silence in the apartment presses in on him, and Izuku thinks he might suffocate. Nothing makes sense, and the one thing that does should be impossible. He really needs to talk to someone who can help him figure this out. He needs his mom. Izuku's at the landline in an instant, and he pauses only briefly to wonder if it'd bother his mom too much if he disturbed her at her job. After all, although certainly disorienting, nothing he's seen is exactly life-threatening. But it really seems as if he time traveled, and that's a little serious. He doesn't know how else to explain any of this. Before he can think any more about it, he picks up the phone and dials his mom's personal number. When he hears the ringing, he realizes she may not even answer. After all, Izuku thinks she is on the clock. She might not even have her phone with her. But just as he's about to hang up, because it's been ringing far too long, someone answers. Hello, his mother's voice asks, sounding cautious. But the sound instantly floods Izuku with relief. Who is this? Why are you calling from my home phone? Which is fair, Izuku thinks. He has a cell phone after all, and he'd usually call her from that. He doesn't even remember the last time he used the landline. And he should be at school at this time. His mom really couldn't know that he's home right now. Mom. Izuku starts hesitantly, wondering what he should tell her. It's me, Izuku. There's an exhale of air and then a jarring noise as if someone is banging the receiver against something hard. Almost like his mom dropped the phone. Mom. Izuku asks again, confused and a little worried. There's a pause in which Izuku can hear more noises he can't discern the origin of. Then, Izuku, baby, is that really you? And her voice is a little frantic and very wobbly, like she's on the verge of tears. It instantly rings alarm bells in Izuku's head. His mom, and him, may be emotional, but there should be no reason for tears as far as he knows. Mom, are you okay? Is everything okay? What's going on? He fires out one after another. The panic from earlier is growing, and something must be wrong, and why doesn't he know what it is? Is it a villain attack? Is someone hurting his mom? He's seconds away from booking it all the way to the hospital. Izuku, honey, his mom says, and then she really is crying. The phone is racked with garbled sobs, and she continues even when Izuku frantically asks her what's wrong. Izuku, everything is fine. Just stay right there, sweetie. I'll be there soon, I promise. Just stay there, okay? You've got to stay there. I'll be there soon. She finally chokes out, and Izuku tries to ask her what's wrong. What could she possibly mean? But she tells him not to worry, and she's going to hang up now, and he's got to stay put. So Izuku agrees, if only because he really doesn't know what else to do, and the line hangs up after a broken "I love you" from his mother. So, maybe not a villain attack, since his mom has freedom of movement, but what could make her upset like that? Sure, she cries a lot. Izuku can attest to that, but she hasn't sounded that distraught since Dad. He shakes the thought away. After the dial tone, Izuku puts the phone back in its holder and slumps to the floor right there in the hall. He's close to crying too, but he's not sure if it's from hearing how distressed his mother is or just the overall strangeness of his mourning. Probably both. Eventually, he pulls himself up from the wall because he needs to be able to pull himself together to greet his mother and hopefully get some answers. He finds himself back in his room and sits down heavily on his bed. It stirs up more dust that Izuku can see as it catches in the sunlight, filtering in through his blinds. He searches for a distraction because he doesn't know if he can hold off a panic attack before his mom reaches him. He really hopes she's okay. His hands are still shaking, and the dread in his gut has not gone away. In fact, he has to fight to swallow the bile as nausea threatens him. In the end, he picks up his old phone. It's charged a bit, enough to turn on and hopefully use. The phone boots up and Izuku sends a prayer that he isn't about to discover anything else that will send him over the edge. But when his lock screen shows a picture of All Might smiling up at him, he sees he isn't so lucky. There on the screen is today's date, September 26th, just a little over a year and a half in the past. Izuku drops the phone just as his heart drops. His breath quickens, but he doesn't get a chance to process as he hears the unmistakable sound of a key turning in the lock. His mother rushes into the apartment calling his name, and Izuku runs out of his room to meet her. He doesn't think about how quick she got home, as if she sped the whole way. He doesn't think about the confirmation that he has indeed time traveled. All he can register is being crushed in his mother's tight hug, but it seems he can't enjoy it. There, behind his mother, are two policemen standing in the entryway. Chapter 2. Too much too early. Chapter text. His mom cries while clinging on to him for what feels like an eternity. Izuku's tears also spring unbidden from his eyes. What can he say? When his mom cries, he cries. It's just how it is. Nothing to do with his crumbling mental state. Not at all. Whenever he makes eye contact with the policeman behind his mom's back, they give him an awkward smile. Izuku is not reassured. He doesn't recognize them. Not that he's close to any policeman, but he's sure they aren't among the ones he's interacted with before. One is a man with sandy blonde hair and a bit of stubble. He looks athletic. The other one is a woman, her hair dark purple and pulled into a tight bun. Her eyes catch the light, or seem to emit some of their own, and it'd be fascinating if Izuku was in a better mindset. As it is, he can scrub the tears off his face faster than his mom can and attempt to start what is probably going to be a long and confusing conversation. Mom. Hey mom, look at me. Izuku coaxes. His hands unfurl from around her and grab her hands from around him. His mom's eyes are wide and wet. She fists the fabric of his shirt that is now thoroughly tear-stained and stares up at him, holding back more waterworks. Izuku's making an effort, too, to stay calm. Goodness knows one of them has to. What is going on? He tries. His mom takes in a shaky breath. Why are the police here? Izuku. Oh, Izuku. Where have you been? She pleads, as if he has any idea what that means. But she looks so heartbroken and he feels so guilty, even though he's sure he hasn't done anything wrong. He needs her to answer his questions, not give him more confusing ones. Ms. Midoriya, the female officer, cuts in kindly. Perhaps we can figure things out together after everyone is more comfortably situated. Izuku studies the woman, silently commending her stellar idea. She seems like a seasoned officer, if she's able to read the room like that. When she sees him staring, she flashes a sympathetic smile. His mother nods and sniffles, likely suppressing another bout of tears, but she still clings to Izuku like a lifeline and doesn't let go until he walks her gently to the couch and deposits her there with the promise of making them all some tea. He thinks his mother only lets him because she realizes they have guests, or maybe because the kitchen is within her direct line of sight. But before he can effectively escape, a hand pulls on his shirt. He turns, and his mom is looking up at him with the most miserable set of puppy dog eyes he has ever seen. You won't go, will you? She asks. It sounds more like a plea. Just to the kitchen? Suddenly, Izuku finds it hard to swallow, so he simply nods his head. He reaches down to unclasp her hand and gives it a squeeze before he lets it go. The officers watch things with pained expressions. Izuku beats a hasty retreat into the kitchen. The officers take their seats, and Izuku can hear hushed conversation from the other room. They're starting the questions probably. To answer what, Izuku doesn't know. Something is seriously wrong, and he would really like to know what. His mom obviously thinks that whatever is wrong, it has something to do with him. Is it some side effect to his time travel? Or something else? Should he even bring up time travel? Is his mom aware of it? He isn't sure. But, seeing her this upset, he doesn't want to add to her worries if he makes her aware of it when she wasn't before. He'll have to see what they know first, and grasp the situation that way. Brewing the tea helps calm his nerves, if only a little, because it's something easy and practiced. Having something to do makes him less nervous, even though when he carries the tray with 4 cups on it back into the room, the shaking in his limbs makes everything rattle audibly. Thanks, each officer says as they accept a cup. They both have kind eyes and kind smiles, but neither helps settle Izuku's nerves. He serves his mom her tea and takes a cup of his own, although he doubts he'll drink it, then sits beside her. Her hand immediately reaches out to find his free one and grabs it in a vice-like grip. It's quiet now, the muffled conversation completely dying as soon as Izuku reappeared. The male officer sets his tea down on the coffee table and clears his throat. Izuku, he begins, and Izuku feels as if he's back when he first met All Might and the man tried to gently tell him how he couldn't be a hero without a quirk. My name is Officer Tanaka, and this, he gestures to the female officer, is my partner Officer Hikarum. We need you to answer a few questions, if that's all right. He's being gentle, absurdly gentle as if Izuku is an easily frightened animal. And Izuku is frightened, but that's because he doesn't know what's going on. When he doesn't answer, Officer Tanaka continues, never letting his sympathetic smile drop. There's nothing to worry about. The questions aren't hard. That's not really the problem, at least not to Izuku. He's pretty sure he's one misstep away from a panic attack, and the only thing grounding him is his mother's hand in his. And that's only because it hurts. But he needs answers one way or another. That's fine. Izuku answers, and his voice is shockingly calmer than he feels. But I'm not really sure what's going on. That's all right, Officer Tanaka assures. We'll help you out. You just need to answer all our questions truthfully. Which is easier said than done, but Izuku agrees anyway. The officer beams at him. Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember what happened the day of April 18th? And Izuku is already stumped. If he is in the past, which he's starting to believe he is, then he has to remember the 18th of 2 years ago. Still, time travel? He might as well take this chance to confirm it. And what would? Could you tell me what today's date is? Year included, please. He asks and shrinks in on himself. It's an odd question, and it feels as if he's incriminating himself already. Surprisingly, though, the officers look only gentles. His mother sobs into her hand. Of course, today is September 26th, 30XX. Officer Tanaka responds softly. Fortunately, the confirmation doesn't come as too much of a shock. He likely knew, in his heart, that the conclusion he'd come to was correct, even if he didn't want to believe it. After all, what would it mean if he has gone into the past? Was this the result of a quirk? Or some gadget? Then why couldn't he remember anything like that? It had simply been another night where he went to bed, only to wake up in the past. What could possibly have caused it? Izuku, are you all right? He's broken out of his reverie by Officer Tanaka. It seems he accidentally zoned out. He blinks back to reality to see 3 worried faces staring back at him. I'm fine. Sorry. You can ask me the questions now. Officer Tanaka stares at him for a moment longer, seemingly searching for something before he sighs. Right? Do you remember the events of April 18th? Since it was 2 years ago, it would be hard to remember a random day like that, if it wasn't one of the most important days of Izuku's life. That day was the day he met All Might and the sludge villain incident happened. The day he was told he could be a hero. He'd never forget it. Just to confirm though, Izuku says, of course, that's the day of the sludge villain incident, right? The reaction is instant. He's apparently said the wrong thing because his mother looks at him alarmed, and the officers share a wide-eyed look before focusing on him once more. Sometime during everything, Officer Hikarum had pulled out a notebook. Sludge villain? Please explain, Officer Tanaka urges. And Izuku is confused. Well, more confused. He only went back in time, right? The events of the past shouldn't have changed. Then again, the sludge villain may have taken a hostage, but he was a fairly local villain, pretty minor compared to something like the League. Maybe these cops just didn't know about it? The sludge villain. Izuku tries again, looking to his mom for help. He took Kaken hostage, and I tried to help, but All Might ended up stepping in and saving him. And well, it was on the news. I thought everyone knew about it. His mom shakes her head from beside him. Her eyes look close to spilling again. Officer Hikarum is dutifully recording what he just said, but Officer Tanaka is sitting there with furrowed brows, his smile having vanished. I was not aware of this incident. I'll have to look into it. This Kaken is Katsuki. His mother chimes in, voice hoarse. But Kugu Katsuki, I believe you've already spoken to him. They were childhood friends. It's Izuku's nickname for him. Of course, Officer Tanaka says and turns his attention back to Izuku. So what happened next? Next? What do you mean? Izuku wonders, a little rattled that no one here knows about the sludge villain. Shouldn't his mother? What happened after the sludge villain was defeated? When Izuku is still thinking of how to answer, he adds, a little anxiously, he was defeated, right? Yes, Izuku finally says, he was taken care of. But I'm not sure what you mean. After that, I just went home? Nothing happened. This time Izuku knows he's said something wrong because everyone looks at him again. Even Officer Hikarum has stopped writing to give him a confused expression. He feels a bit embarrassed. Maybe he wasn't descriptive enough? That must be it. Well, I got scolded a bit for interfering by the pros, and I had to walk all the way home, which took a while. But I couldn't just stand to the side when someone was in trouble, and it was Kaken, and he looked like he needed help. So I had to, but it's fine cause everything turned out okay. He trails off. Didn't it? His mom looks more distraught. Izuku, honey, you need to be honest with the officers. You won't get in trouble. Just tell them what happened. Izuku freezes, pierced by his mother's piteous stare and the strangeness of her words. What happened? What happened? As far as he's aware, that is what happened. Why does she think that isn't the truth? Better yet, why doesn't she remember that at all? When he came home, she practically smothered him in worry. She had seen it on the news and wanted to be sure he was okay. Why didn't she remember? Something is still not right here. Izuku is missing a big piece of this puzzle that has nothing to do with time travel. What happened? Yeah, Izuku's been wondering the same thing since this morning, and nothing has made any sense since then. He wants to cry. His anxiety swarms him a little more, and it takes everything in him to just stay grounded. He can't let go now, not yet. I don't understand, Izuku says, and he really doesn't. He's been 100% honest. After that I went home and I talked with you about being a hero, and then I started training, and I was training to get into UA by clearing trash off the beach. And everything was finally working out. He almost whispers the last sentence, because it feels like he's backtracked, not just in time, but in his efforts too. He tried so hard to get into UA, to get One for All to work for him, and what would that all be worth if he was forced back to the start? Baby, his mom says, and she's crying again. That didn't happen. You didn't come home. Izuku, why you never came home that day? I didn't know what happened to you. If you were all right. Until today. It doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't. He did come home that day. A cold sensation of dread spreads through his numbing limbs. It couldn't be. Why are things changing? Why is it different? Izuku would never leave his mom alone, so why did she think that? It's starting to get hard to breathe, and before he can stop himself, he mutters, impossible. Izuku, Officer Tanaka says, and Izuku's attention swivels to him. You've been missing for a little over 5 months. Chapter 3. Lost Time is Never Found Again. Chapter text. Missing. Izuku echoes, because that's all he can manage around the closing of his throat. Officer Tanaka sounds just as confused as Izuku feels, his brows creased, as if Izuku is the one saying utter nonsense. He had thought, originally, that he was still in his own timeline, that he woke up in the woods the next day. It was odd, not alarming. Then, when he'd seen the state of his room, he was confused, a niggling suspicion starting to creep into his head. And that was the idea that somehow, someway, he was transported into the past, which was actually pretty concerning, but Izuku could handle that. What he couldn't handle was this idea that things had changed, that somehow he was not just back in time, but in an entirely different timeline as well. He couldn't even deal with time travel. How was he supposed to deal with this? Izuku, Officer Tanaka says again, his voice laced with concern. Izuku, do you not remember where you've been? Oh, Izuku knows where he's been. He's been at UA. He's been at the dorms, in the hero course. He's been 2 years in the future with a fantastic Quirk and even more fantastic friends. But here, the place they want to know where Izuku went. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if everything he was working towards up until this moment was just some cruel dream. He's choking on air, and he can't answer as his sight warps and sways. The edges of his vision turn black with static, and in an attempt to ground himself, Izuku pulls his legs up to his chin and closes his eyes. He can vaguely feel his mother's hand still in his, and it sounds as if someone might be calling his name, but Izuku can't be bothered because he can't breathe. An eternity passes. Izuku's heartbeat drums erratically in his ears. There's a hand rubbing soothing circles on his back, and someone's voice in his ears telling him to breathe. Come on. In. And hold it. Hold it. And out. Good. Now and again. Count to 10. Then release. You can do it. It's a feminine voice, and Izuku finds himself following its instructions. It's hard. He's coughing and wheezing. There's tears and snot and sweat all over. His limbs are shaking as well, but the blackness finally recedes from his eyes. Hey there, are you okay now? A face swims in his vision. Bright blue eyes and purple hair framing a youthful face. Not his mother then. He uncurls himself and tries to shake out the fog in his head. He feels like he's done a rigorous workout routine, but without the endorphin high that comes after. Officer Hikarum stands from where she was kneeling in front of him. She turns to the side and directs her attention there, a frown forming on her face. It's clear that he was starting to panic. Why did you persist in the questioning? She asks angrily. Izuku shifts his gaze to see who she's talking to, landing on a guilty-looking Officer Tanaka. He turns to Izuku and his mother, who has been beside him the whole time crying, and bows. I apologize. I failed to read the signs. It seems I've caused you major discomfort. His words cause Officer Hikarum to relax, and her scowl to ease. Izuku wants him to lift his head. It wasn't such a big deal, but he's too tired to say it. Officer Tanaka continues. I would like to say we can continue the questioning later, but I'm afraid there's something serious we still need to discuss. He sounds apologetic. What is it? Izuku croaks out, wincing at how his voice sounds. The officers exchange looks. Officer Hikarum turns to him. Izuku, you don't need to be included in the following discussion. It's just something we need to talk with Ms. Midoriya about. She explains gently to him. Now that the panic is gone, Izuku doubts hearing anything else will make it come back. In fact, keeping him in the dark could be the worst possible thing for him. No, Izuku says, and he mentally congratulates himself on how steady his voice sounds. I want to hear it. Please. Izuku. His mother starts. The officers look conflicted. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. Please, Mom. And his voice cracks as fresh tears spill over his cheeks. I don't know what's going on. The questions help, and I need to hear everything they have to say. It'll help me, I promise. He begs. His mother whimpers, more tears cascading down her face, and turns to the officers. It might be okay. I couldn't keep anything from HM anyway. She manages to get out. The officers still look as if they are debating it before they both sigh simultaneously. They return to their seats, and Officer Hikarum reaches for her notebook as Officer Tanaka scrubs a hand across his face. Izuku. Officer Tanaka addresses him. Are we correct to assume that you are unaware of the events surrounding your disappearance? Izuku nods. And can you tell us what you remember happening instead? He questions. A second passes where Izuku debates telling the officers about the time travel, how he's from the future and how he doesn't know why, but he's back in the past. But the moment passes and Izuku takes a breath. Well, after the sludge villain incident, like I told you, I went home, and my life carried on like normal. I applied for the UA Hero course and trained to get in when I wasn't at school. He explains, trying to recall his life from before without outright mentioning All Might. That's still an important secret, especially now when he suspects he isn't supposed to know it in this timeline. Officer Tanaka frowns, deep in thought. So life was just normal for you, up till today? Yes. Izuku agrees, relieved he doesn't have to lie for this one. And what about the phone call? The one to your mother. What made you compelled to call her? He asks. Might as well say the truth for this one too. Today I woke up in the middle of the woods near here, and I found it strange. I came back home, and something seemed off, so I called my mom to find the answer. He could hear Officer Hikarum furiously scribbling away on her notepad. The woods, eh? Could you tell us where? Would you recognize the exact spot? They're the woods that stretch along the Sumida riverbank. I don't know the exact spot, sorry. I didn't really stick around there once I found out where I was. Officer Tanaka smiles. Of course. It's fine. That's more than enough. His expression turns a little more strained, and his eyes stray down from Izuku's face. An awkward pause stretches and Izuku shifts uncomfortably. And the scars? He asks a little hesitantly. Tanaka, Officer Hikarum shouts, making Izuku jump. She then goes on to scold her partner, but Izuku tunes her out. He clenches his fist and realizes it feels just the same as always. His eyes trail down to catalog himself. Same scars, same muscles, and if he reaches for it, the same thrum of electricity of one for all rushing through his veins. Why didn't he notice that before? He's still the same, even if everything else is different. And isn't that peculiar? The officers argue across the coffee table. Izuku's mom hasn't stopped crying, and she doesn't look like she'll stop anytime soon. He's in a daze, too caught up with the implications. He still has one for all. He's still in his original body, despite being back in time. So it wasn't a transfer of consciousness, more so a complete removal of him from his timeline and thrust into another. Did that make this an alternate dimension? Would that mean there are two Izukus? After all, if he isn't currently inhabiting his younger body, doesn't that mean that his younger self is walking around somewhere? That's how time travel theoretically works, right? And that he isn't supposed to meet his younger self no matter what. Isn't that a rule as well? But wait a minute. Does that mean his younger self is currently missing? Maybe he was too quick to assume that he wouldn't have another panic attack. Thankfully, Officer Hikarum interjects and snaps him out of it. Don't worry, Izuku. You don't have to answer that. We'll be speaking with Ms. Midoriya now. He wasn't quite following whatever they were talking about before, but he's a little too preoccupied to care if he's missed something. Everything seems a little far away. Even the voices sound a little echo-y. Maybe he's dissociating? Is that better or worse than a panic attack? Or just a different form? Through the disassociation, Izuku sees the officers say a few more words, maybe an attempt at further questioning, before they stand and lead his mother into the kitchen. Izuku vaguely registers his mother's hand sliding out of his own. Their voices are hushed, but Izuku would be able to hear them if he wasn't so out of it. As it is, a few words break through for Izuku to focus on. Amnesia. Possible kidnapping. Villain. Scars. Hospital. And doesn't that paint a pretty picture? But Izuku doesn't protest. They can draw whatever conclusions they want. He's going to figure this out one way or another. Maybe later he can reveal his circumstances, but not now. He doesn't think he has the energy to explain everything right now, especially with emotions running high and incomplete information. What would his mother say anyway? If he told her her son was probably still missing, right when she got him back, would she, or the officers, even believe him? Then again, what would he do if the other Izuku did come back? Or even worse, if he returned to his timeline as quickly as he'd come with no explanation? Would his mom think she had lost her son once again? He doesn't even register his mother crossing the room until she kneels right in front of his face and takes his hands in hers again. The officers once again hover awkwardly in the background. Izuku, his mother sobs, shakily rubbing circles into his hands. We're going to go to the H hospital and run a checkup, okay? Nothing be bad. We just want to make sure that you're okay, okay? The way she says it makes Izuku think that she expects him to disagree or bolt the first chance he gets. Which he won't do, but it still clenches his gut with guilt anyway. Hopefully he doesn't get spirited away before he can explain things to her properly. He nods slowly, not trusting himself to speak, and watches his mother release some tension even as tears continuously stream over her cheeks. He stands, and his mother releases one of his hands, but still holds the other in a death grip. She leads him to the door, and they walk down the steps, the cold cutting through the cotton in Izuku's head, if only a little. The sun has risen completely now, and the walk to the police cruiser allows him and his mother to compose themselves somewhat. They are ushered gently into the back seat, the cage separating them from the two officers in the front. They pull away, and Izuku puts all his effort into pushing down his anxiety. His mother swipes at her eyes, and the only sounds are the hum of the engine and the occasional sniffle. I'm glad you're here, Izuku. His mother eventually says, her voice breaking, and she offers him a watery smile. Her voice sounds so loud in the silence. I think you've grown an inch or two since I last saw you. She observes, one of her hands flattening his fluffy hair as if she can measure his height just from that. No longer my little boy. Her eyes drift to the scars, obvious on his skin, but she doesn't comment on them. Izuku wonders if she's noticed the other things too. The obvious muscle gain, the aging of 2 years. Would that even show? He knows that she's trying to lighten the mood. She wants to focus on him being back, rather than the time he was away. He saw how she said, I'm glad you're here, rather than, I'm glad you're back, as if acknowledging it will make him disappear again. Izuku feels the tears on his own cheeks and God. He wishes he would have gotten over that. But he looks at his mom, and he knows that even though he never left, she still thinks he did, and it causes her more pain than Izuku could ever know. I'll always be your little boy, Mom. He chokes out in a whisper, and I'm not going anywhere. Not anymore. I promise. And he means it. Damn whatever mysterious force that brought him here in the first place. He won't let it take him away until he needs it to. His mother's smile wobbles, and he pulls her into a hug right as the sobs rush out of her mouth, racking her whole body. It's ugly and messy, but Izuku doesn't mind. He owes her this much, he thinks. If the officers look back on the scene through the rearview mirror with fondness, Izuku pretends he doesn't notice. Chapter 4. A storm in which we are all lost. Chapter text. They pull up to the hospital, and Izuku feels much better than he did before. The only thing that starts his anxiety up again is whenever he thinks of how to broach the subject of time travel with his mother or the officers. Of course, it won't be now, or soon probably, but he doesn't think he can keep it a secret forever. They will eventually have to know. Maybe he'll do it after he tracks down the original Izuku, so his mother won't have to worry. The walk through the hospital is uneventful. The nurses have been alerted of their arrival beforehand and prepared for the checkup. It's normal things at first. Breathing, heart rate, eyes, ears, reflexes. His height has increased, and his weight even more so. Considering Izuku is being compared against his middle school self, he's not surprised. The doctor checking him over frowns when he sees Izuku's scarred and deformed right hand. Everyone gasps when they see the large scar running over his shoulder and down his arm. That's when they move on to the more complicated things. It's x-rays next, of his whole body. And that brings forth a wave of panic as the doctors see the breaks and new growth of bone all over his body. They panic. His mom panics. The officers panic. Izuku hears the word torture thrown around quite a bit as they talk about him from the other side of the door. He hears his mom break down again, and he clenches his fist. He knows it's from his quirk. He knows, but they don't. And it's not something he can explain because it doesn't seem like his mom knows he has a quirk. And if in this different set of events he never got All Might's quirk, then he now has it by mistake. Now there could be 2-1 for all quirks being wielded, and Izuku is in possession of sensitive information he now shouldn't know. He picks at the paper gown he wears and tries desperately to drown in the bland environment of the hospital room and not his own thoughts. How could he explain it to them? How could he reassure them that it's fine and he was all right, because this was actually the backlash of inheriting the #1 hero's quirk? Would it even be possible to tell them of the 2 years of pain he experienced improving his new quirk without revealing his background as a time traveler? Probably not. When the doctors come back in, they are wearing fake smiles and treat him considerably different. Like he's fragile now and going to break if they don't speak softly or handle him gently. Izuku lets them, if only because his mom is looking at him like he's a dead man walking, and this stupid physical was supposed to reassure her that he was fine. They do a CAT scan to check for brain damage, maybe hoping for some physical tell as to why he has amnesia. They don't find anything. His brain is normal. He didn't expect them to, but now he knows that the officers are drawing a different conclusion than he would have liked. Except, he's not really sure he can dispute it without telling the truth. And the truth is something he just decided not to tell. The visit to the hospital ends with them taking some blood to run tests, checking for diseases, foreign entities, etc. The doctors promise results in a few weeks, but recommend an observation period. They want him to come back over the course of 2 weeks so they can monitor him and check for any other developments. His mom agrees immediately to the doctor's wishes, and the police officers thank them, leading both Midoriyas back to the cruiser. The sun has started to set. It took almost all day, mainly because of the hours spent waiting around. Izuku feels numb. The ride back is just as silent as the way there, which is fine. Izuku has too much to think about. Namely, whether there are some things he can tell his mother, or if he must keep it all secret. It's tempting to tell his mother everything, to have someone understand why he's different now, before it hurts them both when he's not honest with her. Not only that, but revealing his knowledge of the future could help the heroes and police stay ahead of the game for the threats to come. And yet, he hesitates. Messing with the future is something that requires caution and forethought. Plus, if he reveals his knowledge, he can be thrown into an asylum or targeted by villains. It's too risky, too many unknowns. But, above anything, Izuku doesn't know how he got into this dimension, as he decides to call it. And like he's thought before, at any point he can be transported back as well. Changing too much without seeing it through can have dire consequences that Izuku won't be around to fix. And that brings up the other mystery. What happened to Izuku? Not him, obviously, but the Izuku of this dimension. He had apparently gone missing and had yet to return. Where had he gone? Why didn't he come home? Or was this some sort of switch scenario where they traded places? But that wouldn't explain why the other Izuku went missing before he arrived. Maybe he ran into some trouble? Maybe his dimensional time travel was a result of something this version of Izuku did rather than him. That would explain why he doesn't remember much. It's necessary for him to conduct an investigation immediately, although he is a little reluctant to usurp the identity of a pre-existing Izuku if he is still out there somewhere. It's clear then, before anything else, Izuku just needs to figure out what happened to his counterpart by retracing his steps from 5 odd months ago. He can't do that if he starts throwing around time travel and dimensional theories with the pro-heroes and police. It'd have to wait. Izuku just didn't have enough information. They pull into the driveway sooner than he realizes. The officers stay a bit longer, making small talk, establishing avenues of communication, and letting Izuku and his mom know what comes next. They say he'll have to come to the station tomorrow so they can fill out paperwork and officially make him no longer a missing person. They also tell him they'll have to ask him a few more questions while he's there. Standard procedure, Officer Tanaka says with a strained smile. I hope you understand. And Izuku does, even if his mom looks like she doesn't. Her mouth is set in a grim line, as if she's upset by the very notion. Izuku nods before she can protest though, and the officer slumps in relief, his smile shifting into something more genuine. And Izuku's not really sure how to feel about that. So, he elects to ignore it. He'll face tomorrow's problems when it's tomorrow. The officers say their goodbyes after that, politely refusing an offer to stay for dinner. It's quiet once again with just the two of them, uncomfortably so, but not as bad as either time in the police cruiser. His mother goes into the kitchen to make dinner, and Izuku sits up to the counter and watches her. She hums a tune under her breath as she works, and Izuku can almost pretend everything is normal. Except he catches her glancing at him too often to be natural, trying to assure herself that he's there. He fights the urge to go to his room and stays in the kitchen so he's in her line of sight. It's the least he can do. Dinner is excellent as always, and Izuku even manages to make conversation by asking his mom about her work. They blatantly avoid talking about his disappearance, or the hospital visit, or the stark physical changes he now sports. Every time the topic veers a little too close, the conversation stills until one of them makes an awkward effort to bring it back to something safe. It's avoidance at its finest, but Izuku's too tired to care. And, seeing the heavy dark bags under his mother's puffy red eyes, he thinks she could use a little time before they even begin to broach the issue as well. Izuku does the dishes, even after his mom insists that she can do it. He tells her she ought to go to bed and stays firm when she protests. He knows she's scared that when she falls asleep, she'll wake up to a house without him in it. He doesn't know how to reassure her, but she really does need to sleep, and Izuku will be damned if he is the reason she won't. He lets her know he's tired too and finally gets her to agree to sleep if he's in there with her. It would be funny, in an ironic way, the parent asking the child for comfort from the nightmares, if it wasn't depressingly heartbreaking. Izuku agrees instantly, and that's that. He wakes up the next morning to his mom running a hand gently through his hair. His eyes crack open and take in his mother with a sad smile on her face. "You're here," she whispers as way of explanation, tears in her eyes. "You're here." He's reminded suddenly of playing hero with his mother all those years ago. Himself in an all-might jumpsuit, her hiding under a sheet and calling for help. Izuku's own eyes grow wet, and he takes her hand in his, giving it a squeeze. "I'm here." Chapter 5. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We have only today. Let us begin. Chapter text. When they arrive at the precinct, they have to wait in the lobby before they can be seen. The police are busy, scrambling around in a haphazard manner. Even so, every officer who passes them offers them words of gratitude for Izuku's return and safety. He doesn't even know these people, so it's touching that perfect strangers have worried over him. Eventually, Officer Hikarum comes to welcome them. Her bright eyes crinkle into a smile even as Izuku sees the bags hiding underneath. Her purple hair is still in a bun, but it's a little more frazzled than it was before. "Ah, Ms. Midoriya. Izuku, it's nice to see you both. I hope you've been well," she greets. They rise at her appearance. "We've been good, thank you." His mom responds with a smile. "It looks like everyone is rather busy today," she remarks as her eyes follow around the bustle once more. Officer Hikarum laughs. "I'm afraid it's always like this. Not that I mind. How about I take you two back, and we can get started, yeah?" His mother nods, and they are escorted back to a different room in the building. Along the way, his mother and Officer Hikarum make small talk, but Izuku doesn't pay attention. He's looking around the precinct with curiosity, and perhaps a bit of trepidation as well. They're led into a room that looks like an interrogation room, except it's a little more homey and lacks the one-way glass. There are even little waters for Izuku and his mom to enjoy. Despite that, Izuku can't stop the rising anxiety when he sits in the cold metal chair up to the cold metal table. His mom's presence beside him helps, but he still feels a bit too much like a prisoner, like he's trapped. Officer Hikarum sits across from the both of them, and not a second later Officer Tanaka enters with a manila folder and sits beside her. "The Midoriyas," he greets enthusiastically, ready to knock this out. He lays the folder on the table, and Izuku barely catches his name on the front before it's flipped open. All we need is some signatures saying that Izuku is no longer missing, as well as statements from the both of you. Then we can close this case and you can move on with your lives. He smiles, like he's told them great news. His mom returns it. He doesn't. In actuality, he's moving on with someone else's life. Not that Officer Tanaka knows that. The paperwork is a little lengthy, but his mom is eager and the cops are patient. Izuku supposes this must be one of the happier moments when dealing with missing persons cases. After all, sometimes there is no happy, tearful reunion. They crack jokes, ask questions, share stories. His mom loosens up a little at the easy atmosphere. Izuku does a bit as well, but he is still waiting for the other shoe to drop. "All right," Officer Tanaka says as the last page is signed. "Now all we need are your statements. We already have Ms. Midoriya's, so we just need Izuku's." And there it is, the other shoe. Izuku plays it cool. What am I supposed to say? Didn't I already tell you everything yesterday?" he asks. Officer Hikarum gives him an absurdly gentle look. "We know it might be confusing and repetitive, but we just need you to recount to us once again everything you remember leading up to and during your absence. While we've already heard it, this will be a more official and permanent record. Sometimes having time to think on it as well reveals new details we might have missed before." She explains, and Izuku realizes they're back to treating him like glass. He sighs. "I'll try, but I doubt it'll change much." "That's fine," Officer Tanaka reassures. "It's mostly a formality anyway." Izuku looks at his mom, thinks of the truth once again, and promptly swallows it down. "Before the day of my disappearance, I went about life per usual. I went to school and came home. Sometimes I stopped to watch a hero fight or ran errands. On the day of my disappearance, there was a villain attack. The slime villain I mentioned before, but it was dealt with quickly. I remember going home and then living life normally once again. Although I also trained to get into UA too. And then I woke up yesterday morning in the woods, and it felt a bit off, mainly because I don't usually sleep in the woods. But I found out I was close to my house, and so I went there. I was a little disoriented. I called my mom, and now we're here. He says, a shortened version of what he told them yesterday, with no new details. He watches as they write it down on a form. It makes sense. Officer Tanaka muses, almost to himself. Fits in with our theory at least. And Izuku exhales in relief, before the words catch up to him. Theory? Izuku asks, curious. A or yes. Officer Tanaka confirms, looking uncomfortable. Judging from your circumstances, we have come up with a theory as to why you don't remember your time away. Although we can never be sure. The pause that follows is a little awkward, but Izuku doesn't mind it. What's the theory? He asks. I'd like to know. He steals his face into something serious. Officer Hikarum elbows Officer Tanaka rather harshly. Izuku, honey, are you sure? His mother wonders worriedly. It might not be pleasant. But Izuku just nods that he is sure, because he already knows that it's unpleasant since he thinks he's guessed the theory. Officer Tanaka sighs, then bites his lip. With you having no memories of what has happened to you over the past few months, we have reason to believe that a memory-manipulating quirk has been used on you, or maybe even some psychological reaction to block unpleasant memories. This is enforced by the lack of brain damage found when we got you CAT scanned. Coupling the amnesia, or false memories, with the extensive breakage we found in your x-rays, we're led to the conclusion that you were kidnapped and likely tortured. He sighs again. Of course, nothing can be proven, but all evidence points to this assumption. Until you get your real memories back, we might never know. But if we are to believe this theory, we still have no idea what their aim was, or if they will try again, with you or someone else. In response, we're upping the patrols around the area and opening up old kidnapping and missing persons cases. Probably for the best to cordon off that forest as well to investigate. Ms. Midoriya and I have also talked about putting in place a curfew for you and contacts in case of an emergency. Additionally, someone from the precinct will come by your home frequently to check on you both. Hopefully we'll get a lead or scare them away. This new information has Izuku sighing internally. There is no villain or kidnapping, so there will be nothing to find. It's going to be a pain if he has to spend his time here walking on eggshells. He can wait it out to the best of his ability, but he isn't going to be stopped. He has precious knowledge of the future to act upon, and in other dimension Izuku, he has to find. That will definitely involve breaking curfew. Officer Tanaka glances at him worriedly when he doesn't respond soon enough. I see. That's good that it's being handled, Izuku says. He can tell his words shock everyone present, but he's not in any danger. Even if he had been kidnapped by villains, Izuku has dealt with villains for a while now. It's not really as shocking as it once was, which is worrying, but he's not going to dwell on it. Okay then, I guess that's it. Officer Tanaka concludes, throwing up another easy smile. We'll keep in touch with you, and you let us know if you need anything. Thank you, his mother says. Thank you both so much. Officer Hikarum smiles. You're welcome anytime. It's not like we did much besides paperwork anyways. That earns a laugh from the adults, and then they are led back out to the lobby. The mood is bright, but Izuku keeps stealing glances at the folder held in Officer Tanaka's grasp. It's his folder. Did they have any leads before he showed up? Any clues as to what actually happened to the other Izuku? He could have really been taken by a villain or kidnapped in general. He could be dead as well, or maybe he just ran away. Izuku doesn't know. It's frustrating, but what's more frustrating is not knowing why either. If it is someone else's fault, in the cases of a kidnapping or murder, he can understand that. But what he can't forgive is if the other Izuku left of his own volition. Not if he left his mother grieving like this for him. But Izuku wouldn't do that, right? So now he has to find the truth. When I disappeared, Izuku starts, and all eyes are on him. Did you know where I was last? Who I was with? What I was doing? Officer Tanaka blinks before opening the folder and sifting through the papers within. I'm afraid we never found any leads. The last place we were able to verify your presence was at the middle school by Bakugu Katsuki, Tsubasa Komori, and Sudarechi Yubi. They told us they saw you at the end of the day, but then left before you did. And no one saw you past that. That's it. There wasn't anything at all he could use from that. It matched almost exactly with what happened before. But in his timeline, the sludge villain attacked, which it didn't hear. He doesn't even know if he met All Might or not. Oh God, was he killed by the sludge villain? It was a possibility, but that didn't seem like something that could be hushed up. He'll have to put a pin in that one. His only other option from the info then was to talk to Kakin. Not that Kakin would talk to him, considering they were still in the past where he was bullied by the blonde daily. Still, Izuku has had plenty of time in the future to move past that and forgive Kakin, becoming something close to friends. Maybe there was a chance the blonde would tell him what he knows. Izuku, don't worry about what happened before. You're home now, and that's all that matters. His mother says to him, grabbing his hand and giving it a squeeze. She thanks the officers for their time, and Izuku nods in agreement. They smile and offer their own thanks and services for the future. It's a moment that perfectly resembles all's well that ends well, thinks Izuku. And even he is put at ease by the feeling. They go home, and it isn't as awkward for his mom and him to make conversation. They still avoid the topic of his disappearance, but Izuku no longer feels guilt closing up his throat when his mom keeps her eyes trained on him. He still has a million burning questions, but she isn't the one that has the answers. There is one thing on the forefront of his mind. Mom, did I apply to any high schools? He asks. If the timeline matches up, he should have applied to UA before the sludge villain incident. But, with some things being off, he wonders if he did in this world or not. His mother gives him a strange look. Izuku, why are you asking me that? She starts to look a little worried, so Izuku hurries to explain himself. I mean, my mind is just a little fuzzy and all my memories seem jumbled. But I did apply to UA, right? He clarifies, a little apprehensive at her answer. His mother exhales in relief, but still looks confused. You did apply to UA. It's the only school you applied to. It's been your dream since you were small. Honestly, I don't know how you could forget that. Are you sure you're okay? And Izuku releases his own sigh at her words, sagging in relief. He's not sure what he would have done if he hadn't gone to UA. Not only for the chance at meeting his friends again, but the school would also be instrumental in his plans to change the future. It's okay, Mom. I'm fine. He assures her. That's exactly what I thought I did. It's just Dash, and he smiles a little sadly. The whole situation has got me questioning what is a real memory and what might be a fake, implanted one. He looks down, not able to look his mom in the face as he lies to her. He sells it though, if the way she leaps at him and crushes him in a hug is any indication. Izuku, she sobs, already crying. It's okay. I'll help you. So if you have any questions about your memories, just ask. I'm sure it'll wear off eventually. Izuku pats his mother's back and resists his own urge to cry. It'll be helpful, though, to have someone who might know the difference between this timeline and his own. And the cover story the cops came up with gives him a perfectly logical reason to be asking. Thanks, Mom, he finally says. He stays in the embrace for a long few minutes until his mother releases him. They don't talk as much after that, even as they eat lunch together and watch some TV. His mother tells him she took off from work and will be home for an indefinite amount of time to help with Izuku's adjustment period. After his visit to the hospital, all of his mom's coworkers know the details of his kidnapping and are more than understanding. He doesn't know how to feel about it. Not that he doesn't enjoy spending time with his mom, and time off for her is rare. It's just that he has a bunch of things he needs to work on immediately. It might be hard to do that if she's around. It's not as if she can stay at home with him forever. But he can't just wait it out either. If only his mom is like how she acts in the future, where she trusts him. He's already had plenty of physical and quirk training from his time at UA. Although his mother doesn't know it, Izuku is perfectly capable of handling himself. After a while, Izuku retreats to his room. It's still jarring to be in his room from before, but he's quickly getting used to it. He leaves his door open and starts deep cleaning the whole thing. The dust flies everywhere, and he ends up coughing quite a bit. He even rearranges some of his things so it feels just a bit better. He still can't find his red sneakers, and that makes him upset because he wears those literally everywhere. Maybe the other Izuku is still wearing them? And that could be something, a clue of some sort, except he isn't sure how he can use it. He picks up his backpack and pulls Notebook 13 from its depths. Its burned edges are the same as he remembers all that time ago. When it was burnt, it was close to being finished, and Izuku had ended up just buying a new one for his term at UA. He had come to associate it with his mindset. Before UA, things didn't look so good for him. He was quirkless and quickly losing hope, burned both literally and verbally by others. But after entering UA, he was given a fresh start, a chance to be more, a chance to continue his story. Izuku pages through the notebook fondly and eventually closes it, returning it to its empty space on his bookshelf after number 12. It finally feels like things are falling where they need to be. And now that he's got a clear workspace, Izuku is ready to solve a mystery. Where did he go? Where'd the other him go? He pulls out a notebook, not one of his nice ones, and begins to write. He starts by writing everything he can remember that happened on that day originally. It will pay to know how much this timeline differs and where. Hero fight observed with Kemui Woods and MT Lady. School. Walking home, almost dying by the sludge villain. Meeting All Might for the first time. Walking home, sludge villain incident with Kaken almost dying. Run into All Might for the second time. Home. That was the basics. And if word of mouth was trustworthy, his last known location following this order of events was the school. So the next question is, did he encounter the sludge villain? And what had happened from there? Was he saved by All Might? Or did something terrible happen? He could ask All Might. And then All Might would tell him if he remembers anything strange. Izuku has his phone in his hand in an instant and browses through his contacts without thinking. Except All Might doesn't know who I am. Izuku thinks with dawning horror. He knows that, or he should have known, but it's so easy to forget when he was taught by the man for so long. It's almost ingrained in his head to go to All Might whenever he has a problem. Now though, he has no way of knowing where All Might would be to get his attention until UA. He also has no guarantee that All Might would even remember him if he actually was saved by the number one hero. After all, getting one for all was by chance, and therefore getting to know All Might probably wouldn't happen again unless under similar circumstances. Even when they met under that tunnel, Izuku was starstruck with the meeting, and then the autograph had been more than he hoped. Never would he have dreamed of being his favorite hero's personal student. A thought occurs to Izuku. The autograph. The one that All Might gave him after saving him from the sludge villain. It should be in his notebook. Izuku hurriedly yanks number 13 off the shelf again, bits of paper flaking away in his carelessness. He's so focused he doesn't really care right now, although he'll probably regret it later. He flips towards the back of the book and to the page he knows it rests on, or where it's supposed to be. He reaches the page, and it's there, written in bold, black permanent marker. All Might's signature. Seeing it still makes Izuku smile, and he clutches the notebook a little closer to his chest, letting out a shaky breath. Because now its presence has cleared a few things up, he has now moved up the confirmed timeline to meeting All Might for the first time. So either he met All Might in a different way, which seems unlikely, or it's safe to confirm the sludge villain didn't take the other him or kill him, which is good. Realizing he could probably just look it up, Izuku searches the date with All Might. It takes some scrolling, but Izuku finds it. It's a small article, not much fanfare, about how All Might brought in the sludge villain. There is no Kaken, no battle on the streets, but no mention of Izuku either. Thinking back, he doesn't think his first experience with the villain was ever officially recorded. So, this is where the timeline diverges. Somewhere between his first meeting with All Might and the initial capture of the sludge villain and the villain escaping to get Kaken, something changed. Did he never interfere with All Might and inadvertently set the villain free, like last time? Or did the bottle holding the slime never fall this time? Or did the villain escape and just never capture Kaken? Was he instead found later, without ever encountering another would-be victim? It still seems as if All Might will give him the answers he is looking for. If only he could think up a way to talk to him. He could always wait until he goes to UA, but that would be such a waste of all the time he's been given. He doesn't even know what to do with himself in the meantime if the investigation doesn't progress. There are other things that need his attention, but Izuku knows he'll still end up with free time that could be better spent tracking his other self down. That's his biggest priority. Doing so will allow him to move more easily and feel more comfortable in sharing information. Not to mention reuniting his mother with her actual son. But there are other things that Izuku has to address as well. First, how to get back to his own timeline. If he even can. He doesn't have any leads for this, no ideas as to why he suddenly traveled back in time. It could very well end up that he is stuck here in this alternate dimension. He'll have to look into interdimensional travel or time travel and maybe hack into the Quirk registry to look up possible holders of such a quirk. And if it's the result of a device, he'll have to investigate support and engineering companies. Secondly, Izuku intends to exploit the fruits of his future knowledge. The rise of the League of Villains is imminent. Yue has experienced firsthand the struggles caused by them. With Izuku interfering, he may be able to change the future. Maybe All Might doesn't have to give up his place as the symbol of peace. Maybe Eraserhead and 13 don't have to get injured at the USJ. Kaken won't have to get kidnapped at the training camp. All of their problems could be solved if Izuku only dedicates his time to plan ahead. Lastly, he needs to keep things relatively the same. Now, he did just say that he would change things, and he plans to, but changing too much will present to him a timeline he can't predict. It would defeat the whole purpose of having future knowledge. Like the butterfly effect or wanting a nail, he could alter something so much that it becomes catastrophic. Izuku also still wants to make some of the same choices he made in the original timeline as well. He wants to befriend everyone he did before and help those that he did once again, like Todoroki and Ida. The list of all the things he has to do, alone at that, leaves him feeling restless. He's already cleaned his room, organized his thoughts, but he wants to do something. A run sounds nice, maybe through some of the locations in the city that All Might shows it often. If his mom would let him, of course. He's not sure she'd agree to him leaving her sight, especially around the area he initially disappeared from, but it would help him clear his head and burn some energy. "What are you up to, honey?" His mom calls from the doorway, making Izuku jump. He didn't hear her approach. Her eyes scan over his newly cleaned room and rest on the notebook in front of him on the desk. Izuku adjusts himself so that he covers it up, although he doubts she can see what's written from her vantage point anyways. "Oh, I'm just doing some cleaning," he says a little too cheerily as he gestures to the room around him. His mother hums in response, studying him intensely. Izuku tries not to squirm under her gaze. "Of course," she responds, but instead of leaving him alone, she walks into his room. Izuku swivels in his seat to track her movement while inconspicuously leaning over his notebook. She's facing away from him, looking all around his room, her hand brushing over his All Might figurines and furniture. When he catches a glimpse of her side profile, her face is uncharacteristically blank, her eyes a million miles away. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asks her, worried about her strange behavior. She is usually quite easy to read, as is he, and the change bothers him. His mom turns to him again, and he watches how her eyes rake over him. They land somewhere to his right, below eye level, and Izuku knows that she's staring at his scars. Ever since he received them, Izuku has never wanted to hide them. He was proud of what they represented. Now he shifts uncomfortably and wonders if he should switch to longer sleeves. "No, nothing's wrong," his mother replies eventually. It's almost a whisper, the way she says it. "Not anymore." Izuku watches her, and the way it seems as if she's trying not to cry. It must be hard for her to lose her son and then to get used to him being around again. She's missed him, still plagued by the fear that he'll disappear again, and here he is, already wishing for her to be out of his hair. He swallows over a lump in his throat. "Hey Mom, you want to watch a movie together? Or something?" She smiles at him, and he wonders when it will be genuine. "I'd love to." And so he closes his notebook, still in the midst of his theorizing, and decides to fix something a little closer to home. Chapter 6. It's never too late, early to act. Chapter text. The following days, Izuku spends a lot of time with his mother. It's absolutely wonderful to spend time with her, but there's a strange feeling accompanying him, as if he's walking on eggshells. There's a tension in the air, something he can't explain, but it makes him think something has shifted in their relationship, for the worse. The officers come by a few more times and stay for around a half hour each time for small talk and tea. They also visit the hospital for more checkups, although thankfully they find Izuku's condition isn't getting any worse. It is peculiar, they note, that his new bone growth in some places looks to be over a year old. Yeah, truly a mystery. What's new, however, is the additional visits he has to make to a therapist. Because of their running theory of kidnap and abuse by villains, Izuku has to be evaluated for any repressed memories or underlying trauma. While he may not remember what happened while he was in captivity, his subconscious could still show signs of his mistreatment, they reason. And if he does get his real memories back, a therapist can help deal with the fallout. Izuku can't exactly tell them all of the reasons that seeing a therapist isn't going to help him, so he goes along with it. It's not bad either. The sessions are ultimately driven by him and what he wants to talk about, so he doesn't feel like he's trapped or being psychoanalyzed. The therapist herself is very nice as well. Her name is Hikaru-san, and she's around the same age as his mom. Her quirk is very minor. It can change the color of her hair, and Izuku spent most of the first session marveling over it and asking her more questions than she asked him. He visits her twice a week at the request of the officers, doctors, and his mother. The rest of the week passes like that, and Izuku officially thinks he might go crazy. He doesn't think he's ever stayed at home for this long at one time. The only time he goes out is when he accompanies his mother somewhere. The downtime gives him plenty of time to think and plan, but no time to act. He knows he has time. There are about 5 months till the entrance exam and 7 until the UA school year begins, but it doesn't sit well with him. Disregarding the missing Izuku who he wants to find as soon as possible, the USJ attack had to have been planned months in advance. The best way to stop it would be to take preventative measures now. Except Izuku can't do that while under house arrest. It's not even an official house arrest either. It's more so his mother being a helicopter parent. Not that he blames her. Every attempt he has made to go outside for one reason or another is instantly shot down, or his mom insists on going with him. Eventually, Izuku stops trying. So to burn off his endless energy, he works out in the house, does chores all day, and researches. His mother lets him have his privacy, at least, though there is still that strange rift between them that only seems to grow. But Izuku really can't take the waiting game any longer. He starts to formulate a plan to leave the house and work on his preventative disaster measures. It makes him feel guilty, how he'll have to sneak behind his mother's back, but it's a necessary evil he supposes. This is all for the greater good. That night, after Izuku and his mother wish each other good night, he waits until enough time passes for him to ensure his mother is asleep. He creeps out of bed and pulls on a black hoodie and black pants. He finds a pair of old sneakers that don't fit him anymore, but he has yet to replace his red ones, so they'll have to do. He finds a plastic All Might mask from a Halloween costume years ago and slips it over his face, clipping it to the hood. It's probably terrible as any disguise goes, but it's the best Izuku can do for the moment. After ensuring no green curls are peeking out, Izuku rips a list of names and locations out of his notebook and slips out of his window and into the night. This plan of his is a little tricky. He doesn't want to use the term illegal because that makes him sound like a criminal. And it's not like he's doing anything that illegal anyway. This is just recon. Yeah, he's just observing, for now at least. And if something were to develop, then he might step in. He isn't doing anything wrong by wandering around at night and watching people. As a future hero, he knows what is within the realms of the law. He activates full cowl and jumps onto the roof of the neighboring apartment building. While he still doesn't have good control of Black Whip, he's managed to control it enough to use it like a grappling hook or Ciro's tape. He doesn't want to tempt fate though, so he only uses it until he reaches the inner city where the buildings are closer together, enough for him to jump across unaided by Black Whip. And then it's just full cowl the rest of the way. He makes sure to stay out of sight for the most part, but he can't deny that he purposely takes a longer route. He knows that time is precious, but he's been cooped up in the house for so long, and the wind whipping under his hood and through the holes in his mask makes him feel freer than he has for a long time. A hidden grin stretches across his face, mirroring the one on the mask he wears. He can almost forget about the worries weighing him down, about all the responsibilities he's piled on himself. Right now, he's just a boy enjoying the usage of his quirk. Once he reaches the part of the city he is looking for, he slows to a stop, the crackling energy of one for all fading away. He crouches down on the ledge of the building so he can get a good vantage point of the people wandering around below. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out the crumpled list of names and unfolds it. When the USJ event happened, Izuku had very little interaction with the lesser villains that came through the portals to kill him and his classmates. After they had dealt with the villains in the flood zone, their immediate vicinity, Izuku was more focused on the big bads than the random other criminals, or as Kaken would dub them, extras, scattered throughout the area. Now, he wishes he'd paid more attention. There are two ways to go about stopping the force that invades at the USJ. He can go for the head, or he can go for the feet. Either way, the operation can't run. While he would like to go for the head and effectively shut down Shigaraki, All for One and the League before they ever announce themselves, Izuku knows he's not enough to deal with them alone. He knows the two locations of their hideout from when Kaken was kidnapped, and he could bust right in, one for all at the ready, if he wanted to die. If he wants to take out the head, he needs evidence of the League's actions. He needs to send in an anonymous tip and have the heroes take over to initiate a full-fledged raid like they did before. And Izuku fully plans to do that, starting with gathering the evidence and intel. However, he doesn't want to be blindsided by any unpredictable variables like the heroes not believing him or the information getting intercepted, so Izuku also plans to take out the feet. And that he can do on his own. So he spends his time under house arrest searching through the Quirk database for quirks he knows the minor villains at the USJ had. His alternate digging for the time travel or dimensional travel quirk turns up empty. However, that is a very small pool of people due to Izuku's limited knowledge. So he makes a list of potentials too. Of course, Izuku isn't one to condemn people prematurely, so he looks into those with prior records in the Mizudafu area and near Kamino. Former criminals, and ones currently on the run. He even adds those with no criminal record that have inherently dangerous quirks that could attract the League's attention. If all that doesn't work, Izuku will have to scour through the backgrounds of the hundreds of people that live in the area to catch any possible villain indicators. And while Izuku would certainly do it, he knows it'll take a while and would prefer not to. It would be a lot easier if he could ask his classmates who they encountered, or if he had access to footage, but that was impossible, so Izuku doesn't dwell on it. As it is, he has a good beginning of a list, and he might be able to track down more through the ones he's already found. There has to be some sort of organization and communication leading up to the USJ attack. So, Izuku starts with the first person on the list. He knows this villain personally, although in this timeline they've never met. He's a man by the name of Ko Semihata with a shark quirk. His quirk is a mutation quirk that allows him to breathe underwater and gives him a large set of razor-sharp teeth and the ability to remove them. His skin can also turn blade-like, resembling the properties of scales on sharks when you stroke them the wrong way. The scales don't protrude though, so it acts more like having cactus skin than blade arms. Yeah, Izuku encountered this villain in the flood zone with Azui and Mineta. The first few names on the list are those he met too. Some of the few Izuku can actually confirm the identities of. This particular man does have a previous criminal record and has multiple warrants out for his arrest and carjackings and a couple muggings. He usually operates around this area and with an outdated home of record, hence why the police haven't tracked him down. It's Izuku's only option for catching him. The wait is long, which Izuku should have known it would be, but he's too eager and impatient. He leaves the rooftop pretty early on and removes his mask to roam around the area. He keeps his head down and his hood up, and no one looks twice at him. There are a few bars that he enters just to sit in the corner and eavesdrop. He manages to get some good information, but the bartenders look at him weird after a while since he doesn't actually buy anything. He walks around the back alleys too, passes through the red light district, and takes notes. The information he records isn't especially relevant, but it might come in handy. As he roams around, he even catches word of what might be the League. Just whispers really, rumors that he can't find the origin of no matter how hard he tries. It makes sense though, that it's not that easy to track them down. He marks down the places he hears about as meeting places and visits a couple. There are lots of shady deals going on, and Izuku's list of potential USJ villains lengthens considerably. Overall, it's not the productive night he was hoping for, but it is something. When the sun threatens to rise in a few hours, Izuku decides to turn in. He ends the night by stopping by the Kamino locations and scoping them out. He's a little against approaching too close, wary of All for One and his unknown locating quirks. The bar is active. The factory is not. Izuku takes pictures of everyone that goes in and out of the bar, but doesn't dare go in himself. He's scared, downright terrified. He knows that none of the League will recognize him, but the fear is still there. He doesn't think he can confront them and act natural. Even from afar, his limbs shake as he holds his phone. Although he would be careful, if he slips up, it's game over. Still, if he can work past it, maybe formulate a plan and a script, craft a persona, the bar could be a key tool in bringing down the league. As it is, Izuku can't stay too long and packs up to go home. On the way home, as Izuku bounds over the buildings, he catches sight of a scuffle in an alleyway, nearer to the poor part of the city. Not one to ignore a dangerous act, Izuku stops to take in the sight of a couple of thugs extorting an innocent man. One of the aggressors is large and tall, with two horns protruding out of his head and a metal ring in his nose that glints in the low light. The other guy has hair spiked up and out, like a sea urchin, and a nasty grin on his face as he holds a knife to the victim. The man under the knife is trembling, face pale and warped into a fearful visage. Izuku only has the forethought to snap the All Might mask back over his face before he rushes in. He goes for the knife holder first, since he's the bigger threat. One for all sparks over his limbs, and he comes in close while they still haven't noticed his presence. He grabs the perp's hand and twists until he loses his grip on the knife. It falls and the guy screams out in agony. At his partner's scream, the big guy notices Izuku's arrival. He only has a split second to be shocked before he snarls in barely concealed rage. Izuku takes stock of his features, both human and not, and determines his quirk must be a mutation-type quirk that grants him the abilities of a bull. It seems his anger also isn't dissimilar from that animal. He charges and Izuku plants himself in front of the victim, who is still cowering in fear. The bull man is heavy, but Izuku has fought Numu and muscular, and in comparison, this guy is nothing. He easily stands his ground against the rush and catches the man by his horns. He now has a close-up view of the red in the man's eyes and the saliva dripping from his frothing mouth. Yikes. Izuku releases one hand to send a punch at the mountainous man. He doesn't bother to channel any more of One for All. His full cowl should be enough. And it is. The punch connects. Izuku gets the satisfaction of seeing the man's face shift into something absurdly cartoony under his fist before he flies back and knocks out cold. The spiky man stands off to the side, staring incredulously at what transpired, one hand cradled around what is probably a broken wrist. There's a stare down in silence that Izuku fills by cracking his knuckles. He wonders what he looks like, being dressed as he is, with a plastic smiling All Might mask on his face and glowing eyes barely visible through the cutout holes. He'd be lying if he said that when Spiky's face paled, it didn't give him a little bit of sadistic glee. He runs away, leaving his cohort behind. Izuku turns to the victim and requests that he call the police. It sounds like something sketchy. He is capable of calling the police as well, but he really doesn't want to get involved in anything that will thwart his efforts too soon. He's just barely getting started. He doesn't want to ruin it prematurely because he couldn't wait until he got a license to help people. The victim, Fujimoto Nagisa, is all too thankful for Izuku that he agrees readily to anything he asks. Fujimoto has tear-filled eyes when he shakes Izuku's hand for too long and places in it a business card for a family-run ID service and repair shop. It's a little awkward and Izuku blushes madly the whole time. Not that the man can see it, but he slips the card into his pocket anyways. He leaves before the police arrive, bounding up the fire escape with his full cowl until he makes it back to the roof. There is one more stop Izuku makes before he retires for the night, and that's to the store. He goes out of his way to choose somewhere his mom or him would never go usually. It would be suspicious if he entered with a mask after all, or a hood up, so he has to go in as good Olu Izuku. He only makes 2 purchases, and that's a black beanie and black gloves. He would have liked to buy a better mask, maybe one that's a little sturdier and less themed, but he should have known most stores don't just sell things like that. Izuku smiles innocently as the cashier rings him up, nervously trying to appear casual even as he knows what he's buying isn't all that alarming. It's getting colder, you know? He offers with a forced laugh as the cashier bags his items. But the man doesn't seem like he cares. He hasn't even batted an eye. He looks tired from working the graveyard shift and must be used to stranger purchases and patrons. He'll get off of work in an hour or so and probably not even remember Izuku. Speaking of a couple hours, that's also about the amount of sleep Izuku will get, So with his newly bought items, he finally returns home. Chapter 7. You can have it all, just not all at once. Chapter text. The next 2 weeks are spent in much the same way. During the day, Izuku desperately clings to consciousness and spends time with his mother or researches. Dark circles grow under his eyes, and he takes naps many times throughout the day. After the first few all-nighters, when his mom sees him, she can immediately spot the bags under his eyes. And she worries. She asks him if he's having trouble sleeping, if maybe he's having nightmares or remembering anything from his imprisonment. It's obviously not true, but nothing he says can assure her. In fact, anytime he talks with her about his health, she never believes him. But, despite the fatigue, Izuku is thriving. And maybe that's what stops his mom from asking anything more. Because Izuku has a light in his eyes and a bounce in his step and a smile he hasn't had for a while, and she really can't speak against that. That doesn't stop his therapist from asking about his lack of sleep during their next session, though. Izuku had been yawning quite a bit, but he reckons his mom talked to her beforehand. She says the same things that his mom did. How if it's nightmares or strange thoughts? He needs to let someone know, if not her. Her eyebrows crease in worry for the first time since they've met. Her hair is white today, and the color coupled with the wrinkles between her brows makes her seem much older. It's not nightmares. He says immediately, I'm working on something. Izuku admits, even though he won't divulge more. I've told you how I want to be a hero. Well, this is something that will help me onto that path. Sometimes the time gets away from me, or whatever I'm doing seems more important than sleep. It's nothing to worry about. Hikaru-sen snorts at the smile he flashes her. Well, it is worrying your mother, she says. Hikaru-sen knows that Izuku's decisions are based widely on how they'll affect other people. She thinks if he knows he's worrying his mother, then he'll stop. And normally, he would, but this is a special case. Even with the guilt, Izuku has to continue. Regardless of whether the sleep loss is the result of nightmares or something less sinister, it isn't good for young people, or anyone, to get so little sleep continuously. It might be better if you just managed your time better to fit in your project with plenty of time left available for sleep. Hikaru-san advises. A fair point, but it isn't an issue of time management in the first place. Izuku already manages his time, strictly because he doesn't know how much he has. The threat of being sent back to his timeline is very real, and even if it isn't, the time until the USJ is fast approaching. He can't waste what little time he has. Speaking of the USJ, I have a question for you. Izuku says instead of agreeing to anything. It might be changing the subject, but he really needs the answer to this question, and his therapist could be the best person to answer it. Hikaru-san looks at him curiously. Perhaps she senses his serious tone. Of course, ask anything you'd like. Izuku thinks of the nights he stands outside the bar in Kamino. He thinks of the shakes in his limbs that won't dissipate no matter what he does. He thinks of how pathetic he feels every time he returns home without making any progress towards stepping inside. He thinks of the few nightmares he does have, of events yet to happen, cold, reaching hands, and swirling darkness, and a man's deep, sinister voice. What would you do? He wonders, his eyes glued to his shaking hands and the scars that adorn them. If there was something you had to do, but you were too afraid to do it? He looks up at Hikaru-san and sees her frowning. He doesn't know what she's thinking, but he wonders if he's gone too far. He's trying to prove that he's fine, right? What will admitting he's scared of something do? It's not wrong to be scared of something. Even irrational fears are very normal to have. I think it's a matter of what you're scared of and whether you can face it, or if it'd be better to avoid it. Personally, if there was something I was scared to do, that I had to do, I'd look for any way around doing it. Sometimes we can get stuck on checking things off a list that we don't realize there are other options. It's great and all to want to face your fears, but there's no need to do it if you don't have to. But if you do have to, or really want to, I'd suggest working your way up through the fear. For example, if you're scared of spiders and you have to hold a tarantula, you don't need to just hold the tarantula. It would be better to work yourself up to that, maybe holding various insects or smaller and more harmless spiders first in controlled conditions. But even then, do you really have to hold a tarantula? I can't think of any situation where that's your only choice. It might be better to just avoid it altogether, especially since not doing it won't present any dire consequences. She explains, Izuku hanging on every word. Tarantulas are actually one of the most harmless spiders, despite their larger size. He muses. Hikaru-sen huffs. That's not my point, and you know it. I'm just saying sometimes it's common sense rather than irrationality that keeps us from doing things. And there's no shame in being afraid. Her response helps a little, but not quite enough with his current scenario, so he draws it out. But what if you have to defuse a bomb? Obviously, you'd be scared of messing up, and you wouldn't want to do it necessarily, but there's no other way. In that case, you couldn't avoid it because people's lives are on the line and you can't afford to think up another option because there isn't enough time. Where is the bomb? Hikaru-san asks instantly. Izuku sputters. There's no specific location, I just dash. But it's a scenario based on my response. And to respond properly, I need to know where I am and where the bomb is. Seeing her point, Izuku scrambles for a location. Okay, here. Let's say a bomb just flies in through the window, and it's got 5 minutes left on it or something. What type of bomb is it? Does that matter? Of course. How can I defuse it if I don't know what it looks like or how it functions? She says, a teasing smile on her face. Izuku doesn't know where she's going with this, but he answers anyway. It's an improvised explosive. Some chemicals in an impenetrable container attached to a laptop counting down by the seconds. So what would you do? He huffs. Hikaru-san smiles. I'd grab you, and we'd run out of the building and far away from the blast. Maybe we'd jump in my car. I bet we could get very far away in 5 minutes either way. Izuku's jaw drops. You can't do that. What about the bomb? It'll explode and destroy the buildings. It could hurt or kill everyone around here. She shakes her head. This block of buildings has very few inhabitants. But even so, I'd have them evacuate as well then. Maybe I'll pull the fire alarm. 5 minutes should be enough time for everyone to get to safety. Izuku closes his mouth and frowns in contemplation. She's missing the point. Okay, what if the bomb's counting down from 30 seconds? Then there's not enough time to run. Then I'd throw it out the window, up high so it doesn't blast anyone, or at least won't kill them. She shoots back. Why don't you just defuse the bomb? Izuku wonders, frustrated by her answers. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Hikaru-san frowns now, obviously noticing his distress. But my solution solved the problem too. Why do you want me to defuse the bomb? Because, Izuku insists even as he feels a little helpless. Sometimes there are no other options. I just gave you a bad scenario. Sometimes you have to find a way to defuse the bomb. That's what I'm trying to show you, Izuku. Hikaru-san says gently. Your scenario was just fine. I'm trying to teach you that there's always another option. As long as you get the desired outcome, the methods shouldn't matter, right? And Izuku's starting to see it, but he's a little skeptical to believe that his problems will be solved through an alternate means. Aren't you supposed to encourage people to overcome their fears as a therapist? Izuku jokes. Hikaru-san laughs. Maybe so, but knowing you, I think any fear you have is well worth avoiding. I know I haven't had sessions with you for long, but I can tell you have a very selfless heart. I'm sure that you think whatever you have to do in order to save people. And I just want you to know that that isn't the case. You can save people without putting yourself in danger. It's okay to be afraid. And wow, this is probably why people think therapy is terrifying. Hikaru-san is able to read him so well. He didn't even disclose that much about himself, or so he thought. At this rate, he won't have any secrets left. Regardless, her words strike a chord with him, and the knot that is built up in his chest begins to unravel. Maybe he has been falling back on his old all-might hero mindset, where he has to save the day with a smile and he can't be scared of anything. Does he really have to go into the bar to take down the league? Well, that remains to be seen. Though I guess there is one fear I'd like you to face. Hikaru-san adds. Izuku looks up at her inquisitively. She gives him a knowing look. Have you talked with your mother yet? Oh, that. No. Izuku sighs. I haven't. You need to. She presses. If you think there is some sort of rift in your relationship, the only way to repair it, or even confirm if it's true, is to talk with her about it. You may even find that it's easily fixed. I know, and I will. Izuku states firmly. I just don't know how. She's only barely got me back, and we've finally gotten a routine going again. I don't want to ruin that. Hikaru-sen nods, sympathetic. You're scared. Izuku smiles sadly. I suppose. In truth, Izuku has many reasons to put off the conversation with his mother. The first is he doesn't know if he has the right to interfere in the relationship between other Izuku and his mother. Her worries stem from his disappearance, and Izuku hasn't resolved that yet. It feels wrong to tell her not to worry about him, when he's not really her son. Secondly, he doesn't want to spin a web of lies around them. There are many things he can't tell her, and if he trusts her with some things and lies about others, he's going to end up hurting her, and therefore himself. He doesn't want to uproot what they have, however fragile, just to rebuild it on a foundation of omissions and half-truths. You told me I can avoid something if I'm scared of it. Izuku points out, although he's only half joking. Hikaru-sen purses her lips, clearly not amused. Just talk to her. She insists. Izuku yawns, tired from more than lack of sleep. Okay. Chapter 8, for one of a nickel. Chapter text. Even though he promised, the conversation with his mother does not come for a while. He has at least another couple sessions with Hikaru-san where she urges him to do it before it finally comes up. It's one of the days where Izuku can't take being in the house any longer. And today especially, he can't wait for the night in order to sneak out. It's been at least 2.5 weeks since he's been back. Surely that was enough time for his mother to no longer fear that he will be kidnapped if he leaves the house. It's worth a shot, although Izuku already thinks, without having to ask, that his mother has not changed in her feelings one bit. He finds his mother in her bedroom, giving it a good clean. She shuts off the vacuum when she sees him approach and gives him a smile. Izuku, what's up? He smiles back. I was feeling a little pent up and wanted to burn off some energy. So I was going to go on a run. He tries to keep it casual, but can see the moment his mother's face falls. Actually, honey, she begins with a strained smile. I was wondering if you could help me go grocery shopping. We're running low on ingredients, and I was planning to make something extra special tonight, she says, averting her eyes. Izuku thinks of the full cabinets in the kitchen he had seen just that morning and hopes the disappointment doesn't show in his own smile. Of course, I'd love to help. They go to the supermarket and walk around a bit. His mother picks up things here and there and continuously asks him if there is anything he wants. He always answers no. It's mundane and would be nice if it wasn't so utterly frustrating. His mom doesn't trust him to handle himself anymore. He can't say he's shocked. Mainly it's the grief making her think that way, but he's reminded of an unpleasant moment. The moment when she gave up on his dream. It's not fair to her, he knows it's not. She is a wonderful mother and has always been. But when he was diagnosed as quirkless and his dreams of being a hero were breaking, he had looked to her for the glue to hold them together. And his mother, the only one he could count on, unknowingly swung a hammer instead. He was persistent though. He provided his own glue and his mom didn't stop him. For the longest time he pieced his dream back together by himself, cutting his fingers on burnt and broken glass. It wasn't until he met All Might that he was able to finish the repairs. His mom, for a while afterwards, treated him like glass as well. She must have known, on some level, what effect her words would have, but she also must have felt, maybe even subconsciously, that her quirkless son couldn't be a hero. And Izuku never held it against her. Yes, it had hurt, but he moved on from it. His mother even rescinded her words and supported him when he moved into the UA dorms. She knew she was overprotective and said the wrong thing that day. Izuku only wishes she realizes she's doing the same thing now. He doesn't want to be treated like he'll break, like he can't handle himself. He spent years in a future proving he can. He just doesn't know how he can show that to his mom. He wants her to see his resolve, for her to acknowledge his dream, without him having to tell her about his quirk. He knows he will have to eventually. He certainly can't hide it, but it would leave a sour taste in his mouth if she only trusts he can take care of himself after he reveals he has a quirk. They start walking home, and he convinces his mom to take the long way. He could use the extra time to center himself. He's carrying all the groceries, which really aren't that many, and his eyes scan the streets in front of him. There are crowds, as there always are, but it's a beautiful day and Izuku's trying to appreciate it without focusing on his task ahead. Here's to the calm before the storm, he thinks sardonically, a smile playing across his face. He hums a bit under his breath, a tune he remembers Jiru playing in the dorms one day while she was working on her music. He doesn't think she ever finished it, but it was catchy enough for him to recall it. Just then, the woman in front of him, walking hand in hand with her daughter, finds her hand empty. The young girl is holding a ball that bounces out of her hands and into the street. She follows it thoughtlessly, pulling out of her mother's hold, the car in front of her screeching to a stop, but not soon enough. Izuku acts before he can think about it. Time seems to slow down as One for All flows over him as soon as he calls, and he's surrounded by the green and red lightning of his full cowl. He surges forward, scooping the girl up, and tumbles a bit haphazardly on the other side of the street when he lands. He releases full cowl and surveys the girl cradled in his arms. Her eyes are closed tight as she braces for an impact that never comes. Almost as if time restarts, the car that tries to stop runs over the spot where the child once was before swerving into a telephone pole. The mother of the child screams, and the driver rushes out of his car, frantically scanning the street. There's a moment of confusion and then of realization. All eyes are on Izuku now. Pedestrians have stopped to stare. Even his mother is staring open-mouthed at him from the sidewalk on the other side of the street. He uncurls his limbs from around the girl from his place sitting on the sidewalk. She's crying and looks up at him with big, brown eyes, wide with confusion and fear. Izuku brushes a thumb across her cheek to catch the tears. "Hey there," he says softly, a bright smile on his face. "Don't cry. You're all right, see? I got you. My name is Deku, what's yours?" The little girl sniffles. "Hanako." It's almost a whisper. He has to strain to hear it. "Wow," Izuku praises. "That's a great name, Hanako-chan. You're such a brave girl. So I need you to remember that you can't go running out into the street like that or letting go of your mommy's hand. Okay?" Hanako nods, eyes downcast. Izuku stands up and brings the girl to her feet gently. He grabs one of her hands as both their mothers finally make it across the street. "Izuku, are you dash?" "Hanako, baby, are you all right?" Hanako's mother cries and kneels down to inspect her daughter, wrapping her in a warm hug after she notices no injuries. Both of them are crying. Izuku lets them have their moment, and his mom is patient enough to speak with him until after this is all over. "You," the mother calls, standing to address Izuku. "Thank you so much. You saved my baby. Thank you. Thank you. You're a hero." She grabs him in a bone-crushing hug and then plants a kiss on his cheek. Izuku blushes madly. He'll never get used to getting praised or thanked. At her words, the surrounding onlookers start to clap and cheer for him. A few whistles can be heard as well. Izuku feels his cheeks grow hotter with his blush. And no problem. He gets out eventually, an embarrassed smile on his face. The driver makes his way over as well and bows at a 90-degree angle in front of the girl's mom. "I'm so sorry," he blubbers, tears evident in his voice. "The girl came rushing out, and I couldn't stop in time." "Raise your head. It isn't your fault," she responds, to Izuku's pleasure. "Everything turned out fine anyway. Thanks to this young man dash." She gestures to Izuku. "My daughter is safe." The man bows again towards Hanako this time. "I'm glad you're safe, little miss." "I'm so sorry." He doesn't wait for a response before he turns to Izuku and enthusiastically shakes his hands with both of his own. "And thank you, young hero. I could have ended a life today, but you've saved me." There are tears steadily streaming down his face, but he looks relieved more than anything. Izuku is speechless. Eventually, he composes himself and stills the man's motion of shaking his hands. He offers a blinding smile. "I'm glad I could help." The driver offers Izuku money, which he refuses. Still, the man insists Izuku take his business card, and he has to agree, if only because the man doesn't take no for an answer. Only after Izuku accepts it does the driver return to his car, which isn't inoperable, although it will definitely need repairs. He drives away once he bows to each of them for a second time. The woman announces her departure as well and thanks him again. She takes Hanako's hand from his, and the girl still looks sad as they start to turn away. "Wait." Izuku calls before they can go. He crouches down and hands the ball he managed to snag, along with Hanako, to the surprised child. "Here, don't let go again, okay?" he says with a wink. Hanako looks up at him with wide eyes, like he's just hung the moon or promised an early Christmas. A smile spreads across her face, and she breaks out of her mother's hold to hug him. Her mother smiles at the sight, wiping a stray tear from her eye. Thank you, Deku. Hanako mumbles into his chest. She breaks the embrace and smiles again. You're welcome. Izuku replies enthusiastically. It was nice meeting you both. The mother thanks him some more and offers payment, which he quickly refuses. Her and Hanako eventually leave. Izuku feels the best he is all day, even when a few bystanders come to congratulate him personally, and he turns red again. He acquires a few more business cards as well. When Izuku and his mom start to walk home, he has to go back for the groceries he dropped before he leapt into the street. Thankfully, nothing is damaged. His mother stares at him appraisingly, and Izuku fights not to squirm. She's been quiet for a long time. Surprisingly, the first words out of her mouth aren't about the lightning she must have seen sparking over his body. They aren't a reprimation either. You're different, she says, once they've left the crowded streets. It's not said as a bad or good thing, merely stated as a fact. Izuku's not sure what to think about that. Different, he asks and wonders if she caught on to him being from a different dimension. Well, if anyone would be able to, it'd be her. Although she'd probably have said something sooner. Yeah, she responds. You carry yourself differently. I thought you grew taller, and you did, but you also hold yourself higher now. You don't slouch anymore. And that's well Izuku supposes that's true. It seems odd, though, that is the thing she picks up on. Where is she going with this? You also seem more comfortable in your own skin. Confident. Happy. She looks at him, and Izuku sees that she's smiling, if a little sadly. I'm glad. Izuku is about to respond, but they just so happen to walk into view of the Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. He halts abruptly and stares. It's piled high with all the trash Izuku remembers painstakingly removing. His heart clenches painfully, and he tries to assure himself that everything he's done was not for nothing. It's a stark reminder that all these changes his mother is noticing are not from his effort alone. He's gotten this far only because he's had people to believe in him, support him, and teach him. His therapist's words run through his head, and now seems as good a time as any to bridge the gap between them. Mom. He gets out eventually. He's not looking at her. His eyes are trained on the beach. I'm going to be a hero. Her response is instant. Izuku, I already know that. You've dash. Izuku interrupts. No, you don't understand. And he turns to look at her. I'm going to be a hero. He's not sure what his mom sees in his eyes, but her eyes widen at his words. She looks like a deer in the headlights, caught between the rock of Izuku's dreams and the hard task of shutting them down. It's difficult for her to support him when she knows how dangerous it is for heroes. She's already seen him come home with plenty of injuries. He's sure she's just waiting for the day he'll come home dead. Hell, he basically proved her right when he went missing. But that's always been an occupational hazard to helping people, and Izuku won't ever give that up. Not in this dimension or any other, no matter what version of himself he is. And he needs his mom to understand it now, instead of later. I may not be much, but I'm serious. I'll work hard, as I've always done, and make it to the top. I'd like it if you believed me, but I understand if you don't. Regardless, I'm going to be a hero. It feels a little like a weight lifting off his chest, and a little like he's about to be sick. He's not sure how his mom will react. He's never been this direct before. But perhaps if he knew in the past what his mom truly felt, he would have attempted to persuade her more before his teachers had to. His mom sighs. I do. Believe you, that is. She looks at him and shrinks in on herself. I never wanted to dismiss your dreams, but I'm your mother, and I worry. I've seen the good heroes do firsthand, but I've also seen what happens if they make even one mistake. Her gaze bores into him, her eyes misty. I thought I lost you when you disappeared all those months ago. I thought that maybe it was my fault that you left, because I didn't believe in you. She chokes back a sob. I thought I would support him being a hero if it meant he wasn't missing. I know it's selfish, and even seeing you now, how capable you are, I still want to go back on my word. I'm scared, Izuku. I'm so scared that you'll be gone for good if I let you go this time. And I can't handle that. She bursts into tears. If Izuku had a nickel for every time he made his mother cry over the past few weeks, he'd still not have enough money to buy her forgiveness. He understands how his mother feels. He knows he'd be devastated if anything ever happened to her. But it's so easy to forget that he's worth something to her too. God knows she reminds him of it enough. He's just never been that good at listening. It's just common sense, Izuku thinks, that him getting hurt is better than anyone else. He licks his lips, focuses on not crying. I know. He sighs. I know it's hard. I know I'll get hurt. I can't promise I won't be in danger. I can guarantee I'll make you worry 1,000 times over. But I can't live if I give up on my dream. I've wanted it for so long that a life without heroics, well, it'd be a life not worth living. And that might be concerning, but Izuku means it from the bottom of his heart. He really doesn't know what he would do if he couldn't be a hero. He might have pursued something else, but the thought is so foreign, Izuku has no idea what his alternative to being a hero would have been. Oh, Izuku, my little hero, why did you have to be born so selfless? His mom says, but she sounds a bit proud, even through the tears. Izuku tries to answer but finds that he can't. After all, he was never in charge of the way he was born. He can only take credit for who he is now. A breeze from the beach blows by, but instead of salt, the air is rank with the stench of garbage. Izuku feels static underneath his skin, a buzzing that spreads to every part of his body in anticipation of what he wants to ask, what he needs to know. He has said it many times, and he'll say it many more. He has never held the words his mother said to him against her. She was out of her depth at the time, believing it better to shut down an impossible dream than nurture a fragile fairy tale. But Izuku wants this time to be different. He got his mom's approval in the future. He knows it's possible, so it seems reasonable that she could offer it now and save them both from dancing around the old elephant in the room. Mom. Izuku starts, and he has her full attention. Watery green eyes watch him apprehensively. Can I dash? His voice cracks, and he clears his throat even as tears spill from his eyes. Can I be a hero? The words are softly spoken, choked by tears and years of emotion. He's laid himself bare for the second time. The static buzzes harder. He might even be trembling. He wants to close his eyes, brace for impact, but he keeps them glued on the wide eyes of his mother. Oh, Izuku! His mother sobs in a broken way as she runs forward and hugs him. Dread fills him and Izuku tenses, inevitably closing his eyes and quickly trying to wall up his heart. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have asked. I don't want to hear it again. Of course you can. And Izuku's eyes fly open. The static is gone. His mother is in his arms. They're both crying, but when is that new? There's a garbage dump 1,000 meters away, and Izuku feels something click into place. A piece of something he never thought he could have. Because even though his mom supported him in the other dimension, they never really talked about the first incident. Izuku never actually heard her say, with her own mouth, that she thought he could be a hero. And even if she did, Izuku would always secretly think it was because he got a quirk and not because of his own merit. But here, even if his mom saw the signs of a quirk that wasn't his, she didn't actually know he wasn't quirkless. Here, she saw him save someone and she said to him, quirkless, useless him, that he could be a hero. If Izuku had a nickel for every time someone said he could be a hero, he'd have 2 nickels, but he'd feel like the richest person in the world. Chapter 9. Something wicked this way comes. Chapter text. Things don't miraculously get better as soon as his mom and him have that conversation, but an avenue for communication does open up between them. Izuku talks about leaving the house without adult supervision, and of him eventually returning to school. Needless to say, it doesn't go over well. They don't have an argument per se, it's more like a negotiation. His mother admits she may be being paranoid, but she can't let him go outside without receiving hourly updates of his status. It's unfair, and Izuku haggles it down to updates every 3 hours until he can prove he won't get kidnapped within a week, which should be fairly easy to do. His mom doesn't budge on school, though, until the hospital visits and therapy sessions are out of the way and it's confirmed that his time away didn't leave him with any lasting impact. She does, however, call the school and sets up a way for him to get homework and do tests online. It's something. They still haven't talked about his quirk, though, and Izuku is beginning to suspect that she never actually saw it appear. When he saved the girl the other day, he only activated it for a split second, which felt like longer to him, so maybe he was overestimating how much people saw. Well, that would mean that it's up to him once again to figure out how to tell his mother about it. He'll need to think of a cover story. Thinking back on that day as well, Izuku realized that he introduced himself as Deku to the little girl, which goes to show that he's just so used to going by his hero name. It slipped out like second nature. He used it all the time in the future, as it were. When he thinks about his future, though, a strong feeling of sadness overcomes him, so he hurries to push it out of his mind. With his newfound freedom, Izuku sets up a new routine. He's finally able to go on runs without having to lap the house, while his mother stands outside to watch him. He runs twice a day now, and works out after them as well. He's ahead of the game technically, since he has all his training from his previous timeline under his belt, but there's always room for improvement. After all, Izuku hasn't yet mastered One for All, and any new progress he makes could be monumental in the coming months. He needs to be ready. He needs to be strong and capable. He's going to medal in this timeline, and any strength he gains will help him do so, against all other odds, because that's what heroes do. Ever since the moment with his mom, he's been clearing the beach out too. It's quicker work than it was before, but still leaves Izuku breathless. He does it because it feels wrong for the beach not to be clear, it deserves to be nice. But also because he selfishly hopes that All Might will stop by, in either form, and Izuku will be able to talk to him. He misses him a lot. Even if he can't be his hero's successor like before, he doesn't want them to stay strangers. Unfortunately, All Might never shows, and Izuku has to deal with heavy trash as well as a heavy heart. His nighttime escapades also continue, with steady progress appearing. Besides working on the USJ case, Izuku looks up how to hack and mask his IP address, as well as other activities. He buys a burner phone in a sketchy deal after breaking into his savings. It's a good thing he saved up all that birthday and New Year's money. It's for calling in crimes or texting tips to police or pro-heroes. His newly acquired hacking skills come in handy for accessing security cameras and surfing through the National Crime Information Center. Turns out a lot of the names on his list have warrants out for their arrest. Go figure. He doesn't get a new mask, mostly because he doesn't have the time. The cheesy All Might 1 functions enough at hiding his identity, which is good enough for him. When Izuku has his ear to the ground, he has to take it off anyway. He does get a surgical mask, though, for those moments, as well as a cheap pair of shades. Not that anyone can see him wear them from under his hood. But if anyone could, all they'd see is a person who looks extremely sketchy. He has yet to catch his intended target of Ko Samehada, but he's caught some other individuals. Just last night, he managed to track down the villain with the jamming Quirk from the USJ and turn her in. He dumped her zip-tied to a parking meter right outside the Mizudafu police station as she cursed up a storm the whole time. She was wanted for armed robbery on multiple accounts and even for a string of arsons. Needless to say, she wasn't getting out of prison anytime soon, and Izuku was feeling a little proud of himself. While there are the names on his list that are criminals, there are those as well that aren't. Or at least, they haven't been caught yet. And if Aizawa-sensei taught him anything, it was that the law wouldn't condemn someone as a criminal without any evidence. So Izuku couldn't tie them up and drop them off like he did the others, or they'd simply walk free. With those names, he plans a separate course of action. Izuku stalks them, gets information on them, and he waits. Sometimes it takes a week or more before he sees something. If they appear to do any illegal activity that doesn't hurt or threaten others, Izuku snaps pictures. Later, an email sent to the police books them for at least a little while. And if they do engage in fights or robberies or kidnappings, anything that can harm someone, then Izuku intervenes immediately and takes out the threat. With a witness and the police on the way, the criminals stay in jail. But there are still plenty of people who he can't get any incriminating evidence for. These are the people that are potentially the ones that show up at USJ. So, either USJ is their first gig when they become a villain, they are extremely good at hiding their malicious activity, or Izuku has the wrong person. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of people that fall into this category from Izuku's list, and he doesn't want to take any chances. He needs another option. And he finds one. He digs just a little deeper into their backgrounds. He looks up their homes, their workplaces, their favorite stores or restaurants. It's worryingly easy. And Izuku acts as their conscience. He sends them notes. Not in the mail, no, in their house. Right on their dining room table. Or on their desk at their work. In every place they ever thought was safe. He lets them know that someone's watching them. He lets them know that he knows what they're going to do and that if they want to keep their lives, they should stop. It's an empty threat, of course, but it's effective. The villains don't know he's just a teenager, not yet a hero, and they don't need to. He's not sure if they'll listen, even after being properly terrified, but he'll see when the USJ comes to pass. And if he does have the wrong people, then he's only scaring them. Of course, that is terrible in and of itself, and Izuku feels guilty about it, but it's the only thing he can think to do. It takes a long time to do all of this. Days turn into weeks. Every night, he goes out and hunts these criminals. He goes and goes until he literally can't anymore, because the sun comes up. And it doesn't stop at the criminals from the USJ either. Often, where his patrols take him are areas filled with crime. Even if he's crossing into the territory of vigilantism, he's crossed that line long ago. Izuku has never been the person to ignore a cry for help. He steps in even when he knows he probably shouldn't. After all, he can't justify the law-breaking to himself when it's outside of saving the future. But crime does happen outside of planned terrorist activity, and Izuku won't hesitate to bring it down. He'll just feel terrible about it later. He keeps an eye on some of the other villains as well. Stain and Overhaul mainly, but both are keeping a suspiciously low profile. Which makes sense, Izuku presumes, especially if he only barely heard of them when they were introduced back in his own timeline. Still, preventing the deaths of the heroes killed by Stain would be great, and rescuing Eri earlier might be possible as well. Actually, that seems like a high priority item. Izuku will have to add that onto his growing list of plans he's formulating. He exhausts himself quickly, but he's determined, and a lack of sleep could never stop him from saving lives. Miraculously, he's gotten a second chance. A chance to fix things before they go bad. Sleep will never be as important as that. As they say, he can sleep when he's dead. Tsukachi Naomasa can't sleep. Working as a police officer, long hours are a given. He's used to overtime from cases, emergency recalls, and 12-hour shifts. The life of an officer may not seem as rewarding as a hero's, but Naomasa thinks it is. Heroes can't be everywhere after all, and they're also not the best at handling the legal side of things. Police officers, however, are there regardless of time of day or media exposure. No, the reason Naomasa can't sleep is because he's working on a case. A very difficult case. For multiple reasons. Seppaku Juden, a high-profile criminal, dumped right outside their door. Her quirk is electrical in nature, and she, herself, is extremely dangerous. And she wasn't even the first one to be delivered to them this way. In her interrogation, she revealed that she fought and was captured by someone in a plastic hero mask. She also said some choice words as to what she thought about getting caught. Naomasa guesses he'll just have to add this incident to the growing case they have on this masked marauder. As he said, it's a difficult one. Firstly, there's hardly any information. Witness accounts are flimsy, and of course the person is disguised, so camera footage, when they appear on camera, doesn't give them much. Honestly, why did another vigilante have to pop up out of nowhere? That's another thing. Naomasa ruffles his hair until it sticks up at odd ends in frustration. The case focuses on a new vigilante, and vigilantes were always hard to deal with. They acted as heroes outside of the law, so it was hard to reason whether they should be caught. Heroes were the ones that had the most problems with vigilantes. As for people like Naomasa, he needed to follow the law, but he could hardly condemn anyone who strived to help other people. Not that he could admit it. Groaning, Naomasa reaches for his cell phone and dials up a familiar number. It's not the number of anyone who could help with the case, but Naomasa finds it's easier for him to find connections or make breakthroughs when he's ranting about the case to a friend. Unfortunately, the call goes to voicemail. Naomasa sighs and hangs up. It's pretty standard for Yagi not to answer him, but he always tries anyway. And it's late too, he might be asleep. All Might isn't completely unrelated either, although the connection isn't something they can use. Yeah, whoever this vigilante is, they wear an All Might mask of all things. Naomasa doesn't know if they're a fan or if they're mocking the #1 hero. All he knows is that the mask is sold everywhere with thousands of people buying it every year. So the mask is a dead end. The only clues Naomasa has gathered about the vigilante is their approximate height, that they are probably male, and that they operate at night around Mizudafu City. The few witnesses that spot him say that he helped them out of a dangerous situation, often giving them instructions on how to proceed next. When they are asked about any defining features, Most of them are too distracted by the cartoony All Might mask to really pay attention to anything else. Maybe that's the real reason why he chose to wear such an eye-catching thing. Regardless, the vigilante isn't that big of a deal, simply another thing Naomesa has to keep an eye on. They haven't appeared in front of the police yet, though they leave villains tied up at the doorstep, and Naomesa doubts they'll be caught easily. For now, he'll keep track of their case and add what he knows about them to the criminal database. Ugh, he needs coffee. He'll just document the case, increase the patrols around the area, and brief them on who to look out for. Vigilantes have shown up before, and it was never long before they were caught. It does make him wonder, though. Who is the vigilante? And why are they doing this? Why are they interfering? You are sure someone is interfering? A deep voice demands, his words accompanied by crackling static. Tamura scratches at the skin of his neck harder in agitation. He doesn't like people interfering with his plans. He doesn't like failing his sensei. We are unsure. The pawns are common crooks, and it is easy to imagine them getting caught without the help of a third party. Hirojiri explains, pausing in his motion of wiping a shot glass clean. However, one of them has shown us a note. He said that he found it in his home and was visibly distressed. While the note does not go into specifics, it clearly warns the man of participating in any illegal activity. Tamura growls a bit at the memory. Miserable cowards, all of them. Why did they need cannon fodder anyway? It's not as if they could even make a dent in the symbol of peace. Sensei's voice crackles over the TV screen. A child's prank. If he backs out, simply replace him with another. Remember, they are expendable. With all due respect, Sensei, I doubt it is just a prank. It is not just one man who has come to us with these warnings. It seems our men are specifically targeted. Someone may have found out about our plans. Hirojiri responds. And Tamura will kill them, whoever they are, once he finds them. How dare they try to stop him and Sensei? But it is curious. Who could possibly have found out about their plans? Sensei only gives them information that is needed, a wise decision, and Tamura and Hirojiri don't tell the recruited pawns anything. So how would this third party know? That is troubling indeed. However, it is unlikely this menace knows the depths of our operations. If they are whittling away our workforce, then we must continue to renew it. Evil is by no means a scarcity. Sensei advises, voice calm and commanding. Yes, it will all work out, Tamura believes. Sensei is in charge after all, and no one can compare to him. Of course. Hirojiri replies with a bow. There is someone who we may be able to blame the decrease in our numbers on, although it remains unclear whether they are responsible for the messages. He holds up a grainy photo in his misted hand. Pictured there is a person with dark clothes donned in an All Might mask. Tamura already hates them. Who is that? He asks, the words raspy. A third party. Possibly a new hero, but it is more likely a vigilante. The police have accredited him with the arrests of our new recruits, as well as many other small-time criminals. They could just be taking out villains indiscriminately and know nothing. Or they could be purposely targeting us and the pool we collect from. Sensei hums. A new variable. Perhaps our plan needs revision. Tamura stops scratching and a Grinch-like grin grows across his face as an idea comes to him. No, Sensei. Let me handle this. I'll kill him for you. The reply is immediate. I'm sorry, Tamura. You are not quite ready to announce yourself to the world just yet. Tamura frowns. But they wouldn't know it was me. Tamura. Yes, Sensei. You will do no such thing. Before Tamura could feel properly agitated by this news, however, Sensei speaks again. It isn't necessary for you to deal with such a low-level threat. I believe there is only one way to find a rat. The TV crackles ominously and Tamura finds a smile on his face once again. And that is to trap it. Chapter 10. Keeping everything from happening at once. Notes. I'm not dead, and I'm very sorry. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. A month passes and Izuku isn't sure what to do with himself. December steadily approaches, and he reckons the beach will be completely clean by the time school breaks for winter. The entrance exam will happen in February and the USJ at the end of April. There's still so much time, and yet, not enough. His mother goes back to work after Izuku proves that he won't be kidnapped if he's on his own for a week. The frequent visits to the hospital have stopped, and Izuku is expected to go one more time in a couple of weeks for a final examination. Once that is over, he should be clear to return to school. He's been good about keeping up with his homework, not that he needs it, having learned it all before. The visits with Hikaru-san continue, but will likely be terminated as well when the hospital gives the all clear. She's a wonderful person and Izuku will miss her, but he doesn't need her like other people do. She says, though, that if he'd ever like to visit again, or just wants to talk, she'll be all too willing. Her business card is added to the stack he already has, all wrapped in a rubber band in his drawer. He'll likely never use them, but he can't bring himself to throw them away. His progress towards the USJ event slows down as Izuku puts it on hold. He's definitely put a dent in their forces, but it's harder for him to keep a low profile. It seems word has gotten around in the underground, as Izuku has heard when he pokes around in the bars and alleys that he patrols. They call him a vigilante. Izuku is a little upset by the title. All he really wants to do is be a hero, but he reminds himself that it's all necessary. Still, this would have been 100% easier if Izuku could have kept his hero license from the future. At least he can put a stop to his law-breaking when he gets into UA. But despite the added vigilance of others around his patrols, Izuku stops working the USJ case for a different reason. And that is Eri. He doesn't want to make her wait. He almost forgot about her as he was so caught up with stopping the League. She doesn't deserve to stay with Overhaul any longer, especially if Izuku knows about her. He's taken enough measures against the League to put a pin in it for now. There's someone right in front of his eyes that needs saving, and Izuku isn't going to wait. He's switching tracks. So instead of his usual patrol routes around the Kamino area and such, Izuku roams around where he remembers the 8 precepts of death being active. He scopes out the building that they raided in the future and rests his hand against the concrete of the roof. Is Eri down there, right now, waiting for a chance to make a break for it? Is she being tortured while he can do nothing but wait and plan? He clenches his fist. Angry tremors rack his whole body. Soon, he thinks with certainty, whipping a notebook out of his hoodie pocket. Soon. And then he gets to work. Over the next few weeks, Izuku plans the preemptive strike. First, with information. Izuku recalls everything he remembers about the 8 precepts. And, unlike the minor villains of the USJ, that is a lot of information. The blueprints of the facility, the way they operate, the details of their operations, even their connections, and some of their experiments they perform to make the drug that erases Quirks itself. He's intimately familiar with the upper echelon in their Yakuza as well. He's fought some of them and was briefed on the others by Nightai extensively. Izuku creates their profiles in his notebooks, adds them to his growing list of villains, and analyzes them. Their quirks, their appearances, how he remembers their personalities were, and their relations with the other members of the 8 precepts. Strengths, weaknesses, everything. Second, with evidence. On Izuku's nightly routine, he's back to stalking people. He snaps photos of transactions, hacks cameras and emails, taps into phone calls, and records them. He digs deeper and deeper until he finds Eri and everything concerning her. He studies her handlers and their rotations. He burns the location of her cell into his brain. Izuku memorizes guard shifts and camera placement so he can get in and get out. He's not ready to face anyone as he is, especially if someone else's safety is on the line. But he'll be damned if he lets that little girl wait another day. By the time he's done, Izuku has a manila envelope over an inch thick with everything anyone could possibly want to know about Chisaki Kai and his organization. It's more than incriminating, and Izuku just has to make copies and drop them off at the nearest police and hero agencies. Nightai would get a copy for sure. Maybe he could give one to Aizawa-sensei as well. There are moles in the police force, but Izuku ought to pass them the information anyway. Maybe it'll get to the right people if he asks Officer Tanaka or Officer Hikaru. But that can wait. Releasing the information will alert the 8 precepts that Izuku is onto them. They will change up all the information he has painstakingly gathered, including everything on Eri. He can't afford to take that risk before she's safe. Izuku slips on the black beanie, the hoodie and gloves, and worn old shoes. He clips on his All Might mask and takes a deep breath. This isn't like the bar where he can avoid it or put it off. This is his bomb that he has to defuse. He's going in tonight. He's going to save her. Of course, Izuku knows how dangerous this is. He sweats profusely under his clothes, even in the winter chill, because he's so nervous. Izuku has seen firsthand the type of damage Overhaul can do, with his quirk and without. Thanks to him, Mirio lost his quirk and Sir lost his life. Izuku will never forget that. He's going to be careful. He has no intention of dying or getting caught and leaving his mother wondering where he's gone again. This is just a rescue mission. He won't engage in battle, and he'll get out the second he thinks things have gone south. It's the compromise Izuku comes up with when he thinks of his worried mother. He's not too sure he can adhere to it, given what's at stake here. But either way, Izuku is ready to change the future. Notes. Short chapter, but the next one's longer than usual. Chapter 11. A Stitch in Time Saves 9. Chapter text. Izuku lands on the rooftop of the 8 Precepts building. It's quieter in this part of town, and the silence is unnaturally eerie in the darkness of night. He doesn't have a lot in the ways of light either. The streetlights don't extend to the roof, and Izuku fumbles blindly for a few moments while he waits for his vision to adjust. His warm breath condensates on the inside of his mask and makes him uncomfortable, but Izuku doesn't dare take it off. He may be on the roof, and the Yakuza has no way of knowing he exists, let alone that he's here. But taking off the mask feels like he'd be exposing himself, leaving himself vulnerable, which is something he does not want to do. Maybe if he wasn't so anxious as to be borderline hyperventilating, it wouldn't bother him that much. He can't afford failure here, and that knowledge, that burden, feels like it's closing up his throat. But he also can't be weak, so he does the only thing he can think of. He ignores it. Maybe it will go away. Izuku's never been that lucky. When he clears his head enough of his wayward thoughts, Izuku slides the black backpack he brought off his shoulders and gently to the ground. He pulls from within its depths a laptop he managed to salvage from his time cleaning the trash heap. While he did some work on it himself, or tried to, he inevitably had to take it to a shop. The first victim he saved shop actually, not that the man knows it. There likely could have been a discount for him if he told the owner of his identity. But Izuku would never use his hero identity to seek favors. Even without the discount, it was cheaper than buying one new, or even buying one used. The laptop casts a soft glow around his surroundings that almost seems blinding in the thick darkness when he boots it up. As soon as his eyes adjust to the new light, he sets to work hacking into the cameras that are in the building underneath his feet. He needs to activate a loop in order to hide his infiltration. It's long work, made longer by his impatience, but Izuku flies through it as quickly as his experience will allow. Once he's gotten a hold of the camera feeds, he starts to create his loop. He doesn't know how long he has until the 8 Precepts notice someone has hacked their feed, but he hopes it will be after he and Eri are far away from here. He sets an alarm on his watch for 15 minutes from now. Any longer than that, and they'd be sure to notice something was up. Izuku sets the laptop down and stands unsteadily. His hands are sweaty under his gloves, and he feels uncharacteristically itchy all over. Taking a deep breath, Izuku approaches the edge of the roof. He ties a rope and rappels down the building. 15 minutes. In and out. He can do it. The building is just as dark, even outside the front doors where Izuku drops. The double glass doors are sealed and locked, resembling for all it's worth like a normal office building. Izuku narrows his eyes. Looks can be deceiving. He knows better. He spots the cameras immediately, and although he knows they can't see him because of his own handiwork, he still feels wary. He needs to be quick though. He doesn't have much time, so he pulls out an improvised lockpicking set to get through the door. Izuku is efficient and quiet, and the lock opens up for him in a matter of seconds. He's always been good with puzzles, and lockpicking was just another puzzle. Still, he's grateful that he picked it up, even if it was from Mineta after Izuku found out he knew how to in order to accomplish more unsavory activities. The door is pushed open soundlessly and Izuku creeps in. There are no sounds or movements in the darkness, but that's to be expected. The real operation takes place in the lower floors after all. Following the mental map he's charted in his head, Izuku sneaks towards where he knows the stairs are. The building's elevator does give access to the secret lower floors with the input of a code, but that was monitored, and entering an elevator felt too much like getting trapped, in Izuku's opinion. The stairs would take more time, unfortunately, but were safer in the long run. When Izuku enters the stairwell, He finds it lit, albeit dimly. Walking under the artificial light makes Izuku's skin buzz like the bulbs overhead. He no longer has the luxury of hiding in the shadows, and likely won't for the rest of his mission in and out of the facility. One look from anybody within, and Izuku's caught. It'd be game over. He creeps forward, and then he hears a door slam and steps echoing. The echoes throw off the sound, so Izuku can't discern whether it's above or below him. He freezes and shrinks down, heart beating wildly and sweat rolling down his spine. The steps eventually stop, another door is opened, and silence returns to the stairwell. It takes Izuku a precious few minutes before he can move again. He has decided that the noise likely came from below him. Quicker now, 'cause Izuku's already wasted time. He flies silently over the stairs. He doesn't know when someone else will come into his stairwell, and he doesn't have the willpower to keep creeping along when the clock is ticking. His steps barely make a sound. When Izuku arrives at the correct floor, he peeks through the small window in the stairwell access door. He doesn't see anybody, just an obnoxiously lit white tile corridor. From the floor plans he's memorized, though, Izuku knows exactly where he is. And exactly where he needs to go. He opens the door slowly and cringes at the squeaking noise it makes. He wants to freeze again, but he fights the impulse and instead soundlessly closes the door behind him. There are people walking around here as guards, but according to their schedules, no one should be in the immediate vicinity. Izuku will have to time his movements right to continue undetected all the way to Aries' cell. The hallways are unnaturally silent as Izuku moves through them. He passes rows of closed, unmarked doors, their small windows only revealing darkness. He doesn't have time to see if they are locked, or even what lies beyond them. He's here for one thing and one thing only. Following his mental map, Izuku reaches the place where they are keeping Eri, but he has to pause. From where he has stopped, he can clearly see and hear two masked people loitering outside Eri's cell, seemingly joking and laughing. Thankfully, Izuku recognizes that they are not a part of the 8 Bullets, Overhaul's elite force. One of them Izuku sees is one of Eri's handlers. He's not too sure who the other guy is, but that's probably a good thing. Another grunt, most likely. He isn't the problem. The problem is that neither of them should be here, outside of Eri's cell. What is Izuku going to do? If he starts a fight, will he be able to knock them out without raising the alarm? And if he can do that, will he be able to escape successfully before they wake up and definitely raise the alarm? He wanted this to be a stealth mission, where he leaves no trace for the 8 precepts to find. They wouldn't even think Izuku could be responsible, them having no idea he exists at this point. But engaging the enemy? Before he knocks out both of them, they'll be able to remember him, maybe even see what he looks like. And although he's disguised, he doesn't want the 8 precepts led to his vigilante persona either. Can he afford to risk it? Izuku glances at his watch. 8 minutes have passed. The better question would be, can he afford not to? His blood spikes and the tempo of his heart increases. It seems his body knew before his head exactly what he needed to do. Izuku quietly checks that his mask is secured on his face before he calls upon One for All and rushes the 2 goons. Good news. He manages to knock out one of them before either of them notice his presence. Bad news. He only knocks out one in his initial strike and has now revealed his presence to the enemy. The one he didn't manage to hit is not Eri's handler. He stares Izuku down with wide eyes full of surprise and fear. He opens his mouth to scream, to call for backup, to use his quirk. Izuku doesn't know. He doesn't even give him the chance. Izuku rushes the man and cuts off whatever aborted noise he was going to make. The man's eyes roll up into his head, and he slumps down to the ground. Izuku stays still to ensure that both are equally and actually unconscious before he turns to the closed door before him. Eri is just beyond it. He tries the handle, and, no surprise, it's locked. But just like the entrance into the building didn't stop him, this won't stop him either. However, this door can't be opened by simple lockpicking. There's a scanner, perfect for an ID or badge, neither of which Izuku has. Fortunately, he knows who does. Maybe it was a good thing after all that he ran into someone else. He isn't sure what he would have done to open the door. Bust it open with his quirk? Possibly. At least now he has a better option. Izuku rifles through the clothing of the handler and finds his key card easily enough. From there he swipes it, and a light flashes green with a beeping noise. He hears an audible click. He turns the handle and pushes the door slowly open, just a bit, before he pauses. Izuku doesn't want to scare Eri. What would she think if he walked in looking as he did now? Would she even trust someone in a mask? As much as he didn't want to take it off, their first meeting might be better if he had it off. Then he could put it back on when they left. Deciding to keep it off for now, Izuku pulls the mask down and lets it hang by its string around his neck. He pushes the door all the way open and steps inside. It looks more like a cell than a room of any sort. The walls, ceiling, and floor are a dirty gray. There are no windows, and only one other door Izuku can see leads into a small bathroom. The room is lit by harsh LEDs that remind him of the interrogation rooms in the precinct. There is a metal chair, likely for whoever comes to visit, and a small bed. Upon the bed sits the young girl he knows as Eri, who stares up at him with wide ruby eyes. Izuku wants to be mad about the room, about them treating Eri like an animal in a cage, and he is, but now isn't the time. He doesn't want to frighten Eri, so he tries not to let the rage show on his face. When he takes a step closer to her, however, she flinches back, so maybe he couldn't hide it completely. He stops and puts his hands up. "Hello," Izuku offers with a nervous smile. He feels a little out of his depth. Time is breathing down his neck, and Izuku doesn't have much experience with getting scared little girls to trust him. "My name is Deku. I'm a hero." Eri still stares at him. She flicks her eyes over his form, but doesn't say anything. Izuku doesn't blame her. He probably doesn't look very hero-like. But hey, he doesn't have his hero gear yet, so this is his only option. He waits to see if she'll say something, but when the seconds tick by, Izuku realizes it'll fall to him to get the ball rolling. "I'm here to rescue you, Eri. I want to help you," he tells her truthfully, pushing as much sincerity as he can into his words. His eyes never leave hers, so he can see when hers widen even more at his words. She doesn't look relieved, though. She just looks scared. Her eyes dart to the door behind him, and then all around the room as if she expects a threat to emerge from somewhere. As if this is a trick. Izuku clenches his fist to keep from gritting his teeth. Did they trick her before? Offer her freedom, and see if she took it only to punish her? In the future, when he met Eri, Overhaul had made it sound like she tried to escape quite often. How many times had she tried? And what did these monsters do to her to make her stop? Izuku fights to take calming breaths. Anger won't help right now. This isn't a trick, Izuku reassures. He keeps himself open and inviting. We don't have much time, though. He bites his lip, not sure if that's the right thing to say, to tell her, even if it is the truth. He doesn't want to worry her. But they really need to go. Eri's eyes take on a different shine to them, and she opens her mouth to speak. Her lips move, but no words come out. Izuku waits patiently as she closes her mouth and then tries again. Here, it's the only word he catches the second time. The others too softly spoken to hear from where he stands by the door. "I'm sorry, can you say that again, please? I can't hear you very well. Do you want me to come closer?" Eri stares at him again, more curiously, as if he said something strange. Izuku's fingers twitch in the silence. They don't have time for this. "See, can you really get me out of H here?" Eri whispers, but Izuku hears it all this time. His shoulders sag, and he pushes down the overwhelming urge to cry on Eri's behalf. He takes in her messy hair, her ragged dress, and the bandages wrapped around her arms. He looks her straight in her eyes, the emotion in them he now identifies as hope. "I promise," Izuku states with the utmost conviction. Eri's lip wobbles, but any tears that slip out, she wipes away quickly. Izuku walks towards her, careful to keep his steps slow and deliberate. When he reaches her bed, he crouches before it. "Come on, Eri," he says with a smile, even as his watch feels like it will burn a hole through his wrist. "Let's get out of here." He expects Eri to be a little more tentative in her trust. Izuku's never been sure of the entirety of what she had to endure, but he's pleasantly surprised when she leaps at him. Her small arms wrap around his neck, and he's almost sent to the ground with the unexpected action. She buries her face in his hoodie, and Izuku is quick to wrap his arms around her. He smiles despite himself. Eri's here. She's fine. He's going to get her out. Izuku stands and slips his stolen ID from his pocket and walks towards the door. He adjusts Eri in his hold so he can see his watch. 13 minutes have passed. 2 minutes left. Fuck. Izuku prides himself for not letting the panic he feels show on his face. Even if he took the same path out as he took in, it wouldn't be enough time. Now he has extra weight. But it's not like standing here will make time tick slower. So Izuku has to accept that he needs to get out of here as fast as possible. And that maybe his fastest won't be enough. He swipes the card and steps into the hallway. And he can see immediately that this escape will not be easy. There is only one body on the ground. The other is nowhere to be seen. That's not good. Izuku can only count himself lucky that no alarms have been sounded yet as he takes off back the way he came. While he runs, he slips his mask back over his face. Eri watches him do it, but she doesn't seem scared of it, only questioning. He's glad she doesn't ask about it. He doesn't know what he'd tell her. They arrive at the stairwell door quickly with Izuku's Quirk-boosted speed. He closes his hand over the handle when he hears multiple sets of footsteps behind him. He glances behind him and sees all the guards he had avoided converging on him. Some of them are wielding guns. They seem surprised to see him, but that quickly morphs to anger. "You bastard." Someone yells, and then there's a gunshot. Izuku ducks on instinct and curls his body protectively around Eri, who whimpers in his hold. Whoever fired must have really poor aim, however, because Izuku doesn't feel any impact. He decides rather brilliantly that he needs to leave before any other bullets go flying. He doesn't want to get shot today, no thank you. When he's in the stairwell, though, there's no way he can stop them from coming out after him. There's nothing to block the door with. So, in an attempt to buy some time, Izuku punches the door in and sends it flying towards the rushing guards. It's a bit like bowling. If the bowling ball was a door and the pins were members of the Yakuza, Izuku counts it as a strike anyway. He doesn't revel in his small victory. Doors don't hold people back forever, since he's running low on time already. Izuku sprints up the staircase, skipping whole flights by propelling off the walls and railings. He catches sight of the exit door in record time. Then the alarm goes off. It shouldn't surprise him that whatever plan he made didn't work out. Izuku's always had pretty rotten luck. It didn't stop him from hoping that they'd make it out undetected, though. Izuku swallows back a curse, as well as his overwhelming inner anxiety, because Eri, and smashes through the door leading to the ground floor. He's surrounded on all sides. Too many faces covered in masks, too many weapons and unknown quirks, and the door is only a few feet away. From his quick glances around, there is no overhaul, yet, and he doesn't see the 8 bullets either. But that doesn't mean they aren't here or aren't on their way. Izuku shifts his stance, holds Eri's terrified form closer to himself. He can do this. And even if he can't, he has to try. His watch starts to beep incessantly at him, warning him that he's out of time. Izuku almost wants to laugh at that, if a little hysterically. He's pretty sure the armed villains and blaring alarm already alerted him to how screwed he is. So with all the grace of a self-sacrificing idiot and determined pro-hero, Izuku dives right in. Immediately, he notices a few things. 1, these guys don't put up much of a fight, not that he minds, but they still have the advantage of numbers and Izuku's also fighting with only one available arm. 2, they aren't using their guns, which is good. Very good. Izuku thinks it's because they don't want to hit Eri. He's not complaining. He'll use whatever he can get. 3, Izuku's getting closer to the door, and he might just make it out of here. Suddenly, everything tilts to the side. Izuku's vision spins, the colors blur, and he loses his balance. He stumbles and catches a punch to his gut that he's too slow to dodge. He tries to retaliate with a punch, but he swings too wide. It hits the intended target, but there's not enough force behind it to take him out. Quickly realizing that he can't fight this way, Izuku retreats a bit into a less crowded area, swaying the whole time. The thugs are quick to chase him. Izuku feels a little nauseous, but he fights through it. Or tries to. He takes more hits than he did before, each one still landing on him and not Eri. While he strikes down the grunts, he scans the crowd for who he thinks is behind his current condition. A gunshot rings out, and suddenly the next guy about to punch Izuku falls to the ground. Izuku whips around to try to find where it came from. "Ha ha ha. She and you, haha. You missed." A voice laughs out from above him. Izuku looks up, dread pooling in his stomach. To see Didoro Sasaki hanging from the roof like something out of a horror movie, Kaminari tried to get him to watch. In doing so, he's able to avoid the knife sailing at him. But unfortunately, all that earns him is a kick to the face by one of the surrounding grunts. Izuku fires up a little more of one for all before he kicks him back. Why are there so many people? TCH, I missed too. Didoro says. Another voice joins, and Izuku tries to locate it in the crowd as he stumbles. He can't kick too much, or he'll fall. I would have hit him if there weren't so many people in the way. You have the perfect vantage point, and he still dodged it. Izuku finally locates the speaker of the voice, and his heart sinks even more. Shin Nemoto. Another one of the 8 bullets. He can't face them both alone. Not holding Eri, and also surrounded by villains. Having 2 of the 8 bullets here must also mean that Overhaul knows he's here, or could even be on the way. Izuku needs to leave. He needs to leave now. Another gunshot. Eri whimpers, shaking within his arms. Izuku's mask falls from his face, and there's a stinging sensation in his cheek. Not too much pain, so he must have only been grazed. Not good. The next shot will kill him. His heart beats frantically. Someone runs at him, and he flips them through his dizziness. It causes him to fall. Eri untucks her head, and all he can see are her eyes, filled with fear, looking at him. He can't save her. And then she begins to glow. More accurately, it's her horn that glows, but with Izuku's blurry vision, the light encompasses her whole head. Izuku knows what this means. He bites his lip to keep in another curse. The stinging in his cheek is gone, and so is the dizziness. Izuku doesn't have much time before the rest of him is gone too. Looks like he's going 100%. When he cranks up one for all, he can immediately feel the strain. Bones and muscle fibers snap beneath his skin, protesting unfathomable power in a vessel that just can't contain it. The pain both never starts and never ends. Izuku takes a step, and the shockwave alone forms a crater in the floor and blows back his attackers. He hears another gunshot, but the bullet is so slow, and Izuku simply has to move his head. Time to get the fuck out of here. Izuku stomps the ground again, deepening the crater, and watches as the floor gives out. His leg explodes, but is rebuilt instantaneously before he could even see it exploding. Eri really does have a powerful quirk. He has to constantly break his bones in order to keep up. Most of the opposition falls through the hole in the floor. The building shakes and groans. The alarm still blares throughout, and Izuku turns to the door. He tries to just walk forward, but he shoots off instead, crashing through glass, bones splintering, barreling through the concrete of the adjacent building. He's pretty sure it's abandoned, but he still feels kind of guilty about the property damage. He stands and jumps, aiming for the top of the Precept's building where he left his stuff. Izuku overshoots it by a lot, his legs turning to paste before rebuilding, and he falls through the air before landing on the roof. The impact shatters his skeleton, the pieces mending before he can fall apart. The cement cracks and falls underneath him. His laptop has been smashed. He starts to feel tired. A tremor racks his body from the excess energy, but he can't stop here. Izuku leaps again, his whole body shuddering, splintering, and then whole again, and the building crumbles beneath his feet. He'd be lying if he wasn't a little satisfied, but mostly he's just relieved. He got Eri out of that place, and the 8 Precepts can't come after them. Now all he has to do is calm her down and get her someplace safe. In the air, Izuku directs their flight to land in an abandoned lot next to a construction site. He doesn't want to wreck any more buildings, although accidentally. It's okay, Eri. He soothes. He wants to rub her back or do anything besides hold her, but he fears what would happen with one for all as it is. Izuku can barely control it at 45%, 100% is out of the question. He lands in the empty lot, and the sand and dirt and gravel splash up around them like water from a cannonball. The dust forms a cloud that hovers in the air, obscuring his vision. The soft light from his quirk seems to reflect a little off the particles, but Izuku's got bigger things to worry about. Eri, you're okay. It's okay, he assures. Her quirk is still going strong, and Izuku flounders in a suspended state of utter agony and temporary relief. One for all rushes to keep him alive by breaking apart the very body it's supposed to serve. Izuku struggles against tears, struggles to stay standing, but Eri needs him. The small girl has burrowed herself in his arms. She shakes uncontrollably, and her eyes are firmly squeezed closed. Whimpers escape her mouth, and Izuku has half a mind to seek out Overhaul himself just to punch the bastard in the face. "See can't see control it," Eri mutters, tears leaking from her clenched eyelids. Izuku sags. He feels like crying just watching her. It hurts almost as much as his body ripping itself apart every second. Almost. "You can do it, Eri. You did so well already. It's okay now. I can take it from here. You can let it go," Izuku states again, calmly. Eri finally peeks her eyes open, and she finds his eyes with the most devastated expression he has ever seen. "Don't know? You don't know how." Her tears fall harder. When there is more water than realistically possible, Izuku realizes that it has started to rain. "I don't want you to go. Don't go like the others. Please, don't leave me." Izuku pushes back the heartache and the sadness at her words. He thinks of how wonderful Eri is, how sweet and kind she is, and he uses that to smile at her. If he cries here, no matter how much he wants to on Eri's behalf, that won't help in reining in her quirk. Izuku needs to show her that he's fine, that she's fine, that everything will be okay. "I won't leave you," Izuku says with feeling. He gently caresses the side of her face, careful with his overactive quirk. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm a hero. I'll be here to help whenever you need it." He holds his hands out to her, palm up, ready for her to take. His body is breaking. His vision swims. He's so dizzy. He's so tired. He can't take much more of this. "Eri," Izuku calls to her. "I need you to do something for me. Is that okay?" He keeps his voice steady, even as his limbs tremble and light crackles over him. Eri nods. She places her small hands in his gloved ones. Izuku suppresses a flinch. "Good. I need you to look at me." "Yeah, that's right. Keep looking into my eyes." "What color are my eyes, Eri?" The snow-haired girl looks to be in pain as well and fights not to squeeze her eyes shut. Izuku waits patiently. "Green," she says softly. "Good. That's very good. Now, what color is your hair?" Eri looks down, as if she needs to see her hair to tell its color. "It's white." Izuku nods encouragingly. The quirk around Eri dims somewhat. "And very pretty. What else do you see?" Eri searches his face. He smiles at her and nods gently. She looks around and seems to notice the rain for the first time. "It's raining," she tells him, and her quirk dims even more. "It is. You're right. It's loud, isn't it? Can you hear it?" he asks. Eri nods, still looking around at their surroundings. "Can you feel it?" Eri nods again. "What does it feel like?" The brightness or her quirk quiets to a soft glimmer. "Wet," Eri says, and Izuku chuckles a little at that. "Cold," she adds with a shiver. Izuku nods. "What's your name?" Eri looks back at him. She seems calm, or calmer than she was. "Eri." Her quirk is almost gone. "And what's my name?" he asks, almost a whisper. "Deku. Your name is Deku. You're a hero." Her quirk fizzles out, and Izuku releases one for all. He almost face-plants with the effort, but he manages to catch himself. He still feels unsteady on his feet, but that would have to wait. "Good. Great. You did wonderful, Eri," he praises, out of breath for reasons he doesn't want to think about. His muscles still twitch uncomfortably beneath his skin as if he is conducting electricity. Izuku's body throbs with a pain that has no clear origin. He takes a breath. He lets it go. The rain splatters on his head and runs down his face. He's already soaked, but he notices what Eri said earlier. The rain is cold. Izuku reckons one for all kept him from feeling it, but it wouldn't be good to stay out in this weather for long. He needs to get Eri someplace safe. Izuku looks around at the construction site. Now that neither of their quirks are active, it's considerably darker. He can barely see what's in front of him. There are a few streetlights in the distance, but the rain blurs those as well. He shivers. When he takes a step forward, he immediately loses his balance. He falls to his knees and fights back a wave of nausea. The lights in the distance blur and twist, and Izuku feels dizzy. He's so tired. Everything hurts. "Deku?" Eri asks, and it's the concern in her voice that has Izuku's head snapping up to find her eyes. He expects for there to be danger, someone pursuing them from the precepts maybe, but she's only staring at him worriedly. Izuku rises to his feet shakily and calls for one for all once more to support him. The buzzing of his power sends shockwaves of pain through his body, but it's tolerable. I'm fine, Izuku says with a smile. He makes a show of dusting himself off with trembling hands just so he can have a moment to breathe and pull himself together. We need to go. He hears no police sirens in the distance, but they're far enough away that they wouldn't hear them anyways. Izuku doesn't want to chance it though. He has no doubt that someone will come after Eri. It's only a matter of who and when. Izuku needs to get her as far away from Overhaul as possible as soon as possible. He scoops Eri up in his arms and leaps up the structure of steel beams that will probably become an office building or condominium. He grits his teeth against the pain, the dizziness, the tears. Is Deku okay? Eri's voice reaches him. Izuku pauses on the next rooftop he leaps to and wipes the water from his face. Not that it does much good. He smiles again, trying so hard to ease her worries. Of course. Izuku glances at her face and then takes off again. They don't have time to spare. But now he has to swallow down bile that doesn't come from nausea or pain. He saw Eri's face. He knows that look. She doesn't believe him. Chapter 12. It's dark now, and I am very tired. Chapter text. His vision sways, and Izuku feels dizzy. His hold on one for all slips more and more, and he struggles to hold it together. Eri clings tightly to his chest, Izuku cradling her close as he vaults across the cityscape. He's too exhausted, too drained to properly care for Eri or hide her. Overhaul should have been alerted to her escape by now, and although they won't find much of a trail, Izuku would rather not pass out when people are out looking for them. Where should he go, though? Where could he take Eri where she could be safe? The police were compromised and Izuku's home wasn't well equipped to defend her. A pro-hero is the best bet, but who? No matter who Izuku appears in front of, they'd ask too many questions. Questions he couldn't answer. But Eri wouldn't go with a pro-hero if Izuku didn't act as a medium between them. She is too scared to approach someone else unless Izuku is there with her. Abandoning her would leave a sour taste in his mouth anyway. But where? To whom? Think, Izuku. Think. Without warning, he slams into a wall not so gently. Eri whimpers in his hold, and Izuku staggers from the impact. He's being too careless, his mind too muddled to think properly and control his quirk in his current state. The rain doesn't help at all. It's likely what made him slip. He needs to rest. He needs to rest. But he can't because he has to keep Eri safe. He can rest after. As long as she's safe. Yeah, once she's safe. Just like she was at UA in the future. A light bulb goes off. UA. They could take good care of her and provide protection as well. But it was the middle of the night, no one would be there. And as confident as Izuku is in his newly acquired hacking skills, he doubts he can infiltrate UA without being noticed. That would look terrible too. The faculty would think they were villains or not trust them soon enough for Eri to get to safety. He could even be suspected of being a kidnapper. That would completely destroy any chance of Izuku getting into UA. But UA isn't too far off the mark. What about Aizawa-sensei? He was one of the pro-heroes involved in Eri's recovery while she stayed at UA. She seemed to trust him in the future, and of course Izuku trusts him. But it would still be suspicious if he dropped by out of nowhere. How could he even explain himself? And if he ends up in the same class in UA, Aizawa-sensei would never let him live it down. Showing up disguised won't work either. That's even more suspicious. He can't just drop off Eri either, damn. Izuku slips once more as he sprints and rolls right off the roof he was about to jump over. One for all falls away as panic spikes through him. He has little enough time to reactivate one for all and cover Eri more securely before his back lands squarely on the railing of a fire escape. The hit winds him, but he isn't through falling. He proceeds to hit the wall and then slam into a trash can before rolling onto the grimy wet ground of an alleyway. One for all fizzles out. Eri is crying again, clutching him tightly, but when Izuku looks her over, she's thankfully unscathed. I'm sorry, Mr. Deku. She whimpers through tears, her eyes closed tightly. This is all my fault. Be because I have a bad quirk. I'm so sorry. It's true Izuku's body is still shaking, and his breathing is labored with fatigue and the effort of staying awake. But none of it is Eri's fault. He once again curses Overhaul and his twisted mind. Hey, Izuku calls gently. He runs a hand through her hair and rubs her back with the other. She must be cold, being drenched in all this rain. Everything is okay. You see? I'm all right. He stands up again, and it takes everything in him not to wobble. Eri opens her eyes to watch him skeptically, her face still covered with tears or rain. Your quirk is so gentle, Eri. He tells her, trying to recall the words he told her last time. The words that still hold true. It's such a kind quirk. I was able to use my power without being harmed because your quirk saved me. Eri clutches him tighter and shakes her head that she buries in his chest. But, I can't see control it. She wails, her voice still oddly quiet and hoarse, as if even now she's afraid of raising her voice too loudly and being punished. Izuku shushes her and lets her cry. He feels like collapsing and crying himself, but Eri is more important. He has to be strong. For her. That's fine. He assures her and keeps his tone soft and soothing. I'll be there to help, just like last time. I can help you control it, if that's what you want. There's someone who can help us too. Eri looks up at him, a little hopeful, a little scared. Someone who can help? She sniffles. He smiles at her and nods. He's a hero like me, and he has an amazing quirk that can turn off other quirks. Her eyes widen. He can turn off my quirk? She asks in a whisper, one of her hands raising to unconsciously brush over her horn. Izuku nods. His heart may have broken a little. Is he nice? She wonders next. Izuku nods again. The rain picks up and streams down his face. I'll introduce you. He promises. So you won't be scared. I'll be right there with you. He can help us. Eri studies his face, and Izuku hopes he can convince her. He can't protect her like a pro can, and he wants her to be safe more than anything. Okay. Eri agrees, and he internally sags in relief. He readjusts his hold of her and fishes his phone out of his pocket. He doesn't actually know where Aizawa-sensei lives, but he'll find out right now. After a little digging and some not-so-legal hacking, Izuku has the address without his phone being completely ruined. Blessedly, it's not too far, and Izuku hopes he can hold on long enough for them to make it. The shakes are getting worse, and his eyelids are heavier than they've ever been before. Staying in the rain for too long isn't good either, though the water is helping to keep him awake. Don't worry, he says to the precious girl in his arms, not quite sure who he's trying to convince. I'll keep you safe. When Izuku lands outside Aizawa-sensei's home, it feels more like a crash. He releases Eri gently, and his knees buckle. Everything is incredibly blurry. From rain or the haze in his head, he can't tell. He probably won't be able to call upon one for all again, even if his life depended on it. He's lucky they didn't run into any trouble on the way here. He is so tired, yet he still can't sleep. Eri watches him worriedly, and Izuku wishes he could be the hero she needs him to be. If only he were better or faster or stronger, she'd have nothing to fear. The only thing he can do for her as he is grab her hand and offer her a shaky smile as he stands up. He staggers toward the door, tripping over the first step, and rings the doorbell before resting against the frame. He gives Eri's hand a squeeze. Izuku is almost surprised when the door swings open a few seconds later. But he's forgotten who he's dealing with. Aizawa-sensei never sleeps when he's supposed to. It isn't that shocking he'd still be awake at this hour in the morning. Or maybe he's just really good about answering his door. Unfortunately, either way leaves little time for Izuku to think of a good cover story. Not that his brain would have come up with anything decent in its current state. So when Aizawa-sensei opens the door and pins them under a glare that Izuku is all too used to, he flounders even as an overwhelming wave of relief washes over him. What is this? His teacher asks, and Eri flinches a little while she hides behind Izuku. A hysterical laugh bubbles out of his throat, and he must look crazy. But he's so damn tired and wet, and he has no idea what to say or do. It's Aizawa-sensei, though, and Izuku feels safer already just standing in his presence. His eyes blur even worse, and Izuku rubs them only to find that his hand comes away wet. Is that rain? Or is he crying? Oh God, he is. What will Aizawa-sensei think? What will Eri think? He glances at his teacher after he scrubs his face. The man looks the same as Izuku remembers him, and his expression is somewhat conflicted. Izuku doesn't blame him. Even now, When Eri's safety is almost assured, his tongue has tied up and he has no idea how to get Aizawa-sensei to help them. Is this your friend? Eri's voice cuts through the awkward silence, and both heroes' eyes swivel to her. She no longer seems as afraid as before, likely because she's seen scarier, but Izuku is glad. Maybe this can go well after all. He takes a deep breath and smiles at Eri as she looks at him. Yeah, he agrees, glancing at a wary Aizawa-sensei. He can help you. He's a hero, remember? His name is Eraserhead. His teacher tenses at the info, and his eyes narrow at Izuku. Eri looks the man over herself. Okay, she says finally. Izuku huffs a little laugh and sways once more. He meets his teacher's eyes and focuses on calming his nerves. Aizawa-sensei is still just as scary as before. Can you help us? Izuku asks, please? He tacks on, the desperation he feels leaking into his tone. He can only hope the pro hero will trust them enough to help them out. Or at least Eri. As long as Eri is safe. Come inside, Aizawa-sensei says, moving to let them pass. Quickly, he urges when neither of them move. Izuku stumbles past and bumps into a dresser, knocking off a vase and a tray for keys. They break and clatter respectively, and Izuku curses his current state once more. This is his teacher's house. He needs to be more careful. Damn, he's such a mess. Won't Aizawa-sensei be mad? Deku. Eri looks at him worriedly with wide red eyes, her hand still in his. I'm fine, Izuku assures her immediately, a smile plastered on his face. Obviously you aren't. His teacher breathes from behind them, still at the entryway. He glances at the broken vase and then back at Izuku, his eyes roving over his whole body. Izuku looks down at himself, and it finally clicks that he must look terrible. He's still wearing all black, smudges of dirt and grime barely visible on the drenched fabric. Eri is also in a tattered dress dripping with rainwater and has loose bandages covering her arms with wet, greasy, unkempt hair. No wonder Aizawa-sensei is so on guard. So what's wrong? He asks as he moves around them. He opens up a hall closet and pulls out a broom and dustpan. Why have two children appeared on my doorstep, dirty and injured? Izuku's nervousness bubbles up, but mostly he feels guilty for breaking his teacher's vase. He walks forward to take the broom out of his hands. Let me. It was my fault, Dash. It's fine. Aizawa-sensei cuts off with a sigh. Go sit down. You're obviously out of sorts. Izuku isn't satisfied with that, though. The guilt claws at him. But I dash. Please sit. He demands again, firm and gentle all at once. Izuku decides to listen to him, if only because he doesn't think he can physically stand for much longer. I'm sorry, he says once again, sinking into the couch and wrapping an arm around Eri beside him. He fiddles with his gloves and finds his hands are still shaking. He hears his teacher sigh again, among the sounds of sweeping glass. Kid, I said it's fine. I just want to know what's going on. Is someone after you? He stands and dumps the contents of the dustpan into the trash before joining them in the living room. He's brought towels, which he hands to Izuku. Without wasting time, Izuku wraps one carefully around Eri, who seems to marvel at the texture of it. Aizawa-sensei watches their every move cautiously and joins them by taking a seat in a chair adjacent to the couch. Izuku swallows loudly. His throat is too dry and his breaths have yet to even out. Yes, he confirms, pulling Eri closer to him and squeezing one of her hands. He's not sure where to start, but maybe he should see how much his teacher knows at this point in time. Have you heard of the 8 precepts of death? Aizawa-sensei tenses at the name and Eri burrows deeper into her towel bundle. It seems as if the pro is familiar with them after all. They have been around for a while, and Eraserhead is an underground hero. He would be more familiar with the lesser-known or more secretive organizations. So you have. That makes things easier. Izuku nods. This is Eri. She was being held hostage by them and had experiments performed on her because of her quirk. He rubs her back through the towel as she starts to tremble. They're going to come after her, so she needs to be protected. I see. Aizawa-sensei responds. The 8 precepts have been inactive for a while, but they are a gang of ill repute. I had no idea they would use a child for something so inhumane as human experimentation. He's got an edge of anger barely perceptible to his voice that makes Izuku shiver even as he knows it's directed elsewhere. What is her quirk? He asks. It's a rewind quirk, capable of rewinding things to a prior version of themselves. Overhaul intended to use it to make a serum that erases quirks permanently. Izuku explains as his teacher's face hardens. Unfortunately, Eri can't control her quirk well, and so I thought you might be uniquely suited to help her when it gets out of control. I'm sorry, Deku-san, she says again, barely more than a whisper. I didn't mean to use my quirk on you. Izuku yawns unconsciously and shakes his head. No, Eri, I know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm all right. He reminds her firmly. Aizawa-sensei studies him, an unreadable expression on his face. She used her quirk on you? Izuku isn't sure why that's important exactly. Surely he's not blaming Eri? Yeah, but she couldn't control it. It's not her fault. He insists. Aizawa-sensei sighs. I'm not blaming anyone here. I just want to make sure her quirk hasn't harmed you. It's clear there is something wrong with you. Eri whimpers, and Izuku feels unreasonably angry. It wasn't Eri's fault that Izuku wasn't strong enough to fend off her quirk. He's to blame for any injury, not her. Eri didn't harm me at all. Izuku hisses out, harsher than he'd intended. Her quirk healed me. His teacher raises an eyebrow and frowns, but perhaps he senses that it's a touchy subject. The talk breaks with a silence that is unbearable, especially for Izuku as his head keeps falling and his eyelids droop, closed without his consent. He needs to stay awake. He needs to let Aizawa-sensei know about the 8 precepts. He needs to make sure Eri will be all right. He saved her faster this time for sure, but they haven't taken care of the threat yet, and she could be whisked away again if they aren't careful. Izuku will have to hand out those folders he put together too. His teacher obviously needs one. Deku. Eri's worried voice cuts through his thoughts. She's waving a tiny hand in front of his face, and Izuku can see the loose bandages, soaking wet, hanging from her thin arms. Do you have any bandages? He asks, turning to Aizawa-sensei. His teacher is staring at him strangely, as is Eri, almost like he's missed out on a conversation. Did he? I'm sorry, did you say something? He wonders, his mind too scattered and sleepy to pay enough attention. This is bad. He still has to go home after this. The pro-hero sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose, and Izuku thinks he might be annoying the man. No, it's fine. I'll get the bandages. You, in the meantime, need to get some rest. Izuku sputters and almost makes to stand, but stays seated because Eri is leaning against him. Wait, but I have more information to give. Not to mention I have to go. He trails off, not too sure he wants to finish that sentence. Deku is leaving? Eri asks in between a yawn. It seems he isn't the only one who is tired. His heart clenches at her words, and his mind scrambles for a way to explain it to her without making it seem like he's abandoning her. You aren't going anywhere. Aizawa-sensei walks back in with a first aid kit and a heap of blankets and pillows. He drops the blankets on the chair he was sitting in earlier and walks towards the kitchen. A bad feeling settles in Izuku's gut. Aizawa-sensei picks up the phone. What are you doing? Izuku asks, trying not to sound panicked. But he's pretty damn panicked, so it's kind of hard. I'm calling the police. The pro-hero says simply, and the bad feeling in Izuku's gut clenches. You can't. Izuku cries out before he can stop himself. He tries to stand, but decides he shouldn't or risk making himself look like a fool. Eri stares at him fearfully. He gulps and takes a deep breath. He can't lose himself. I mean, Izuku starts much calmer. The 8 precepts of death has its hooks in everywhere, including the police station. We can't trust that whoever comes will be safe. They'll be on the lookout for calls like that. Aizawa-sensei narrows his eyes at Izuku. He is not convinced, Izuku can tell. As an underground hero, I have personal connections within the police and with other pro-heroes. I can alert them and have them be discreet about it. They are all people I trust. A valid point, but Izuku can't have that. But Eri isn't used to being around new people even if you trust them. And even if you trust these people, neither Eri or I trust them, so you won't get any information out of us. We're minors anyways. His teacher sighs and runs a hand through his hair. He glares at Izuku. I'm not trying to interrogate you. I'm trying to help you. Then don't call the police. Or any heroes. Izuku pleads. You don't need them anyway. As a pro-hero, you function in all the same capacities as a law enforcement officer. You are legally allowed to provide protection for us, as well as question us where necessary. Aizawa-sensei lets out a noise of frustration. While that is true, I have to keep in mind who is the most qualified. Besides, you both need medical attention. Izuku starts to protest, but he's silenced with a glare again. From a professional. Izuku slumps in his seat, his insides twisting dangerously. I'm fine. He protests stubbornly. Medical care would be good for Eri, but she had a long night. Surely it could wait until tomorrow? His teacher scoffs at his words. He sets the phone down, though, for now, and joins them back at the couch with a first aid kit in his hand. You know, I don't think I've caught your name yet. Was it Deku? He says it casually, but Izuku can tell he's probing, a tactic to get information. Izuku freezes. This is a slippery slope. If he was more awake, he would have realized it sooner. Nothing is more important to him than Eri's safety, not even his secrets, but he would like to keep them if he could. What would Aizawa-sensei do if he knew that Izuku was basically a vigilante, or that he was from the future where the man was his teacher? How would this affect his attendance at UA? Would his mom find out from this? And what would she do? It was going to quickly spiral into a situation he couldn't control. Before he has noticed it, his breath quickens. He needs to get out. He needs to leave before he ruins the future. He's still shaking, and he grips the armrest so he can stand. Here, his teacher's voice calls, a little echoey, and a first aid kit is plopped in his hand. Izuku comes back to himself and stares at the kit and then at who handed it to him. Aizawa-sensei stares back at him, his eyes narrowed, and oh God, he knows. He knows that Izuku is trying to leave. He should have guessed. His teacher has always been extraordinarily perceptive. Hold it while I take a look, Aizawa-sensei says, and it takes Izuku a second to place what they're talking about. He kneels down beside Eri, and Izuku thinks that she might not trust him enough for him to touch her yet, however well-intentioned, but the girl is fast asleep within her makeshift blanket. Her head rests against Izuku's side, and he blinks. When did that happen? His teacher unwraps the bandages with a gentle and steady hand that betrays years of experience. He scowls at the marks and scars that are revealed. There are less than before, Izuku thinks, but the sight of them still brings him close to tears. He watches intently as his teacher cleans and disinfects the wounds before rewrapping her small arms. Eri barely stirs. All right, your turn, his teacher says, and Izuku startles. The man looks at him, and Izuku is a little confused. He's not injured, or at least not anything Aizawa-sensei can fix. He's just really tired. You've been hit on the head, Aizawa-sensei informs, likely sensing his confusion. He reaches his hand forward, and Izuku flinches back on instinct. He misses the look that flashes over his teacher's face as he reaches up to feel his head. It hurts a little when he presses his fingers to a certain spot, and on his gloves is a residue that could be dried blood. Is that from when he hit the wall too hard? Or any of the other times he fell? He didn't even notice. His whole body aches after all, but Izuku just thought it was the result of him breaking it over and over again to combat Eri's quirk, and then the resulting exhaustion. Izuku removes his glove and swipes his hand over the spot again. This time, he can see and feel the gooey, semi-dried liquid as it comes away on his fingers. He stares at it, still trying to process how he knocked his head and yet didn't feel it. When the blood ran down, he must have thought it was just the rain. He looks up at his teacher a little sheepishly, but Aizawa-sensei has his eyes on the blood on Izuku's hand. Or maybe he's wondering why Izuku's wearing gloves. Oh no, that'd be hard to explain. Hopefully he won't ask any questions. But Aizawa-sensei doesn't interrogate him. Lean forward, he says instead. Izuku's heart picks up again. He stares up at the pro hero defiantly. If I let you treat my head, will you not call anybody? His teacher glares at him. Are we back on this again, brat? I don't know how many injuries you have, or how serious they are. I am not a medical professional. But you can do first aid, Izuku argues, trying not to crumble under his teacher's gaze. And I'm fine. Fine. Yes, you've said. Aizawa-sensei hisses. Izuku flinches. The pro hero takes a step back and sighs again, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, you seem to know a lot about heroes. So you should know, it is my job to get you to the proper help you need when I cannot adequately provide it. Be rational about this, kid. Izuku is being rational. And rationally, a temporary vigilante time-traveling teenager should not be in the house of a pro-hero who asks too many questions. Not in his current state of mind. Not when he could ruin everything. Okay. Izuku agrees with his own sigh. You can call someone or even take us to the hospital. But do it tomorrow. Eri's already asleep, and I'm too tired to do anything right now. The pro-hero raises an unimpressed eyebrow. I can't do that. You've got a head injury. That's serious if left untreated. I'll reiterate. I do not know the extent of your injuries, some of which could be life-threatening. This cannot wait. I won't have a child die in front of me because of stubbornness. Izuku can feel his heart beating quicker, his breaths coming faster. I'm not going to die. He counters weakly. It's just a bump. Let me see it then, Aizawa-sensei says tiredly. Only if you leave everything else till tomorrow. Izuku insists. Brat dash, the pro starts in warning, but Izuku cuts him off quickly. If it is serious, then I'll go along with what you want. He says, but if it's just a bump, then can you please let me sleep until tomorrow? Aizawa-sensei eyes him, as if trying to decide if it was really worth it to argue with him. Izuku will bet that his teacher probably wants to sleep too, just as much as he does. But he really needs to convince him, and soon, or else there won't be much of a choice in Izuku falling asleep. And he can't do that. He needs to leave. What about your other injuries? And don't try to tell me that's your only one. Izuku mentally catalogs himself. Yep, he still feels like shit all over. Nothing life-threatening, he assures the hero. His teacher does not look convinced. No lacerations or anything that is actively bleeding? No, Izuku answers. He didn't check, but it doesn't feel that way, so he's not about to create problems for himself. No broken bones? Izuku's mouth quirks into a smile at that. No, not anymore. He doesn't mention how a few ribs might be broken. If anyone were to ask, Izuku will just pretend he thought they were bruised. It's not lying, because they very well could be just bruised. Aizawa-sensei sighs. He does that quite a lot. All right. He finally concedes, weary. Now let me see your head. Izuku listens obediently this time and leans forward so his teacher can get better access to his head. The hero is gentle, not that Izuku expected him not to be, but he wonders why he thought for even one moment that Aizawa-sensei wouldn't help them, even if he didn't ask. It's his teacher after all, someone he trusts with his life. Although he can be scary, Izuku has found that he's more reassuring than anything. Even with all of Izuku's negotiating, Aizawa-sensei continues to do what he thinks is best for them. It probably never crossed his mind to refuse them. As his head is wrapped, with no signs of a concussion or other trauma, Izuku feels consciousness drift away from him. He feels so safe now, so secure, he can't help it. Panic flashes briefly through the exhaustion that he can't fall asleep here, but it's a losing battle, and Izuku is out a second later. Shoyuta has seen a lot of weird things as a pro-hero. Wet, dirty kids on his doorstep is a new one, but not something he is unequipped to handle. It is odd, he notes, that they know who he is and where he lives as well. He can hardly fathom how they got that information. But Shoyuta has always been a good judge of character, and these kids just looked like they needed help, nothing more. He spends most of the time observing them. It is important for him as a pro-hero to have all the facts. The older one has blood on his face, and there seems to be something wrong with him. Almost like he's drunk, and also like he'll pass out any second. Shoyuta wants to convince the child to go to the hospital, but the brat's as stubborn as any foolhardy youth who thinks they are immortal. He's not used to making compromises, but he can sense they won't get anywhere if he presses the matter. Sleep is good for recovery anyways, and despite the kid tripping over himself, he didn't act as if he were about to die. They likely had the time to leave it till tomorrow. There's something else about him that just feels off, though Shoyuta can't place it. It could be that he's dressed in all black, gloves included, but Shoyuta thinks it's something more to do with the kid's attitude. He has this fake smile on his face and insists he's fine, and Shoyuta just knows he's a problem child without needing to see anything more. And then when he removes his gloves, Shoyuta can see scars. It's already heartbreaking enough to see them on the little girl's arms, but at least he knows why. For some reason, he feels like he doesn't have the whole story, and it unsettles him. Unfortunately, when he treats the older brat, he falls asleep on him, which is fine, since Shoyuta didn't deal with him well. Besides, the kid really looks like he needs it. Upon closer inspection, the kid has dark circles that can rival Shuta's own and a sickly pallor to his skin. Hopefully, he hasn't caught a cold being out in the rain for so long. Shoyuta will have to get some real answers later, but there is some advantage to the kids falling asleep. Stealthily, he rifles through the clothing of the older child. It's a precaution for weapons, but he mainly does it to find a wallet or a phone or something. He does find a phone, but it has a lock on it. Shuta's not too good with hacking. He can manage, but the situation isn't so dire as to warrant it. They can deal with that tomorrow. Surprisingly, there's no ID. Shoyuta frowns. It's not completely suspicious to not carry a wallet on you, especially if you're a minor, but now he can't contact the boy's parents. If the boy even has parents. Shoyuta doesn't even have a complete name either, just Deku, but it seems like such an odd name. It might be fake. He sighs. Guess he'll just have to wait till morning. Which, he glances at the clock, is only in a couple hours. Great. He walks into the kitchen and rubs his tired eyes. He glances at his phone and wonders if he should call the proper authorities regardless of what the kid said. He doesn't even know if he can trust them after all. What kind of child gets involved with the 8 precepts? Or knows about underground heroes and their homes? Shoyuta shakes his head and glances at the two bundled up on his couch. He wrapped some blankets around them, and they both appear to be sleeping soundly. So young and peaceful. Damn, Shuta's always had a soft spot for kids. He picks up the phone and returns it to its home on the wall. He'll put on a pot of coffee and start reviewing everything he knows of the 8 precepts. He'll need to call a few people tomorrow too, a few heroes and Nedzu probably, or maybe visit them in person. It's not like he was doing anything besides grading assignments before the interruption anyways. Chapter 13. Lose hold of it once, and its string might sail out of your hands forever. Chapter text. Izuku wakes feeling extremely uncomfortable. He must have slept weird. Even now he feels sore and cramped. Blinking the crust of sleep away, Izuku's eyes shoot open at the unfamiliar surroundings. The events of last night are fresh on his mind, and Izuku looks around frantically. Eri mumbles in her sleep and shifts against Izuku from his movements, leading him to relax somewhat. He scans the rest of what he can see for his teacher, but he doesn't spot Izuku-sensei anywhere, which is for the best, especially since Izuku plans to take his leave now. He moves on the couch slowly, trying to slip out from under the blankets and Eri without displacing her too much. It might scare her a bit, he thinks with a pang of guilt, for her to wake up and him not be there. There could be a better way to do things, but Izuku can't think of anything at the moment. He doesn't know how to face Aizawa-sensei or how he can explain himself properly. What he needs is time and space. Eri is safe now anyway, which is all that matters. Izuku succeeds in extracting himself from the comfy bundle of blankets and warmth on the couch. His clothes are still damp, so maybe not much time has passed. Looking out the window, that doesn't seem to be the case. The sun is up and, oh dear, has his mom already seen his empty bed? A little frantic now, Izuku stands and folds the blanket he had wrapped around him, placing it under Eri's head as a pillow since she can no longer use his leg. He thinks briefly about writing her a note, but decides against it. He'll make sure to see her again no matter what. He hears movement in the other room, and Izuku freezes on instinct. Is Aizawa-sensei walking around still? Shouldn't he be asleep? How is Izuku supposed to sneak out of the home of the best underground hero without getting caught? Was him coming here a bad idea? Izuku glances at Eri, sleeping in her nest of blankets. No, he doesn't regret it. Izuku turns around slowly, careful of making even the slightest noise. His body protests the tension, and Izuku feels sweat run down his back. When he turns around, he can immediately see a figure in the kitchen, their back to him. It's not Aizawa-sensei. Izuku keeps still, observing the stranger and assessing if they're a threat or not. Where is Aizawa-sensei? Who is in his kitchen? Did Aizawa-sensei know this person is in his kitchen? Did he call someone even when Izuku told him not to? What is going on? The person in the kitchen moves strangely, and Izuku realizes that they are dancing. They also seem to be fixing some breakfast or something. Izuku can't see through their body blocking it. Whoever it is, they haven't noticed him yet. and Izuku attributes that to the fact the person is wearing headphones turned up so loud Izuku can hear the music faintly from where he stands. As more time passes, Izuku becomes more and more convinced that the stranger is not a threat. It didn't make sense that someone who wished to harm them or Aizawa-sensei would be acting so leisurely. Still, Izuku is reluctant to leave Eri alone with an unknown person. Who could Aizawa-sensei know that he'd invite here? Did his teacher have so many friends? The person is male and rather tall, Izuku observes. He has blonde hair pulled up in a messy bun, so it must be rather long. He wears casual clothing, a jacket and jeans, and black headphones. If only Izuku could get a better view of his face. As if the man heard him, his next dance move puts him in side profile. Izuku's eyes widen, and he immediately drops to the floor, out of sight. What is Present Mike doing here? Did Aizawa-sensei alert UA already to the situation? Where is Aizawa-sensei? Why did he leave them alone? Wait, he didn't leave them alone. 'Cause Present Mike is here, but he wasn't supposed to get anyone else involved until Izuku has escaped. Wait a minute, isn't this a chance? Izuku moves up until he can see Present Mike in the kitchen again, blissfully unaware that Izuku is awake and about. He never stood a chance if it was Aizawa-sensei watching them, but Present Mike? Maybe. Izuku hasn't interacted with the hero much, but seeing as he's distracted right now, this might be the perfect opportunity. In fact, this may be his only opportunity to get out of here while Aizawa-sensei still has yet to show himself. Izuku creeps forward, hunched over, so that the counter blocks him from view. He's not that far from the door. He can make it. Present Mike sneezes. Izuku jerks in surprise and almost falls to the ground. He manages to steady himself, but his heart pounds like crazy. He lifts himself up to peek again. Present Mike thankfully continues his task. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. He continues to tiptoe into the entryway. The part where he has to cross the opening into the kitchen is especially nerve-wracking, but he accomplishes it without an issue. He'll have to thank Aizawa-sensei later for teaching him the proper skills to sneak out of the Prozone house. When he reaches the door, he can see it's locked. He'll have to be careful of the noise it makes when he disengages it. Hopefully Aizawa-sensei also keeps his door hinges well-oiled. Present Mike probably won't hear anything through his headphones anyway, but Izuku isn't about to underestimate a pro hero, no matter how much he's lowered his guard. As he turns the lock slowly, he expects at any point to have Aizawa-sensei spring forth from nowhere and grab him, or Present Mike to come out from the kitchen and see him trying to leave. Thankfully, neither scenario happens, and Izuku finishes turning the lock, wincing at the audible click it makes. He stalls once again, just to ensure he's safe, before he starts turning the knob. The door opens silently. Izuku thanks the gods above for small mercies. He waits until the opening is wide enough for him to slip through before he exits quickly. In his rush, he closes the door a little too loudly and panics. Did Present Mike hear that? Izuku isn't about to stick around to find out. The sun has risen and Izuku has no idea what his mom will do once he gets home. How much does she know? How much has she guessed? What can he tell her? Izuku runs off the porch and down the drive, activating his quirk so he can get home as soon as possible. His mother is going to kill him. Shoyuta is going to kill him. Why did he leave the children to be looked after by Hizashi again? He usually has better judgment than that. He should have called Namuri. Wait, no, she tends to gossip too much. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. What do you mean, you don't know where he is? Shoyuta glares down at the man nuisance wrapped up in his capture weapon, Quirk in full force. Shoda, I'm sorry. I swear I only took my eyes off him for a second. He must be a ninja or someth. Ow, ow, ow. Shoyuta tightens his bindings mercilessly. I was only out for 15 minutes to do a job. Honestly, I thought I could trust you to watch them while I was gone. How could you have not noticed? He growls. Hizashi whimpers pitifully, teary gaze turned to him, but Shoyuta isn't about to yield. Come on, Shoyuta, don't be like that. You told me they'd be asleep the whole time. Ow. Okay, I already said I'm sorry. Stop doing that. Shoyuta is still angry, but rationally, there's nothing he can do after the fact. If anyone's to blame, it's himself. But it isn't like he can just ignore a call when he is needed. And he couldn't leave the kids alone. Ugh. Shoyuta massages his temples. He just wants to sleep. He's going to need to put on another pot of coffee. Deku. Shoyuta hears a soft voice from the other room. He glares at the still trapped Hizashi to be silent and walks out to greet the awakening child. She sits up on the couch and looks around slowly, rubbing sleep out of her eyes. Shoyuta sighs. He didn't want to have this conversation. Eri looks up at him and thankfully, she doesn't seem scared. Erase her head, San. She asks carefully. Shoyuta nods. He approaches the couch and notices that Eri seems to be having trouble breathing. Her breath comes out in short pants and her skin appears unnaturally flushed. Shoyuta frowns. Where is Deku? The child asks, and he pauses where he stands beside her in order to crouch down to her level. Shoyuta's never believed in telling lies or hiding the truth. The girl would have to find out eventually. He reaches forward slowly to press the back of his hand to her forehead. It's apparent right away that she's running a temperature. He was planning on taking her to UA with him today regardless, but he'll have to stop by Recovery Girl's clinic first thing to get Eri treated. Hopefully the older brat will be fine. He sighs again and pats the girl on her head. Speaking of that brat. Deku left. Shoyuta tells her, staring her in the eyes. Why is it him who is left to comfort people? He's never been good at such things. But the girl doesn't cry as he suspected she would. She only looks down at her lap dejectedly, her tiny fists clenched in the fabric of the blanket. Oh, she says. Shoyuta knows not to make promises, especially if they're not ones he knows he can keep. That's basically the same as lying. Still, from what he has observed from this Deku, he thinks he's justified in what he says next. Don't worry, he'll come to see you again. Eri looks up at him, blinking slowly with a glassy gaze. She looks as if she'll fall asleep again at any second. Okay, she murmurs, her eyes slipping closed. Shoyuta helps her back down onto the couch and tucks the blanket back around her. Does he have any medicine for fevers? He'll have to check. Recovery Girl is sure to have some though. Shoyuta glances at his clock. He needs to get to UA soon anyway. He picks up the girl bundled in her blankets, careful not to wake her, and walks towards the door. As he passes, he grabs his keys from the tray. Shoyuta? The still wrapped-up worm calls out to him. Shoyuta, where are you going? He doesn't spare the worm a second glance. Work, he says bluntly. Hey, wait. Hizashi yells. I need to get to work too. Shoyuta ignores him. He steps over the struggling worm and opens his door. Shoyuta? Hey, Shoyuta. You're not going to leave me here, are you? Hey, are you? He blocks out the sounds of Hizashi's whining by stepping through his door and closing it behind him. He can hear a muffled cry of "Shuda awowa" as he turns the key in the lock and walks off. Hizashi can handle being a few hours late. The window to his bedroom is easy to sneak through, and it doesn't feel like the world has ended just yet, so Izuku will count that as a plus. He immediately strips his wet clothes and grabs new ones. He quickly runs through the house and hops in the shower. He has to undo the bandages around his head, which he hadn't noticed beforehand. Will his mother notice? The wound is well hidden by his hair, so maybe it's fine? There are a couple of scratches, scrapes, and bruises around his body, though. His ribs are a particularly nasty shade up purple and blue. It seems today would be a good day for long sleeves. Best not let his mother worry. After the shower, Izuku gets dressed and walks into the kitchen to make breakfast. He feels a little sluggish and achy, but the shower helped wake him up. His mother walks in through the front door at that time. She looks worried and Izuku's brain runs in circles for a suitable excuse for when she asks him. Izuku, his mother says when she spots him, surprised and relieved. When did you get home? Where were you? Her questions appear to be asked casually, but Izuku knows that if he doesn't give a satisfactory answer, he could face her ire. I went on a run this morning. He tells her smoothly. We must have just missed each other. I only got home about 20 minutes ago. Izuku smiles, hoping she can't see past it. His mother sighs and clutches her chest. Geez, I thought that was the case, so I went out to look for you. Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you? She hangs her head, her eyes shadowed, but Izuku knows she's close to tears without having to get a good look. He rushes towards her without a second thought, breakfast forgotten, and envelopes her in a hug while his heart breaks. He ignores the flare of pain in his sides. I'm sorry, he tells her, willing her to believe it. He knows he lies to her, but he's definitely not lying about this. You couldn't have left a note? Or a text? She mumbles into his shirt, clutching him back just as tightly. I'm so sorry. Izuku repeats. He doesn't know what else to say. He really messed up. Why can't he do anything right? What kind of son puts their mother through this much heartache? She thought he was missing again. He let her believe that he went missing again. Please, his mother says shakily, her face pulling away from him, shiny with tears. Please, please, Izuku. She sniffles and wipes at her tears. Just tell me next time, okay? Okay. Izuku agrees and wipes away his own tears he didn't realize he was shedding. His mother smiles up at him, but she frowns a second later. Quicker than he can blink, she's cupped either side of his face and stares at it intently, turning it this way and that. You look horrible, Izuku. What happened? You're awfully pale. And are those scratches? She asks, her eyes boring into him. Izuku chuckles nervously and promptly sneezes. His mother pulls her hands away. You're burning up, she exclaims. Go lay down. I'll get the thermometer. Surprised, Izuku feels his own face. He is a little warmer than usual, but is he really sick? It must have been the rain. Sleeping in wet clothes was probably not such a good idea. Hopefully Eri's okay. He is still dead tired and achy, but he thought that was leftover from last night. But well, if his mom wants him to take it easy today, it's not like he's going to complain. He gets fussed at until he lies in his bed, finally noticing the ache and exhaustion settled in his limbs. Izuku had slept at Aizawa-sensei's house, but for how long? He's still so tired. But before he can fall asleep again, his mind runs through his mental checklist of the next things he needs to get done. He has to hand out the information that he gathered regarding the 8 precepts. It would be nice to know how the Yakuza group is reacting towards the loss of their asset, but it might be better for him to lie low. Izuku still wants to see the downfall of Overhaul through until the end, but hopefully the passing on of his information to the heroes will handle it without any more interference from him. Well, he'll just keep an eye on it. He's accomplished what he wants to accomplish for the moment. Eri is safe and likely will be for the foreseeable future. Izuku's been away from the USJ plans for a couple weeks, so he is going to have to check up on that. He might even have to plan a visit to the bar, despite his reluctance to do so. He grimaces. Thinking up a cover story for when he inevitably meets Aizawa-sensei would be good too, but that will have to wait until his mind isn't muddled with sickness and sleep deprivation. He's getting a headache just thinking about it. It was my negligence. I'm sorry. Please spare me. The pathetic thing whines. Kai doesn't hesitate to enclose his hand around the thing's head and erupt it into a splatter of red on the wall of their new hideout. He shakes his hand, flicking droplets of blood off his fingertips. Disgusting. He should have thought of the consequences before he let dear Eri get taken. A voice drawls from behind him. Kai glances out the corner of his eye, at his aide's form, dressed in a long white coat. Kai doesn't bother with a reply. What have you learned? He asks, his voice distorted through his mask. Someone comes forward with a handkerchief that he grabs without seeing who handed it to him. Kai wipes the blood off his hand and discards the dirted cloth to the side. Kurono lifts up an object sealed in a plastic bag. We found this, worn by the perpetrator. Kai looks at the object again, until he can make sense of what he's seeing. A mask? He asks, curious. Was it a hero? That didn't make any sense. No heroes should know of Eri's existence or her importance to their now thwarted scheme. The mask seemed cheap too, made of costume plastic. What kind of hero would wear that? Especially if it were modeled after another hero? Does that mean it was someone else? Not only this mask, we were also able to recover pieces of a laptop as well as still frames from the security footage after it came back online. With this much evidence left behind, we can find out who it is. He says confidently. In fact, we already have a lead. Kai stares at the manila folder that his aide hands him. He flips through the papers inside, picking through the police mumbo-jumbo for pertinent information. A vigilante, huh? He looks at a picture in the file, blurry because of the quality of the CCTV camera. There is someone there, male the file says, wearing the same obnoxious mask that matches the one they found. It seems he's appeared several times over the past few months, taking out small-time villains and thugs. The vigilante is usually active near the Kamino area and is credited with a large number of takedowns despite no one knowing their true aim. It seems their sightings decreased a couple of weeks ago, time that would be in line with them taking on a different operation. Kurono explains. While barely anything is recoverable from the laptop, We can infer that this vigilante used it to hack into our security cameras and prevent us from noticing his infiltration. Unfortunately, we are unable to recover any footage of what went on during the infiltration until a little after the alarms had already sounded. Kai hums at the information. Who sounded the alarms? Kurono crosses his arms. One of the guards on level 8. He was alerted by a different guard who was present when the vigilante reached Aries' cell. Don't worry. Both of them have been punished for their negligence after confessing all needed information. Kai nods. As it should be. His organization was not meant to crumble because of a single rat. Any fool who allowed that to happen deserved to be purged. After the cameras came back up during the fight on the ground floor, we managed to get a look at the vigilante's face without his mask on. Kurono hands over multiple photos, all taken from different angles and slightly blurred. Kai can't tell much of what the person looks like. Large eyes, freckles, and an otherwise plain face. Some sort of cap conceals their hair, and their clothes also don't give away any discerning body features. Still, it was something. Can we find him? Kai asks, handing the photos back. From what he could tell of the incident from first-hand accounts as well as video footage, the vigilante has an extremely powerful quirk. Quirks like that aren't so easily hidden. Kurono taps his finger against his arm. It's possible, although depending on how many resources we devote to this will determine how quickly we find him. There is the missing girl as well. Kai nods. While finding this vigilante and teaching him a lesson would be gratifying, recovering their asset was much more important. However, their only lead to Eri was through this masked nuisance. He may as well deal with two troublemakers at once. Put our experiment on hold. We can't progress without the girl anyway. Have everyone be on the lookout for whoever this thief is who thinks he can steal from the 8 precepts of death. Kai walks away, Kurono at his side. His subordinates scurry behind him to clean up the mess. And what do we do once we find him? Kurono asks, his hooded head tilting to the side. Kai clenches his hands into fists and flexes them. Bring him to me. I will show him what happens to those that go against me. Chapter 14. The longest distance between two places. Chapter text. Izuku stays in bed for a few days as he waits for his fever to break. His mother takes off work even when he insists he can care for himself, but she doesn't budge. Her seeing his empty bed must have shaken her more than he thought. Once his fever passes, Izuku still takes things slowly. His ribs are healing, but they also hurt the most. After assessing them again, he's come to the conclusion that they probably are just bruised. However, he isn't a medical professional any more than Aizawa-sensei is. He doesn't actually know. That still doesn't mean he wants to go to the hospital. Aizawa-sensei is likely trying to track him down. Even though Izuku will see him again eventually in UA, he's not about to make things easier for him by visiting a hospital. His mother stays home for a few days after his sickness too, worriedly hovering around him. Izuku is almost concerned that he's reset all the progress he made with her, but then she snaps herself out of it. Instead of being worried, she becomes angry, and Izuku gets grounded. There are very few times in his life he's seen his mother truly angry, and Izuku knows better than to try the patience of a saint. For the following week he's grounded. Izuku obeys and stays home. He doesn't even go out to work on his vigilante endeavors. It's for the best though. Izuku is still healing from his last exploit, and his mother is persistent in checking that he's adhering to his grounding. She checks on him whenever she is home, but especially in the morning and at night. Izuku has even woken up to his squeaky door opening in the middle of the night. During those times, he pretends to be asleep, glad that he temporarily stopped his night activities so she won't catch him in his lies. While at times overbearing, Izuku can admit that he deserves this one, so he doesn't fight it. It's only for a week anyway, and Izuku is good at finding ways to use his downtime. He works on schoolwork. He scours the web for news of the 8 precepts. He hacks cameras in remote parts of the city and sends in anonymous tips from his burner phone when he sees something go down. At night, he actually sleeps and the dark circles under his eyes get considerably lighter. He still wakes from nightmares sometimes, his fight or flight instincts on full blast, but overall the week is good for him. Even once his grounding is over, Izuku stalls a little more. His mother's attention is still ever present, and he doesn't want to risk her finding out about what he's been doing. He's not ready to tell her yet. It would create too many problems. Ask too many questions. caused too much heartbreak. However, there is something that Izuku needs to do. He stares at the pile of manila folders that he has written up on the 8 precepts. He wants to hand them out as soon as possible, but he'll need to go out at night to do so. It wouldn't hurt to observe their trashed hideout either, just to see how things look. Is the building still a pile of rubble? Did the 8 precepts move? And if so, where to? Could Izuku track them down again to help the heroes? As much as Izuku desires the answers to those questions, he waits. Izuku. His mother calls, standing in his doorway. Izuku startles and drops the pencil he was chewing on intensely. His mother chuckles. What do you want to do for Christmas this year? His brain shuts down and then restarts. Christmas. He repeats dumbly. Izuku runs through the days in his head. Right. He's on winter break right now for school. The break is a good thing usually, but Izuku can't appreciate it fully since he wasn't in school to begin with for him to care if he gets a break. He totally forgot about Christmas and New Year's and the fact that he'll start middle school again in a week. I don't know. Izuku replies, adding getting his mother a present on the mental list of things he has to do. We can just do what we normally do, right? What they normally do is eat a nice dinner on Christmas Eve and watch movies. The next day, they open presents and bake cookies and enjoy being in the presence of the other. His mother smiles warmly at him. Sounds perfect. She turns around and walks out of view. Izuku picks up his chewed pencil and taps it against his lip. What would his mom want for Christmas? What did he get her this year in the past? Wasn't it that new blender she wanted? She liked it in the past. Would she still like it? Izuku sighs. It feels bad. It feels like cheating. He looks down at the notebook page he was writing on and frowns. He doesn't think he can work on it anymore. Sighing, he stands and closes the notebook. Donning a heavier coat, Izuku leaves the house and heads down to Dagoba Beach. There is very little trash left. He could finish clearing it in only a day or two. He's already seen people start to jog on the sand in the mornings. It's too cold for people to swim right now, but maybe in the summer it will get visitors again. Izuku feels proud. He's glad the beach is being used again. As Izuku lifts the heavier pieces of trash he saved for last, most he has to break into smaller and more holdable pieces. He thinks about the next event giving him the most anxiety. Going back to middle school. He's excited to finally go back to school, even if his middle school years weren't the most fun times. It beats staying at home. But he was bullied during this time. How could he forget? Just for being quirkless and generally useless. Although that has changed and Izuku has moved past it as a person, he isn't too keen to return to that kind of treatment. Is it too much to hope he can just skip all the hardships and proceed to befriending all his friends again, including Kaken? And there's the issue. Kaken, oh boy. Kaken hates him here still, and Izuku gets bullied by him, and they don't fix that until UA. During this specific time, Izuku knows it was toned down because Kaken was training for the entrance ceremony, so maybe it won't be as bad as the first time around. The other problem, though, is that when school starts, most of the time will be taken out of his day. He won't have as much time to freely research or plan. Of course, he'll still do it, perhaps discreetly so the teachers won't notice, but his freedom will still be restricted. He'll also have less time to train. The entrance exam is only 2 months away, and everything will snowball from there. Luckily, Izuku will finish cleaning the beach faster than he did before, so at least he won't have to devote his time to that. Izuku drops half a car into the large dumpster. The sun is setting. His phone buzzes in his pocket. Izuku pulls it out as a breeze gives him chills. It's from his mom, wanting to know if he's fine. When will he be home? Izuku rolls his eyes fondly and types out a response that he'll finish here, dump the trash, and then head home. He looks out over the expanse of sand, sparkling in the sunset's glow. It seems he'll finish sooner than expected. Only a few moments later, and Izuku has lugged the last of the debris into his dumpster. It's piled high, and when Izuku stands on its top, the sun's dying rays throwing fire behind his eyes, he feels triumphant. There's something else, though, something he pushes down in the wake of his victory. Something that feels a lot like longing and a little like loneliness. Memories flash before his eyes, and Izuku calls upon the warm buzz of One for All, just so he can reassure himself it isn't all a dream. As his quirk sparkles and arches over his limbs, he feels a little less alone. The next day, Izuku leaves early in the morning. It's still dark out, his mother fast asleep, and Izuku makes sure to write a note for her where she can easily find it. He sticks it on the fridge. There are things he needs to do today. Getting his mother a gift firstly, as well as getting himself back to school supplies. While his backpack houses other Izuku's school things, Izuku is reluctant to use them, despite the fact that they should also feel like his. They don't. And Izuku just wants to get new ones for himself. But it's too early for the stores to be open, and Izuku already has a place in mind to kill some time. He leaves the house, closes the door behind him, and sprints into the morning cold. His feet carry him to the same spread of sand and sea he stood upon last night. It's nice to visit in the mornings and watch the sun come up. Nicer now that he was able to clear the view completely. Izuku sits upon the sand and revels in the salty sea air that greets his nostrils. He can't fight the serene smile that spreads over his face. He watches the dark waves lap at the shore and relishes in the chilled wind whipping through his hair. He stays that way until the sun breaks the horizon line and the sky brightens from a dark purple to a pastel blue. The sunrise is always beautiful, every time Izuku has seen it. He still can't get enough of it. It reminds him too much of the first time he cleaned the beach, of the whole All Might blasted through the junk, and the sun breaking over a mountain of forgotten rubbish. While it hurts, he likes the reminder of his old life, even if this one isn't too different. He takes a deep breath. Once the sun is up and the air is just a touch warmer, Izuku stands and stretches. He waves to a jogger that passes him by. It's time to start his own run. He doesn't have any destination in mind, so he just runs around blindly. He thinks about starting school again, of what he remembers life being like during that time. He can't recall much. The most of what he remembers is training with All Might. School simply faded into the background in comparison. On his run, Izuku passes the forest by the river he woke up from and promptly skids to a halt. He hasn't come back here, not even once since he's come to this dimension. There's yellow caution tape strung around the trees, blocking entry, and Izuku steps close enough to run his fingers along it. It doesn't seem likely, but maybe the forest holds some clues? He's never really taken a look before. He's thought about it, why he woke up in the forest of all places, and that it could mean something that he just doesn't know. His feet carry him to the tree-line, and he ducks under the tape before he can think better of it. He starts the hike inwards. There is no path through the tangle of roots and branches, but it's fairly easy to make his way. In some areas, it even looks like an animal or someone else came through. He walks for a while, and, embarrassingly enough, he gets a little lost. He can still find his way out, of course, but Izuku is looking for the exact spot he woke up at, with no luck. Predictably, it's hard to tell the difference between a tree or a patch of grass versus the next, and Izuku feels just a bit stupid for even thinking this idea had any merit. He's about to give up when something colorful catches his attention. It's a gathering of flowers. Izuku wouldn't call it a bouquet, since there can't be more than 10, and they look more like wildflowers or weeds than the extravagant flowers he's seen for sale in bouquets. A couple are pink, a couple are purple, and a couple are yellow. Izuku has seen these types of flowers before, but he doesn't know what they're called or why they're here. It's obvious someone picked them and intentionally laid them here, but why? The police tape would prevent most people from crossing, and flowers don't seem a good enough reason to break the law. Not that Izuku has much room to lecture about law-breaking. He picks up one of the flowers and admires it in his hand. It's pretty, he supposes. The other flowers rest against a tree trunk that sits at the edge of the river. Now that he thinks about it, these flowers look kind of fresh, don't they? The thought is enough to send shivers down Izuku's spine, and he quickly scans his surroundings. But the forest is as silent as it was when he entered it, the trees still shadowed and dark in the early light. Reasonably, Izuku doesn't want to stay here anymore. It could be stupid. He hasn't found any correlation between this forest and his disappearance, besides that he woke up here, but he still feels uneasy. What are the odds that he'd find freshly laid flowers in the woods, so close to where he woke up? That'd be one hell of a creepy coincidence. He spares a glance at the river, deep enough to drown in, glittering innocently in the sunlight, and clenches the flower in his hand. He wonders if it's a memorial. There's no stone, though, so that must not be it. Or he hopes it's not it. There's no reason to worry over it any longer, though, especially when he's leaving. He turns around and picks his way through roots and logs to go back. Izuku tries to tell himself that it's just a normal forest along a normal riverbank. It should be beautiful, and perhaps before all this, it would have been. Maybe Izuku's just paranoid. He runs his fingers over the flower he pocketed. But maybe he's not. He makes it out of the forest and breaks into a run as soon as he crosses the tape once more. His path this time takes him into town. Many times over the past few months, when Izuku felt too burnt out, whether with training or researching, he'd run around town. He's never been much of a people person, but he'd find himself drawn to the crowds, looking for something that isn't a hero fight. A dual-haired teen, rosy pink cheeks under a brown bob, engines sticking out of a pair of legs, spiky red hair, a frog-like girl, a girl who's pink from head to toe, an abnormally sparkly boy, a boy with tape dispensers, etc., etc., etc. He never finds them. He didn't want to say he's lonely. He has his mom after all, and he's about to go back to school. UA isn't that far away either, but there's definitely something there. Something bitter and frustrated. Izuku is the only one with the knowledge from the future, and that overwhelms him sometimes. He doesn't get much sleep from his nightly routine, that he's toned down, but even during the hours he can sleep, he doesn't rest. It's a little ironic how the closer he comes to meeting the fruits of his labor, the more anxious he becomes. The what-ifs and worst-case scenarios are enough to leave him spiraling in his thoughts till morning. But the runs helped, at least a little. They felt freeing, if a bit selfish. He'd known he should have been working on other things that would help the future, but as much as he felt guilty, he needed the break. It's entirely too much sometimes, and Izuku would rather go for a run than have a breakdown. Running doesn't solve anything. He knows that, but it allows him to forget about his troubles, if only for a while. And sometimes that's all he needs to keep going. In the town this early, there are barely any people out and about. Izuku's eyes still search every person he sees, looking for a familiar face, recognition, home. There's a bargain sale at the local supermarket, and Izuku is able to spend as little as possible to buy his new school supplies. His mother would be proud. He stops by a few of the shops on the main street, and even the mall. Most places are decorated for the holidays. Izuku buys a gift for his mom and pauses. If this were the future, he'd be buying gifts for a lot more people. His family had extended past just him and his mother. Against his better judgment, but unable to stop himself, Izuku buys a couple more gifts. His bags, which should be light, are heavy in his hands. When he comes home later, his mother greets him enthusiastically at the door. Izuku, find everything you need. She's bustling about the kitchen, making something that smells absolutely heavenly. Izuku's stomach growls in anticipation. He never actually ate breakfast. Uh-huh, he chirps back, a bright smile on his face. He not so discreetly runs the gifts to his room and hides them in his closet before joining his mother in the kitchen. Izuku sets his school things down on the table and promptly shows them off one by one to his mother. It's a little childish, but it's what he's always done. And seeing his mother laugh at what is likely the 100th All Might-themed notebook he has is definitely worth it. He chats with her a bit more, and then remembers the flower he has in his pocket. He pulls it out slowly, his mood dimming significantly from earlier. It's crumpled and wilted, with petals missing, and it looks a bit pitiful as it lies on the countertop in a broken heap. It doesn't seem nearly as intimidating as it did when Izuku picked it up. Is it just a coincidence that someone laid flowers there? A completely separate event from Izuku's disappearance, and he's just overreacting? It could have been a memorial, just as he thought, or it could have been a warning. Izuku shakes his head. That's a ridiculous idea. He picks the flower up, entering the kitchen so he can throw it away. His mom catches sight of it before he can. A flower? She asks, her head tilted in confusion. Her eyes find his. Yeah, Izuku says. I found it today and kept it, but it got ruined in my pocket. He chuckles, a little nervous. He'd rather just get rid of it as soon as possible. His mother smiles and plucks the ruined flower out of his hands. She holds it by its broken stem and sniffs the flower even as it's missing half its petals. Hiya, she exhales deeply. It smells wonderful. Izuku watches uncertainly. It seems like a normal flower. He ought to forget the way in which he found it and simply move on. He lets out the breath he's been holding and chances a smile. His mom looks down at the flower again, saved from the trash for the moment. This is a zinnia. She comments. They can grow basically anywhere around here. They're a type of wildflower, but they have a lovely meaning. Guests get them in the hospitals, sometimes in bouquets. Ah, that's right. Izuku's mom is knowledgeable about flowers and their meanings because of her job as a nurse. She isn't fluent in flower language, but she knows enough just by being interested and looking it up. Izuku thinks it's kind of cool. His mom continues. They mean thinking of an absent friend. When I've seen them before, it's usually someone's friend wishing them a speedy recovery. She smiles again. Isn't that sweet? Izuku hums in agreement, his eyes on the mangled bloom in between his mother's fingers. It is sweet, not sinister in the slightest. Maybe the spot on the river really was a memorial. Breakfast finishes cooking, and Izuku sets the table for two. It's a nice time. He and his mom joke around during the meal, and even when they tackle the dishes afterwards. Izuku may have ended up with bubbles in his curls, but he also has a smile that can rival All Might's. As they clean, the flower does make it into the trash. He spends the rest of his day pointedly avoiding anything that will involve thinking. His mom joins him in his lazy day, and they watch movies and HeroTube videos and chat for hours on end. He hasn't seen his mother smile this much since he's been in this dimension, and he realizes it's likely the same for him. It's wonderful. When Izuku goes to bed that night, it's the most peaceful he's been since he woke up in that forest. He's still nervous, of course he is, when is he not? But it's less so, abetted by the rush of endorphins the day has brought him. He'll have to face Kaken soon, but maybe he can change things between them like he did with his mom? Either way, bully or no, Izuku can't deny he's excited to see his friend again. It's one more step forward. One more step to UA. One more step to catching up to his own future. And as he closes his eyes and sleep claims him, he can almost pretend he's not living someone else's life. Chapter 15. There will be time to prepare a face to meet the faces that you meet. Chapter text. The break goes well. Izuku has a wonderful Christmas that he celebrates with his mother, as well as a nice New Year's. Izuku takes the chance of dropping by Aizawa-sensei's house late on Christmas Eve after his mom has gone to sleep. The house is quiet and no alarms sound, so Izuku feels a bit more confident. He leaves 2 gifts there to be found in the morning. After New Year's, though, Izuku doesn't sleep well. While he gets the required hours, he wakes feeling restless. School starts soon. He's pretty sure that's what is keeping him up, although he isn't sure why it's bothering him so much. Surely he's endured worse things than middle school? Why is he acting like this? Or why is his subconscious so anxious? It's no surprise to him, then, that the night before school starts has him tossing and turning. Eventually, he gives up and decides that if he's going to be up, he might as well be productive. Izuku throws on his black attire for the night time and grabs the stack of folders on his desk. Pulling his window open, Izuku slips through it to make his necessary rounds. He wakes up late, which should have been the first sign that this day was going to go horribly wrong. He's dead on his feet, that night being used to deliver information about the 8 precepts to all those who need it. The Yakuza group themselves don't display any outward signs that they've lost an important asset, but that's because they moved locations from the place he infiltrated. If he really wants to know how they feel about it, he'd have to track them down again. Except Izuku's not too keen on getting further involved. The heroes can handle it from here. He just hopes they're dealt with quickly, so Eri's safety can be assured. It probably wasn't his brightest idea to stay up before school, though, even if he couldn't sleep. Or at least he should have anticipated that he'd sleep in. Izuku had hoped that his alarm would be enough to rouse him, but obviously that wasn't the case. So now he's definitely going to be late to school, even if he books it, which is not how he wanted to start off his first day back. His mother watches him speed around and laughs at his expense. She makes a quick breakfast for him and a bento, so he forgives her. His uniform is a little tight, courtesy of his muscle mass, and he's wearing a new pair of shoes, which haven't been broken in, because he wanted his red shoes back and has still never found his old ones. Needless to say, he feels out of place. Hopefully his classmates won't notice the difference. At the very least, he's glad for long-sleeved uniforms. Izuku sprints out the door, calling a hasty goodbye to his mother. She informed the school a few weeks ago that Izuku would start attending today, but he doubts that they will let his tardiness slide, even on his first day back. He rushes through the school gate, and not a single person is left in the yard. It's strange to be back at his middle school, especially since he was hoping to leave this place behind for good when he entered UA. Izuku supposes it'd be nostalgic for most people, but it's a place full of bad memories for him. Here's to hoping I won't make any more. He thinks a little bitterly. The door to his classroom enters his sight, and he slides to a stop outside. He can hear the low drone of his teacher talking and wonders if it's really worth it to walk in. But he still needs to finish middle school in this timeline, and Kaken is on the other side of the door, so maybe it won't be too bad. Izuku takes a deep breath, grabs the handle, and slides the door open, and immediately regrets. It is bad. What feels like 100 pairs of eyes turn to look at him. Whispers start as soon as they recognize who it is, and even though Izuku can't hear most of it, he can still catch what they're all talking about. His disappearance. Yeah, this was a terrible idea. He can still walk out and go home, right? Midoriya, you're late. Although, it's nice to have you back. The teacher's voice rises above the rest. He flashes Izuku a business smile, like he's actually pleased to see him, and Izuku wonders if the man even knows his first name. What the hell? Izuku turns at the shout, and the whole classroom goes quiet. His green eyes lock with furious red ones. The teacher mutters out ignored platitudes. It's Kaken. Oh, how Izuku has missed seeing his friends. The blonde is angry, and he's past Kaken, which means Izuku should be afraid of the burning stare directed at him. But he can't feel scared right now, because it's his childhood friend, and the ache of loneliness in his chest is too great to ignore. And Kaken is getting kind of close. He storms over while Izuku is stuck reminiscing. He doesn't have time to react before a hand fists the front of his blazer, and he's unceremoniously slammed against the door he just walked through. His head bounces off the door, but it doesn't hurt that much. Izuku's too busy thinking about how much of an idiot he is for not seeing it coming. Kaken's voice is low and threatening, enough to make Izuku's blood spike. The hell have you been? He growls and slams Izuku against the door once more. And that's a little surprising. He didn't expect Kaken to care that he was gone. Although, studying the blonde's eyes, all he can really see is anger, not worry, so he's not too sure what's going on here. He grabs Kaken's wrists, one in each hand, and stops. It's a contingency just in case Kaken gets too violent. There's already smoke emitting from the palms closed around his school uniform, and Izuku gives a moment to grieve another ruined set. Kaken's eyes flick to the hands on his wrists, and he seems to grow even angrier. He leans in close enough for his teeth to take off Izuku's nose if he really wants. His hot breath ghosts across the latter's freckled cheeks. Were you trying to make a fool out of me? He seethes, soft as a whisper, a conversation for his ears only. Izuku knows they've got all eyes on them. If he didn't drown it out, he'd still be able to hear the teacher shouting weak protests and the students not so quietly whispering at the whole affair. They've got all eyes on them. But Izuku knows he's the only one that heard what Kaken said. Kaken, he breathes out, and the blonde twitches at the nickname, gripping Izuku tighter as a small explosion pops off. I don't dash. And Izuku is slammed against the door again. Don't lie to me, you fucker. You left and tried to pin all the blame on me. And you think you can just walk back in here. He looks way angrier than Izuku's ever seen him, and he's sure his uniform is trashed now, if it wasn't before. His hands are still firm around Kaken's wrists. He clenches a little tighter. Kaken isn't listening to him. That's not new, but this behavior is. Kaken is a violent person, but Izuku would have put engaging Izuku immediately with bodily harm lower on the list of expected responses. Actually, maybe this was exactly what would happen, and he should have predicted it earlier. He was expecting Kaken to look at his time away with disdain, maybe sneer at his weakness or bully him for getting himself kidnapped. Basically like he used to, with more verbal jabs than physical ones and a nice 6-foot safety bubble between them. Did other Izuku really anger Kaken that much with his disappearance to warrant this kind of reaction? Did Kaken maybe care more than he let on, even during the time when he hated him? No, it couldn't be. How could you leave, you coward? Why are you only coming back now? Trying to make everyone pity you. He's no longer trying to be quiet, and Izuku is in great danger of an explosion going off and burning a hole through his chest. Although that might be preferable to the guilt that Izuku feels. even if he's not entirely sure why Kakin's so upset. He knows what he wants to say. He wants to yell back at Kakin and tell him that he'd never leave. Not his mom, or Kakin, or anyone else. But he can't prove that, especially if he isn't this timeline's original Izuku. So instead he thinks of the detective story, of false memories and kidnapping and torture. He tightens his hold on Kakin's wrists and pushes. Kakin stumbles back, shocked. To his credit, though, he manages to rip the fabric of Izuku's uniform with how tightly he was clenching it. I don't know. Izuku gasps out. And, oh dear, is he crying? Yep, those are definitely tears. He doesn't want to cry, not anymore. But it's so hard, 'cause it's Kakin and Izuku really can't control himself. It works in his favor, though, because his childhood friend still stands shell-shocked, forgotten fabric held in hand, eyes blown wide. I don't know where I've been. Izuku cries out, and it's not untrue. He's frustrated beyond belief that he can't find himself, that he doesn't know if he's okay, or even the reason why he disappeared in the first place. He searched through so many missing persons reports and kidnapping cases in the area, and even stopped a few human trafficking rings himself with no such luck. All the guilt he feels, of making his mother smile, of living someone else's life, it eats at him every day. And it's coming out now, in front of the one person who has always seen right through him. He calms down a bit, swiping at his eyes, Kakin watching the motion with his own narrow ones. The police say that I was KK kidnapped, and that I have false memories in my head. So I don't know where I was. Izuku stutters out between sniffs and stabilizing breaths. He looks up at Kakin through heavy-lidded eyes, tears trapped in his eyelashes, to gauge his friend's reaction. Kakin recovers from his shock and surprisingly doesn't attack Izuku again. The hands he was holding Izuku with, he returns to his pockets. His brow furrows, like Izuku just told him that a strong quirk doesn't equate a good hero. And of course, the telltale signs of anger overcome his features once more. Are you fucking kidding me? Kakin asks, and it almost sounds like he wants to laugh. You've got amnesia? What kind of bullshit is that? Smoke billows out from his pockets. The smell of nitroglycerin in the air is suffocating. Bakugakuin. The teacher finally interrupts, placing a hand on Kakin's shoulder before thinking better of it, when he sees the blonde's murderous glare. He's sweating nervously and his voice is sickly sweet. Izuku didn't even register his approach. We have confirmed with the police as well as Midoriya-kun's parent that what he says is indeed true. It is very unfortunate, but I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him later. He soothes, sounding all too much like a rich father placating his spoiled child with the promise of another pony as long as they stopped making a scene. He doesn't even try to pretend that he actually thought Izuku's disappearance was unfortunate. Not to mention, he completely ignores how Kakin was manhandling him. It wasn't anything new for this timeline, but still. Izuku misses Aizawa-sensei. Kakin glares at the teacher, and then at Izuku before he turns away sharply. Whatever. He hisses out, clearly still pissed, as he stomps back to his desk and slams himself into it. Izuku takes a deep breath and lets it out. Crisis averted, for now. Although that took a lot of energy out of him, and it was only the beginning of the day. He makes his way to his seat, cursing himself, as he did often in the past, for always sitting so close to Kakin. However, the blonde doesn't look at him when he settles, and Izuku relaxes a bit. The hole in his shirt makes for a good distraction, and Izuku occupies most of his time fiddling with it rather than paying attention to the lesson. It allows him plenty of time for his mind to wander. Kakin. His reaction was odd, wasn't it? Izuku plays through the scene over and over again in his mind. Kakin had said that Izuku was pinning the blame on him for Izuku disappearing? That didn't make sense. Izuku would never blame Kakin for anything, even if it was his fault. It's a persistent bad habit, but that's how things have always been between them, and Izuku never bothered to change it. And making a fool out of him? Izuku never had the courage, and still doesn't. Even before he came to this dimension, teasing Kakin was not something that came easily for him. He could do it, and others would laugh, but not often. Because no matter how long Izuku and Kakin spent together, their relationship was always convoluted. Izuku still waited for everything to go up in flames despite them coming to an understanding that he'd like to consider a friendship. Maybe things will change, especially if this timeline is different from his own. As the school day continues, Izuku takes stock of many things that aren't like how he remembers them being before. He seems to be the talk of the whole school. He has to put up with everyone talking about his disappearance. Normally, Izuku's entire existence was one no one spoke about, unless in mockery. But now he hears theories about his 5 months away ranging from a severe sickness to alien abduction. It's all nonsense, of course, especially because no one even bothers to ask him. The bullies seem to have backed down too. Some people did try to say snide remarks to him, but it didn't seem that bad. Once you come from a future where villains have threatened to murder you and your friends, insults from middle schoolers don't seem to hold as much weight. So Izuku simply shrugs them off. There was one notable incident where someone tried to shove Izuku while he was holding his bento, and the guy ended up being the one falling to the ground. The cafeteria had erupted in laughter, and Izuku felt kind of sorry for the guy. He offered the boy a hand up, but the kid took one look at his hand, and the smile on his face, and a weird look crossed his eyes. He had accepted Izuku's hand, but fled the cafeteria immediately after, so Izuku wasn't really sure what to make of it. Needless to say, nothing along that line happens for the rest of the day, even if he continues to get strange looks. It's not like Izuku really cares about how his classmates view him, though, so he doesn't bother to find out the reason behind it. The one he does want to make amends with is the problem. Whatever plans Izuku had to repair Kaken's and his crumbled relationship prematurely goes out the window in the days that follow. After the first instance when he was manhandled, Kaken doesn't engage him again. He doesn't even glance his way. He just continues through school, making every effort to completely ignore Izuku's existence. He doesn't even bother to degrade him or knock him around as he used to. And that's something else that diverges from the original timeline. Of course, Izuku never went missing originally, so he had no base for reference to how Kaken would react, but his behavior still seems all wrong. At this time, Kaken didn't care about Izuku. He was proud and callous, all hard edges and harsh words. He hadn't yet been softened by the friends he gained in UA or humbled by the fights and tragedies they all suffered together. Despite knowing all this, though, the Kaken before Izuku seems smaller. He might attribute that to the fact that Kaken's behavior appears more childish and immature than past Izuku was able to recognize. Or maybe it's because Izuku's taller now, because he's a bit older, and even though Kaken still has a few inches on him, he no longer feels as big. But neither of those explanations feel right. It's something else. There's something in the way Kaken walks now, alone, a little slower, a little more hunched, in the way his words lose some of their bite, that has Izuku feeling nervous. He sees the dark bags of lost sleep under his friend's eyes, and he knows there's something else. There's something Izuku's missing, another deviant from the expected timeline, and Izuku doesn't know what it is. Kaken won't tell him either, and he's tried on multiple occasions to get the blonde to talk to him, but he stubbornly continues giving him the cold shoulder. It's beyond frustrating, but Izuku has never had the power to convince Kaken to do anything, especially if he's so adamant on not doing it. That doesn't mean he stops trying. Izuku can be extraordinarily stubborn as well when he wants to be. He doesn't give up even after his first failure, or the next one, or the one after that, or the one after that. Izuku will whittle him down eventually. The two of them need to talk, whether Kaken wants to or not. UA's entrance exam is coming up, though, quickly, and therefore the USJ. Izuku needs to focus. He needs to finish his plans. He wants to worry about the entrance exam, decide how to address it, but he knows that's not the priority. The priority is the USJ. He slacked in his patrols for a while, school and increased surveillance by the police and heroes among the reasons why. Izuku just messed with the 8 precepts during the time in which he was messing with the League of Villains. And while neither of them know his true identity, they could still try to catch him while he's effectively in costume, which isn't an option. He didn't have much of a choice in lying low. But now it's time for Izuku to see this through. The only thing is, how? How can he know anything for sure outside of completely annihilating the League or asking them himself? Both of which are not options. If he goes to the bar, all he will do is reveal himself to the enemy, and if he attacks Shigaraki, much less All for One, he's going to lose. He just needs to keep with what he's been doing. There are still villains out there that could be part of the USJ. Izuku hasn't tracked all of them down yet. When he starts UA, he can start tipping off the police and even the principal. He doesn't know how serious they'll take the threat, but it's better to have that extra security just in case. But besides his vigilante activities, Izuku has another problem staring him in the face. Maybe even more formidable than facing down 100 villains. He needs to talk to Kaken. Chapter 16. Time does not heal all wounds. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Izuku stares at the door of the Bakugo household like he'd stared down any villain. They're locked in a stalemate, both waiting for the other to make a move, which unfortunately falls to Izuku, since doors are inanimate and won't do anything on their own. He sighs and inches forward. It would be nice if he could get Kaken to talk to him. The time at school he spends with the blonde is still met with silence. He has no clue what to say to remedy that, doesn't know why he's here if he doesn't. All he knows is that he wants to talk. Izuku sighs again and closes the last couple of meters to the door. He raises his knuckles to the wood and raps sharply 3 times. And waits. Is this a bad idea? Will he just make Kaken angrier and destroy any hope of them being closer? But talking is something that has to be done to make things better, right? That's what his therapist always used to tell him. Yet, Kaken isn't the best conversationalist, and Izuku can count on his fingers the number of civil conversations he's had with said blonde. And how could Izuku keep up a conversation with such a person when he himself has no idea what he wants to say? The door opens. Izuku's out of time. Izuku. Hey, I haven't seen you in forever. The voice of Mitsuki-san greets him, and Izuku is encircled in a tight hug. She pulls away from him and ruffles his hair in a way that closer resembles a noogie. Her eyes rake over his features, and a soft expression settles over her face. What brings you here, kiddo? Izuku chuckles nervously, glad and disappointed it hadn't been Kaken to answer the door. I wanted to talk to Kaken. Is he home? Mitsuki-san smiles. Come inside. I think Katsuki isn't home right now, but he should be soon. Would you like some tea? And before Izuku can protest, or say anything for that matter, he swept over the threshold and led into the kitchen with a firm hand to his back. Although it isn't as though he doesn't know her, it becomes extremely awkward for Izuku to make conversation with the mother of his once best friend/bully. Mitsuki-san is blissfully unaware of the awkward atmosphere. However, so maybe Izuku's just imagining it. She moves about the kitchen to prepare tea while she peppers Izuku with questions. Things such as, how's school? How's Inko doing? Is Katsuki treating you well? Izuku answers her questions politely and wishes for the first time that it was Kaken that greeted him. The awkwardness is too much for him to handle. He hides most of it behind the teacup when he sips the too hot tea he's been given. Please get home soon, Kaken. You've grown so much since I last saw you. And look at those muscles. I bet you could even give Katsuki a run for his money. Mitsuki-san praises. She slaps him on the back, and Izuku fights not to spit out his tea. That would be rude after all. Instead, he swallows the burning liquid and coughs violently. He feels his cheeks heat up and knows he must look like a tomato. No, he informs her when he can. Kaken has always been stronger than me. He covers the comment up with a nervous laugh. What would Kaken think if he had heard his mother say that? He would have been furious. Kaken hates being compared to people, Izuku least of all. And even though they're rivals, Izuku feels as if he's still behind Kaken in a lot of ways. He's only had his quirk for a short time, for one, and he hasn't made much progress. Except now that gap has closed somehow, Izuku has more time to develop his quirk, courtesy of the time travel. He might even be able to fight Kaken on equal terms, now that he's become stronger and Kaken is younger and inexperienced. Izuku shakes his head. That feels like cheating, and it isn't like Izuku plans to fight Kaken anyway. My Katsuki is really strong, even if he's a pain in the ass. Mitsuki-san mutters, but he can tell she does it fondly. A silence passes between them, both of them wrapped up in their thoughts and memories of Kaken. Izuku would never tell, but he wonders what Mitsuki-san would think if she knew the way Kaken treated people at school. Or maybe she already knew. Some of that behavior must leak back into home life, right? Or maybe Kaken is just very good at separating his attitudes between the two places. I'm sorry, Mitsuki-san says, catching Izuku off guard. For what happened to you? Izuku watches her wide-eyed. Did she read his mind? Did she know? It must have been hard to be kidnapped. We were all worried. She adds, and Izuku sags in relief. For a second there he thought she was going to mention Kaken's and his interactions at school. And he's not sure why, but he's glad that no one else knows. Thanks. Izuku responds with a smile. But there's no need for you to apologize. It's not like you could have done anything. Perhaps. Mitsuki-sen hums, taking a sip of her tea. Katsuki certainly took it hard. Izuku almost chokes on his tea again, but this time there is no external cause other than his own surprise. Kaken did. He wonders, the skepticism heavy in his tone. Mitsuki-san seems surprised by his reaction. Of course, he would go out to look for you. Being the last one to see you, I think he took it as his personal responsibility. Unfortunately, he is still being pissy about the whole thing. I thought that's what you came to talk about. Izuku blinks. Yeah. He reels from the new information. Did Kaken really look for him? Is that something Kaken would do? Did Kaken care? No. It must be like Mitsuki-sen said. Kaken looked for him because he felt some sort of twisted responsibility. Their relationship was nowhere near close enough in the past for Kaken to look for him just because he wanted him back. Either way, for whatever reason Kaken had, Izuku is touched by the thought. When you do talk to him, could you try to see if something's wrong? Mitsuki-sen asks, and she looks worried, wrinkles creasing her ever-youthful appearance. I thought it was because of your disappearance, but something's still bothering him. I'm no good with things like that, and Masaru isn't making any progress either. He might talk, if it's to a friend. Guilt twists in Izuku's gut. He might not know what has Kaken so irritated, but he'll bet money that it has something to do with him. That's not the only thing that makes him feel horrible, though. It seems Mitsuki-san still thinks that Kaken considers Izuku a friend. And that hurts, because Izuku has wished that for a long time, has given up on that possibility and then miraculously gotten it back, only to be reverted back to a time when it was still impossible. I'll try, is what Izuku says, with a sad smile. He doesn't want to say anything that will worry her, and it's not as if Izuku will not help if there is something that bothers Kaken. Thank you. Mitsuki-san tells him with a grateful smile on her face. A moment passes while they enjoy the silence. It's Mitsuki-san who breaks it again. Are you still planning to go to UA? She asks him in the same tone she has been using, as if it's normal. Izuku smiles to himself. He feels a little warm. Here is another person who believes in him, despite the fact that he is still quirkless, as if it's natural for someone like Izuku to want to be a hero. Yeah. Izuku answers softly. I'm going to UA in the spring. Mitsuki-san's smile widens. That's the spirit. She slaps him on the back again, and Izuku winces. He wishes she'd stop doing that, but at least he didn't have tea in his mouth this time. Izuku realizes his mistake, though. He talked as if he was guaranteed a place in UA before he took the entrance exam. Izuku shakes his head and hurries to correct himself. Well, that is of course if I can even get in. He stutters out, his tongue feeling utterly useless in his mouth. None of that. Mitsuki-san tuts. You have to be more confident in yourself. Putting yourself down before you even take the entrance exam isn't going to help anybody. You hear me. She takes a leisurely sip of her tea that is poured straight from a fresh kettle without flinching. Izuku sweats. Why, yeah, of course. He wants to be more confident in himself, but there are so many of his classmates that are far more incredible than him. He bets that if any of them were given the opportunity to go back in time, they'd have more luck fixing things than Izuku is. He shakes his head again. No, it's no good to think negatively. Whatever the outcome is, Izuku just needs to try his best. He clenches his fists. The back door opens and Masaru-san steps in. He's wearing long-sleeved gardening clothes and thick gloves caked in dirt. A sun hat rests on his head, and he looks noticeably flushed. Mitsuki, I think we might need to get more fertilizer. Masaru-san pauses when he catches sight of Izuku. He's shocked for just a moment, before he smiles. The crow's feet by his eyes crinkle. Izuku. It's been a while. He steps out of his work boots and sheds the gloves, careful to do so outside the house. It has. Izuku agrees, because he's not sure what else he's supposed to say. What brings you here? Masaru-san asks, not impolitely, and walks into the kitchen. Upon closer inspection, Izuku can see that the redness around his cheeks and nose is more likely from cold than heat. He's here to see Katsuki, but I had him wait for a bit till he came home. Mitsuki-sen answers for him, passing a mug of steaming tea to her husband wordlessly. Masaru-san crinkles his face in confusion as he uses the beverage to warm his hands. Katsuki shouldn't be home for a few hours though, remember? He does his training today. Mitsuki-san slaps her hand to her face. Oh shit, I can't believe I forgot. I'll just call him now. Before she can dial her son though, Izuku leans forward and catches her hand. She looks surprised by his action, as is Izuku. No, it's all right. I can just come back another time. He tells her. She gives him an odd look. You sure? Yeah, Izuku says, fully aware of how things would go if Kaken was called away from his training for Izuku of all people. He stands up and smiles at the Bakugo couple. Thanks for having me. Mitsuki-san waves a hand through the air. Anytime. You should come over more often, like you did when you were kids. Izuku doesn't grace that with a response though. His chest is a little too tight for that. He nods instead, although there isn't much feeling behind it, and makes his way to the door. Masaru-san is there to see him out. Take care of yourself, Izuku. He says kindly. Don't get kidnapped again, is yelled from somewhere far behind him. Izuku smiles. Okay. He leaves the Bakugo household, and it gets a little easier to breathe. He honestly didn't expect that. Now though, he still has to talk to Kaken. He stares up at the residence, and a swarm of nostalgia threatens to drown him. When was the last time he went to visit Kaken at his own house, in either timeline? When was the last time he talked to Mitsuki-san or Masaru-san? Izuku doesn't know. Kaken and him really haven't been close like that for a long time. Before he's noticed, a tear escapes his eye. Izuku is a little shocked by it, and quickly wipes at his eyes. Thankfully, no more threatened to fall. He feels a little silly. It's been a while since he's cried because of Kaken. Izuku turns away from the Bakugo household and starts back towards his house. Should he visit again another time? Should he write a letter? Or should he just keep pestering him at school until Kaken talks to him again? What made him so adamant on ignoring Izuku? Well, now that Izuku thinks about it, Kaken's been ignoring everyone lately. He's no longer flanked by extras when he walks the halls, and most of their classmates seem to avoid him. Is that what happened last time? Or is Izuku finding issues where there are none? Damn, he should have paid more attention to his time in middle school the first time around. Oh well, what really matters to him is Yue. While repairing his broken relationship with Kaken is something he'd like, the future proves that it will improve naturally with time. Kaken can't avoid him forever when they're put in the same class in the hero course. Izuku turns his casual stroll into a run and thinks about what comes next. The entrance exam is soon. Izuku's got to step up his training just like Kaken is. His chance is just around the corner. While he runs through the streets, he skids to a stop outside a shop selling hero merchandise. His eyes land on a plastic mask and a grin stretches across his face. He didn't think about getting another one, mainly because he expected his old one to last until UA at least, but it might be a good idea. Izuku buys it on impulse, but can't bring himself to regret it. He needs to train, after all. And when he arrives at his door, shopping bag in hand, Izuku has the perfect exercise in mind. Notes. Sorry for the wait. My update schedule may slow down a bit, but I'll try to keep up with fast updates. I absolutely love all the positive responses I've gotten to my story, and I'm grateful for every kudo, bookmark, and comment. I legit refresh the page multiple times a day when I post a new chapter just to see if anyone's commented. Angry face. Love y'all so much. Thanks for sticking with me on this ride. Chapter 17. An Exercise in Futility. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. The city is quieter at night. It's still pretty loud, but there are places he can go and rooftops he lands on where the silence feels oppressive. Maybe it is the lack of noise mixed with the lack of light, but either way, it is an entirely different animal than the city during the day. Izuku pockets his burner phone after texting the police the location of the trash can. He dumped his latest zip-tied villain. He stands on the rooftop and adjusts the new All Might mask on his face. He didn't think there would come a time when he'd miss wearing this fashion atrocity, but he's glad he has it back.